So yeah, I should actually start, collecting everything of anomalies that I find in videos. This is
Love
like,
audit videos.
yeah, I watch a lot of audit videos. It's just funny. But yeah, this is really something. I've never seen this. Like, even if this is real time, right? This is not sped up. It just changes into different shape and then flies backwards and disappears into the background. Anyways, interesting. Interesting. In a word.
Not to change subjects, but I was
No,
thinking about this.
change it, man. No problem.
I was just wondering, bro, have you or anybody else, have you ever seen a lecture from Einstein?
Can you explain again what a lecture is so I can just be sure that I know what you're talking about?
Yeah, just type in Feynman lectures and you'll see Feynman speaking to his students or speaking to an audience, explaining relativity, explaining atoms, whatever. You have so many people, Faraday making presentations in England. There's a famous desk where they've all made it right in that hall, that famous hall. Has anybody seen Einstein do a lecture or a presentation besides saying 2-3 words reading? Anybody?
No, I haven't.
So the smartest man, the geniuses of all genius, the man synonymous with genius said, "You think you're Einstein?" Never has he done a lecture, never in the history of his whole scientific thing. The man of men, the top dog, hasn't done one lecture. How is that possible?
You sound like a conspiracy theorist. It's interesting, man.
Think
I
about
wish
it.
I
Us
knew.
simpletons wouldn't be able to follow it.
Exactly. That's probably why he never did it in the first place.
Yeah.
He's just
In the
not
prestigious
capable.
hall there in England, everybody has done lectures. Faraday, all the big names, right? Everybody. Except the smartest man in the world. The smartest man in the world, when asked, what is the speed of sound? He didn't know. The smartest man in the world did not know what the freaking speed of sound was.
I just tried looking, and you're right. There's a few videos of like 1 or 2 minutes of him like briefly saying something, but when you look at like like Manly P. Hall, right? He's got like hundreds and hundreds of hours and he was like from before Einstein's era, I believe. So how is it that this dude's got? I mean, sometimes there's shitty recordings and whatever, but he still has like hundreds of hours of lectures, and like, yeah, no, you're right. This I've never thought about that. That's pretty hilarious. I'm looking though.
Yeah, this proves to me 100% that this guy was a manufactured sham.
Oh yeah,
100%.
definitely. Like almost all of anything to do with the whole superstars in the scientific realm. I mean, look at Tyson. Have you ever listened to a lecture of Tyson?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Ah, okay. Yeah,
Yeah, but they
but
exist,
mostly
bro.
he sounds like but when he does it, he sounds like what is it called? Like an actor, doesn't he?
Yeah, but at least there's something there, right? And there's people like 50 years before Einstein, and they have all kinds of lectures. But the smartest man in the world, not one lecture, not in German, not in English. I mean, are you kidding me? Or what? He would be sought after every college, every university, every hall. Everybody would be after him. Like Michio Kaku, like all these guys, right? There's hundreds of hours of lectures with them. But the smartest man in the world, nothing, not one freaking lecture on relativity? Come on.
Well, it's just because reasons. See, to questions like this, I can bet you 100% you're not gonna get any, not even a try of the Globers trying to answer why this might be the reason.
Yeah, I gotta ask a couple of them.
Yeah, ask them. There's gonna be more nah than anything else than a real reason. Well, maybe nah.
Yeah, I just recently thought of it, so I didn't really ask any baller, but I will.
They say Einstein died in 55, and Eric Dollard. I think Eric Dollard talks about working with him or meeting him. He was for 17 years. I know in 19. I don't even know how old Eric Dollard is. Like if he did, it would be in the history of electricity. So, if you ever wanted to maybe look it up and see what he said about.
What he said about
I
Einstein?
know that. Yeah.
I'm sure not much in his favor.
Because it was in 1970, Eric Dollard was sleeping at the RCA Marconi wireless station so he could protect his property, and he had worked there from the age of 17, and I don't know how old he was there, so he very well could have met the guy. I keep wanting to say that he said that he did work with him, but I don't want to speak wrong on it. But if he did, it would be in the history of electricity, history and theory of electricity. He goes through the whole history of it. It's not giving him or his claims any validity as far as relativity goes. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say if you want more history on him, that's where you could probably find it. Or at least it would be a hearsay, right? It would be accounts told from someone else, not actual video footage. You know, it's not what you were looking for, of course.
Yeah, well,
What was that? Someone's hot micing.
yeah, we got an answer from Mark Taylor. Of course, he's a baller. He says he's done lectures, but none of them were filmed and recorded. And my question and my reply to that is why? How come? Wouldn't you want to record the smartest man in the world? I mean, it just doesn't make sense, Mark.
They're gonna probably tell you that he has actually gained to be more famous after his death. That's what probably the excuse is going to be. Yo, my ears.
Wow, there is an electric bus that actually caught fire. I just posted it. That's a trip. Sorry, I'm not trying to change it back to that. I'm just still looking for stuff and posting it as I go.
The thing is, with these electric vehicles, they're the best toy to integrate into into the new world order because you can literally burn people alive by a press of a button, you know. Who knows if they're capable of automatically lighting up the battery if they're pleased to do so. Like, do you know? Does anybody know? No one knows, right? If there's a functionality, secret software code, you know, within the Tesla. But I mean, you know, Elon Musk is a great guy. He would never do any harm, right? Cause any harm. Sorry.
Oh yeah, he's not the. He didn't wear a costume being the what is it, the Devil's Champion? I think was the.
No. That's your false interpretation of what you're seeing. He's
Well, I
definitely
mean,
not. If you want to say he's a Satanist, man, you're a conspiracy nut.
oh yeah, I mean, like it's only what is it? You know it's real because it looks so fake, right? So like you know he's not a Satanist because he looks so much like a Satanist. Is that where we're going with?
Yes. I mean, in his own words, it's literally like, yeah, in his own words, would be pretty much on point, you know. It looks like a Satanist, but if it would really be a Satanist, it would be looking way better. I don't know. Yeah, I get what you're talking about.
Well, in regards to the batteries not blowing up when they hit water, right? Like just right away. Because someone was mentioning their cell phone battery doesn't blow up when it drops in water. That's because it's like completely sealed. Like if there was a crack in that battery and the water was able to get to the lithium would ignite.
Yeah, that makes sense because that video, I'm trying to find the video of the guy with the Tesla that was like, check this out. And he lifted up the hood and there was all this condensation and like a puddle of water on top of his battery. And he was like, I don't know why they would design it like this to drain. Like maybe they fixed it. Maybe this was like a couple years ago. I don't know. But he's like, from what I understand, like lithium batteries are super like this would be the wrong place to have this water drain to. You should have like a little, I don't know, like spray or something catching it like above it, you know, so it's not. But yeah, he like showed water on it and it wasn't on fire when it was on it because there was no crack in the like casing or whatever, right? So as long as your casing is good, but say you get in an accident, you know, like and it gets cracked or whatever, like then like yeah, no good. It's just not a good. But I just found something about salt batteries. Have you heard about the salt batteries? I haven't looked into this at all. But apparently 9 months ago, Tesla Motors or whatever came out with a thing saying that they're getting rid of lithium and they're going to be doing salt batteries now. So I don't know what that's about. Just posted it in the side
Saltwater
chat.
batteries have been a thing, but I don't think they're as strong as like the lithium, right?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking because I haven't looked into it at all. I just saw it and posted it. So if anybody does know about it, be good.
I've seen these like really cool lights, right? That you fill up with salt water or ocean water, right? And they turn on like they're like uh, emergency lights.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious as to if this is, you know, just something that they are saying because they know so many people are hating on lithium right now or whatever. And so they're like, guess what? We're going to do something else. And it's just like, you know, when they say they're going to go to the moon in 2012 and have like a Hyatt on the moon, it's like kind of, is it like just blowing smoke up our ass or like, is there real, like, could they actually run a car off of salt water? I mean, well, we know they could run a car off of salt water because there was a guy that was suppressed doing that shit years ago, right? He got suicided and his.
You mean he accidentally got poisoned in a
Yeah,
diner?
he got suicided. Yeah, totally. He on a bunch of them. That happened to, like the algae guy, I think too, that had carbon off of algae. Like So now they're gonna set Elon up to be like to have all these other people's inventions, which makes sense because he didn't come up with PayPal either, right? Wasn't that somebody else's idea that he jacked? So like it goes along with his MO of like stealing other people's ideas, and then now they're gonna set him up to be like the savior who's gonna have everybody driving off of salt or something, and it's all gonna be lies or something. I don't know.
Oh man. What a crazy world.
But yeah, with the saltwater batteries, you still need the two different kinds of metal as well.
Trying to find the video I was talking about with the Tesla, but apparently this is a really big issue with people finding like, why is water pouring out of my Tesla? Why is there so much water leaking from my Tesla? Like it's a really common issue apparently that people are.
I mean, these cars are basically trash, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they have nothing to do with cars anymore. I mean, you really think if you're gonna buy a new Tesla, that thing will still drive in 20 years with the same battery? No way.
No, I think they did the math on it in like every like 7 years or something, depending on how much you drive it. But you have to get those replaced, and that's why so many are ending up in like the landfills and stuff. Is because people would rather just buy a new car than buy a new battery for it because it's so expensive or whatever. So like that's why all those stupid electric scooters. There's like tons of them. I don't know if you've seen like the graveyards of those electric scooters and bikes and stuff. There's tons of them just all piled up because it takes more money to. I guess it's just cheaper to just toss them than it is to maintain them for some reason. I don't know why. So Mark Taylor's saying that Einstein taught at university, so obviously he wasn't just put up to fool people. He taught physics. Yeah, well, look at freaking what's that guy's name from the occult that I just brought up? He's got literally hundreds of hours, and he would like. There's no excuses. Like this is years and years before Einstein, and he's got so many hours of tapes of recordings. It doesn't even have to be video, just audio. Like they used to record radio shows all the time and record like there's it's just it's no excuses for grown-ups. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. It was clearly just a mouthpiece puppet. Doubt he had any actual lectures, otherwise they would be recorded and we would all be watching them in school. Once again, they're lazy. They don't. We deserve better psyops. They don't even like cover their own asses. They're just like, whatever. These people will buy it. We don't have to actually record anything.
It's insane what people buy nowadays. I just watched the video Gio recommended with the Bluetooth thing. I don't know if you guys have been here, but I wonder why the persons didn't freak out when they got told that they emitting signal. Anyways, I would be freaked out.
Yeah, what did you think of it? Did it seem legit?
It's 100% real. Yeah, it's legit. 100% legit.
That's
100% because
a huge claim, and it's something that shouldn't be that hard to validate. I mean, if people that drank the Kool-Aid, as it were, are literally emitting Bluetooth addresses from that alone, and people that didn't are not, that is huge.
As a technical geek, the very reason why I think it's authentic is, first of all, when they did the experiment and they documented it, you can see that once the people show up, they give you a MAC address, but the problem is that the address, every address of a Bluetooth device that is officially built will give you the company's name, right? Or at least some reference point to where it was made or come from. But all these signals lead to no source. So it can't be some kind of third-party device acting up, or somehow interfering with the experiment, because the addresses have no source of where they come from in the first place. And that's why it makes it so legit for me. Yeah, obviously, if they put something into people that emit a signal, yeah, they will not say, this is the company who made it or something like that, right? It will come out as an unknown signal.
Yeah, it had it was like unregistered. Yeah, it didn't have any other identifiers on it in terms of what the manufacturer of the chip is, of the MAC address. Yeah.
And I mean, I have been around PCs all my childhood, and I built PCs with my brother, and I'm like a technical geek, so somehow, right? And I see if something is CGI, or something is like someone is just showing some stuff on the monitor, which is just some bullshit, right? Like some made of crap. But what they show, there was not one point in the video where I say this is, they're just trying to make a show or something. Like, everything they did as an experiment is legit. The way they recorded it, the way they showed the screen, why the person came close into the area of measuring. You saw it on the screen popping up on multiple devices, right? And the way what the programs they use, so it's all authentic. There's literally no reason for a bunch of people to go out in the desert and do this, for just, what is the logic? Like, why would a man who's a doctor, who already makes a good earning, I guess, in his life, why would he drive out there and waste his time to just add another stupid conspiracy, right? So anyway,
well, the thing is, this just shouldn't be that hard to independently verify. I mean, you do have to get people away from all other Bluetooth signals. So you do have to go out in a field somewhere, in a farmland or whatever, where you're away from all that. You got to get enough people, that some that have drank the Kool-Aid, some that have not, then separate them into groups, so you have a control group and all that. And then you do have to have the equipment. But I mean, it doesn't look too difficult. You do have to have at least 10, 20 people cooperating to do it. And the ones that did get the Kool-Aid, they have to be ready to face that and all that. But it just doesn't seem that hard to prove. And it seems a little almost surprising to me that if they did this, that they would make it that easy, that we can just pick it up with putting our, you can't do it with like a regular phone. You have to put it into like developer mode. You have to be using something that can see, basically hidden MAC addresses, because it's not just going to show up on your Bluetooth on your phone. You have to, but if it's showing up in the developer mode, that the signal, is actually being registered. I'm just surprised that well, maybe it's just it just has to be that way. Maybe it's just the way their system works. But don't you think that would be so easy to expose? And then if everybody who got the thing knew that they were now emitting a MAC address, a Bluetooth MAC address, I mean, that would be if that got out. I mean, I don't see how it couldn't get out if it's true.
But I could actually recreate it. My brother got the thing and her girlfriend. So
but I think you have to have enough people, because apparently some people, even that got it, they still won't register. So it's like maybe whether they didn't get it, they didn't get the one that, you know, is that, or whether the thing in their body, you know, is broken or died off or whatever. So what I'm saying is it probably can't. Well, even if you did it with like 3 people, and even if you only did with 3 people that got the Kool-Aid, even if any one of them registered, you'd have some positive result. But I'm just saying, I think you know, technically have to do enough to kind of get to see which ones, you know, of the percentage of those. But just to get the reading, you know, with someone who did, yeah, it doesn't seem like it's that hard to do. But if that's the case, and you could easily prove to people that they got the thing, that they're now have a login. There's now a password screen that is emitting a MAC address emitting from their body. And then did you see how when you if you try to put a password in, it just vanishes, and then it's just that whole MAC address is gone, and then a new MAC address arises with a new password screen? It's crazy.
I haven't seen that in the video. It was like some Mexican doctors working with some doctor from Switzerland, but I haven't seen that yet with the password and trying to connect it. They just showed that the source code, so to say, or the you know, the where it actually comes from or originated is not showing up. You know, like the addresses seem to have no point of where they have been created, which is kind of weird, because normally you will always get a source readout.
I think the video I just posted shows the guy at the what was it, in the coffins, not the coffins, but you know, where the dead bodies are buried. Cemetery, thank you. So basically he was going around picking up Bluetooth signals from the recently deceased in the cemetery and shit. So I think that's the video I posted. I'm not sure. I just haven't watched it.
In the video I also watched, he was going over, what is it called, where you put people to rest in the coffin. What was it called again? The graveyard. And
cemetery. That's what I just said.
okay, so it's equal. Okay, so he didn't ask the guy who works in the cemetery on the graveyard where the people who died that have been recently dead, right? And he actually found their graves by just using his laptop and the signals.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the video I just posted, but I looked up the video and that one popped up, so I just posted it in there. I think it's the same one. But yeah, I don't know, man. That's a trip. Clearly, there's something going on with whatever they're injecting into people. Just be really grateful you didn't get it. Unless you did, then I guess, you know, you can play music to your buddies while you're dead in your coffin. When you come back as a zombie, that's maybe how they reanimate people. They're like, okay, activate Bluetooth. Like, oh, I shouldn't talk about the zombie thing. I know I'll go on for a minute, but I mean, that is kind of crazy.
It is indeed creepy. Very, very creepy.
Especially if they have these. So they've been finding these blood clots that are as long as someone's leg, right? Like it's literally
yeah.
So like if they can activate some Bluetooth shit and those things don't need, you know, maybe they can like live off the flesh for like, you know, because it's like I don't know, it's its own thing. I don't know. Maybe that's how they get him to walk and animate. It's because of like the massive blood clots that they have. They're just like, okay, walk this way. Like, oh, sorry, my imagination's going a little wild there, but that's I don't know, man. Be prepared for the zombies, for the Vax zombies.
Well, yeah, the zombie thing is an intense kind of. I mean, I would say I certainly hope it doesn't go that way, but I guess maybe if that was like on a smaller, like, what if they only activate that in some people? Because I can't imagine there being like some full blown thing like that where like everyone turns into that. Like that idea sounds, because that would be like game over. It's like all our families would be. I mean, that'd be it. Like so many people be if it was to that level. But if it was
I
maybe on
think
like a smaller scale where there's like an outbreak in an area and they say, oh, there's some extraterrestrial, toxin that they released from space or something, and then they start activating it.
yeah, I mean, technically, they wouldn't need to have it be an actual thing for people to believe it. Like literally, they could just have like one little neighborhood that they block off and stage a whole like movie theatric show. And like people would believe it and be like, "Oh my God, the zombies! Look at the zombie preparedness freaking thing that they wrote up 10 years ago or whatever." And I mean, we already have been talking about that for a minute, but they like to set the stage for look at it is possible because they said it was, and it's like, well, I don't know if that's really going to be possible. I don't know, but either way, get your popcorn out. It's going to be entertaining, I'm sure.
Yeah, and if it's enough later, like after the main kind of event, then people all think that that they're fine. So yeah, it would make sense that if they are going to do something, that it would be later, like a couple of years later or something. After the dust settles, because after people are like, yeah, I got it, I'm fine, my family's fine. Most people are fine, I guess, even though some definitely had an instant problem with it. But so yeah, if they do it later, then people won't really think it's connected, possibly.
Yes, it is public zombie land. I agree. It is just going to the stores, like watching the zombies, but not really. Nobody's actually like eating people's faces off or anything. I don't know. I remember seeing that though. When was it? Josh, do you remember what year it was in California? The guy, like, I don't know if it was like a homeless guy or someone that just got out of the hospital that like ate someone's face or something. Like, I want to say like 2012.
Something like that. I think maybe 2014, 2012, somewhere around there.
Yeah, that was a
Probably,
trip.
probably at least 10 years ago.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah,
seeing that.
man,
And
that
it,
was
like,
that was so staged up, man. Come on.
no, thinking back about it now, like, yeah,
Yeah.
obviously, like, there was
You
nobody
kidding
else.
me? No one's eating someone's face. It's not happening. Like, and then here's the thing: the story they tried to tell was even stupider. The guy's like, "Yeah, I don't remember a thing." It's like, what? No, I just got a mental hospital. Like, really? Well, let's see about any other documented case of somebody getting out of a mental hospital and going and eating a person, right? Other than Dahmer, like, when it's so fucking stupid that they want people to believe that at even if it's no, it has to be staged. Because listen, this is just my opinion. They want people to believe that at any moment, anyone around them can fucking snap. So people are living in fear. That's all it is.
Do you think the tamale lady? You think that's a lie too?
I'd have to look that up. I don't know what it is.
Dude, some freaking lady like started, like, I don't know, did something I don't know if this
She
is
was
true.
she
Was
was in
it
LA. Yeah.
was it in LA? Apparently, I don't know
Yep.
where she was from, but she was hurting for money and basically lured I think it was a girl into her house and then like served up tamales with her like she didn't have money to buy meat and that's how she was like making money, was selling tamales to people like that. So be wary of the tamales you're buying. Just well, I don't know.
Wait,
Maybe
wait,
that's
wait,
just
wait,
a
wait.
weird
What
point.
was she putting people in the tamales?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
she was kidnapping people
Whoa.
and then
That's
cooking
the
them and
story. I
feeding
don't know
them
if
to
it's
people
true.
in Los Angeles.
That's what they. Yeah. How many years ago was this?
Whoa.
This was a minute ago too, wasn't it? Like a couple years
Yeah,
ago.
Oh.
that
I
was
don't
a
know.
while
So
ago.
could be a story. Could be fear porn. Could like be like a a psyop against the tamale ladies that are out there hustling during Christmas time. Like I feel bad. I'm not trying to be like don't support your local tamale lady. Just I don't know.
All right,
At the same
listen.
time,
I'd like to see support your local
everything.
tamale lady. Like that's even a thing anyway. But yeah,
Well, it's
uh
totally a thing. Have you been
no,
out west?
no, I guess I haven't. I didn't know that like a tamale stand, right? Tamale stands.
No, it's not even a stand. Like, well, I mean, they'll go anywhere and everywhere. They'll be out in the parking lots. Tamales,
Oh
tamales.
man,
Like,
and gross.
yeah,
Well, they can put anything in there, right? Tree bark. But
they could put anything. Yeah, I mean, this could totally be bullshit. I'm just saying,
okay, so
like,
check it out.
you know,
Does anybody remember the real story about the one dude who kidnapped a bunch of girls and kept them in the basement and like played with them in a weird way, like messed their whole lives up, right? Kept them down there for years, and you know what I mean? That was real. That thing happened because they showed like pictures from the basement and they went through the dude's house and they interviewed him and they interviewed everybody else around and the girls were released and they told stories and the parents were all like, oh my God, like freaking out, crying that the girls were back. That shit was real. That stuff right there scares the crap out of me because I just had a daughter. but like the face
Congratulations.
eating thing, right? The face eating thing, was there footage of it? Did anybody like eyewitness see the eating of the face, or was it just all happening in a blur? Like, you know what I mean? Like the two stories
I actually
are
just,
I don't
I
know.
actually just posted the art. It's from 11 years ago. I posted it in the side chat. It looks like there's some footage of somebody's legs right there. It was a while ago. I have to rewatch it because it's like I said, it's been probably 11 years since I've really revisited this story. So yeah,
If I
looking at it
remember,
now,
the footage was really far away and
yeah, it's
zoomed
like
in.
super far away. Yeah. So I mean, it could totally be staged. I'm not saying it couldn't. I think a lot of stuff is, especially if it's on the news. Like we should be definitely wary of it. But apparently, this is a witness that describes. Oh, this is a Florida face eating. So this was a different one than the California one. There was a few of
Yeah,
them. They all like it was
there,
like the
there
face
was
eating
Florida,
psyop.
Texas, and California.
Texas and California. Okay,
Yeah.
that's a couple.
Not that, man.
I think the California one was the one where he supposedly bit off his like nose and his lip and shit like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I have a hard time with it. And then the video that you just posted, all we see is legs and a guy telling a story, and he's not telling it well. Like he actually saw this. He's like, I don't know. It's to me, it's sus. But like I said, stuff like that can't like
No,
not like that, but like
no,
crazy
it is.
stuff happens like, dude, with the
It's
girls in
just
the
funny because
basement.
no, I agree with you, and I don't necessarily think that it's real. I'm just saying that, like, because you were like, "Is there any witnesses? Is there any video?" And I'm like, "Oh, I actually just posted it like 2 seconds ago." And you're like,
Yeah,
and you're
but if
like,
that's all
"No,
we
but
get, like if that's
of
all we
course,
get, it's just like NASA trying to say, "Hey, we went to the moon, but we didn't
yeah,
film it this time." Gosh, sorry guys.
yeah." Here's a picture of some legs, but there was one video I remember seeing where it actually did look, but it was from like a chopper, so it was super far away. But it did look like somebody was. But I mean, somebody could have been like a staged. Just like, okay, go and act like you're eating
Yeah,
this guy's face and hold on to like this thing of blood really quick and like, I mean, after seeing
yeah. How
like,
hard would that be? I think it'd be way harder to like imagine a scenario where someone does actually eat a face,
yeah,
as
no,
compared to,
there's the footage
hey
of it. I'm
guy,
gonna
go over
send
there
it.
and act like you're eating. Hey guy, go over there, act like you're eating a face. Get some blood out of this bag, and we're gonna give you $5,000. He's like, oh hell yeah.
That's we have a very nice topic right now.
Sorry,
No,
I'm
it's
No,
gonna
it's
good.
listen
my
anyway.
fault. We start talking
No,
about
no, no. It's a
zombies.
good one. I like it. I like it. I'm gonna listen anyway. I'm talking over people, and I got to work out anyway. Good talking to you guys.
We're Yeah, I'm
man.
looking for the other video. I'll tag you in it. Actually, I don't even know who I was talking to just now. I think it was
Sensei.
the sensei. Sensei. Okay, that's what I wasn't sure. All right.
Thanks.
No, I'm looking up the video of the person actually like it was like a chopper thing. I don't remember if it was Florida or California, but I'm gonna look for it right now because
I think it was the Florida one that had the chopper because I was looking at it right now and it's like clearer footage than anything I found for LA. Can't find clear footage for LA's right now so far.
yeah, just like the legs. Oh no, that's Florida. The little legs sticking out. That's not really anything. But anyways, we can change the topic. We don't have to talk about people eating faces anymore. It's all good.
Yeah, is
Or
anybody
tomorrow.
able to is anybody able to debunk gematria, like how they can change letters into numbers? Because like I just posted a video of this guy breaking down, decoding a few things. It was at 11:35 a.m. I don't know what time it is. I posted part 2, main mass shooting ritual decoded, manhunt, blah blah. He talks and he breaks down. And what is the coincidence that all of these attributes to this propaganda are able to be deciphered and numbered? I encourage anyone to watch that and try to, like, can anyone tell me that gematria is not a thing?
Well, it's an easy way of trying to make connections where there isn't. But I can type in my name in gematria and then simultaneously think of something particular, and then I find it obviously some other word in there, and then it's like it will give you what you're searching for, if that makes sense, right? Do you know these things that you can have as a child that you can shake and it either says yes or no, or like in a SpongeBob episode, where they have this.
Yeah, it's
I
a
don't
magic
know.
8-ball. Magic 8-ball.
Yeah, that's kind of how I look at it, for what it is.
Like, what drives somebody to support the unsupportable, right? The thing with Einstein now, here with Mark Taylor, we're going back and forth. He died in 1955. There was cameras around, there was video recordings. So the smartest man in the world, nobody thought of making a thing with him, of him explaining his theories. And all the lectures that he did, nobody thought to film those for prosperity. The smartest man in the world, the man that revolutionized everything, turned all of cosmology upside down. Are you serious, Mark? Like, really, bro? Like, at this point, I gotta think you're trolling.
Or mostly the people in chat are trolls, yeah. There's actually no reason to debate them. Because if they would really want to talk about it, they would be in here, right? Using the real voice. Which they don't do.
Like, there's no way to substantiate that. I mean, really? The smartest man in the world, he's not recorded. They don't have his theory of relativity, special theory of relativity, all that stuff. None of it is recorded.
You know what the weirdest thing is? If you actually do listen as a German, especially, I'm a German, right? If I listen to the existing recordings, I cringe because he sounds like a, sorry to say, like a kind of like an autistic child.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. He sounds dumb. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But he sounds like one dumb person.
Not saying
Like he
it.
can't string a sentence together. That's what he sounds like to me, I swear.
Not saying that autistic childs are dumb, but I don't know how to compare it. He just sounds lost, like a puppet. Like if I would get a man as an example of who can I chose that represents someone who is like on a puppet string, who is being guided to just say a script, then it would be definitely him.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't mean to say autistic is dumb. No. He doesn't sound autistic. He sounds like not an intelligent man. like a
Yeah.
person that cannot string a sentence together. When
He's like
asked
a
what the speed of sound was, bro, he didn't know. He
he's like
didn't know, man.
he's like the Joe Biden with a different software update.
Exactly. Well said.
Well, they try to say that English wasn't his first language, but like you said, if he's one of the smartest people in the language or in the world, you're telling me he can't learn English? I mean, I know one of the professors I study with, he speaks like 12 languages perfectly, and his English is very good. So, and he lectures in English all the time, and so I mean,
Even as a German, I must say, man, when I listen to him talking his mother language, he it's the same as with an English, man. He sounds silly.
oh, you're saying
like-
even when he speaks German, you're saying
Yeah. I mean,
interesting. So even that
Yeah.
sounds awkward.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah.
He sounds
worse
like
than
a
German.
Joe Biden, like a I don't know, like a lost guy, like who doesn't really know what his purpose is of why he's saying the things he's saying, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but even if he didn't speak good English, of course, no, we don't all do.
Y-
Where is his German? He could have done it in German.
You know,
He could have done it in German. People could have translated. There could have been a record of Einstein talking about his stuff. 1955, he died. Not in the 1800s where there was no cameras in that. So there's no excuse here. Zero.
You know when someone is like authentic, like let's say like you let's say you have like a hobby you're burning for, right? Like you let's say you repair motorcycles and you talk about you want to share this one secret to the world where
Yeah, bro.
you're a genius of making a motorcycle. You're like extremely self-confident. You're like, I have this one part with my motorcycle. I did this specific thing that everybody can do, and it's a formula that is extremely great. And that's something that makes you authentic because you have this fire, this passion behind what you do. And then you have a guy that just stands there and is like completely insecure. And it's just, I'm just reading a script. I really don't know what's going on and what I'm doing here. But I'm supposed to be a president, It's just this Joe Biden unauthentic weird feeling that I get from Einstein. He's just an actor, man, and indeed a very bad actor. I don't know where they get these actors. That's something listen to Don Pettit, for example, the actor. I don't know where they pick these people up, but man, these people are like B movie actors, even worse sometimes.
Yeah, and then when you factor in the fact that he was a patent clerk, the fact that most of it, all of his theories somebody else came up with, it's easy to tell he's just a manufactured genius. That's all it is. I mean, it's very evident. I mean, the guy didn't know what the speed of sound was. Period.
Yeah, it's very cringy.
Yeah, transcripts aren't the same as actual audio or video. Like one or the other. We're not even being picky. Like you got, like they got all these occult lectures dating back to like the 20s, but they can't have this guy in the 50s talking about anything or the 40s or like I don't know. I just like it could be a radio show. It doesn't have to be a video, but I don't know. I mean, I feel like if it existed, the Globies would have had it by now and would have been like, see, here, you see? But they're not. They're just making excuses.
I don't
As
know why
usual.
they cling on to him. I don't understand why. Like, what is so special about this man? Tell me, please tell me, guys. Why do you think his thoughts are superior to any other man's thoughts? I just don't get it.
They don't even know themselves.
Dude,
I think Sorry, go ahead.
Good. I was just gonna jokingly say he solved the globe, dude.
Well, I've heard of Globies actually turning on him. Like the science is starting to turn on him a little bit and be like, "Oh, maybe Einstein didn't know." Like they're realizing that we're realizing that he's a total fraud, so they're like trying to like, kind of get ahead of it a little bit and be like, "Oh, and so pretty soon they're going to be acting like that never happened. They'll be gaslighting us like we never said Einstein was anything, like even though that's been like a main argument for however many years in the flat earth world. Like that'll be the next move. It's just the gaslight us.
Yeah. It's sad at this point. It really is.
Like if he had anything of substance, all he has is ridiculous stuff: relativity, the speed of light. His biggest dream was when he was riding a wave of light. His greatest thing was when he saw somebody painting and he imagined them falling from a building. I mean, this is like, what is this stuff? This is just some mental cases, whims of seeing people fall or pretending, imagining they're riding a light beam and then coming up with theories. Like, come on, man. A brother getting older than the other because of speed? Everything he came up with is absolutely ridiculous and unprovable. Everything. He sent back science 100 years at least 100 years. At least Newton was working with freaking objects, right? This guy's working with time-space fabrics. I mean, geez, man. And look at where all this has gotten us now. Now we're at a point where all this stuff is being buried alive by the James Webb Plane Telescope. All these things are disproven. All of them. So, sorry, Einstein lovers, the facts are the facts. You can't change physics.
They will show you how they can change physics.
No, Star Carter, we're advancing. What we're doing is because some of us have learned your model, and very well, I might add, some of us, we're able to disseminate the lies and the nonsense. And it's very, very easy to do. Very easy. Come in, Mark. Come in, Star Carter, and we can discuss it. And I can show you step by step the ridiculousness of the model and how we can disprove every one of his nonsense. Give it a go. Let's start with dark matter. Dark energy, Big Bang, cosmological model, galaxies found way massive and way far back to be where they're at, huge black holes, could go on and on. It's not just Discord. This is, we're talking in Discord, but everything I say is true. It's by your own findings. It's not like a flat earther is saying this. Your own scientists are saying this, Mark. You're going to have to rewrite cosmology. Your Big Bang model is incorrect. Way wrong. You're going to have to come up with a completely new cosmology.
Yeah, and your mama fat too. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, they're not coming in because they know I'm right. They know there's no comeback for this. They know it. Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. That's when you know you have them. Stark Otter. Can't figure out the shape of the earth, wants to converse about modern science. You see, when you hear that, you know you got him. When they go back to shape of the earth, you know you got him.
Well, they're going to bounce back and forth, right? You own them on science for long enough, they're going to be like, well, I mean, it's probably a new group of eyes and ears. Let's just go back to the shape and be sarcastic for a little bit. Hope the audience buys that as globe evidence. And we'll just vacillate back and forth between, Earth shape, the sky, or science being, well, modern science is scientism, right? The real science exists. But anyway, I digress. They only got two options. Instead of being honest, right? All in place of a concession. It's pathetic.
Yeah. So if you're fine with what it says, Mark, then you know that it just destroys your cosmological model, right? Are you aware of that? If you agree with the James Webb Plane Telescope, then you have to agree that your model has to be rewritten from scratch. No, it doesn't. Oh, that's a fine rebuttal. How are you going to explain a baby? How are you going to explain a 14-year-old where a toddler should be? How are you going to explain that? Let's start with that. Models get tweaked all the time. Yeah, it's a waste of time, man. I know you just don't want to. You just don't want to see. You don't want to. So yeah, conversation over here. If you don't get that, I don't know what else to tell you.
Well, they're just lining up in text chat to debate you. It's funny. It's the whole text chat is just those guys trying to deal with what you're saying in text chat, just madly typing away.
They're going mad, but they don't want to come in. Like there is no rebuttal. I mean, one scientist here in Ottawa doubled the age of the universe to solve this, but it still doesn't solve it because then you would have to have two time frames. Yeah. Yeah, and Mons isn't going to do it either. Mons isn't going to do it either. You have a big, big problem in your cosmology. That's another sure sign that you got him nailed. This is one of my favorite ones. Here we go. You're using a satellite in a place you don't even believe in to try to say our model is destroyed. That's just stupid. I love it. If you noticed, I've been referring to it as the James Webb Plane Telescope. Plane. I absolutely do not believe in your fantasy where it's orbiting a node of nothing. I absolutely do not believe that, Mark. Nice try. So they're going to go back to the shape of the Earth, or we're using a technology that we don't believe in. That's pretty lame, Mark. It's not about winning, Mark. It's about you being sold a fantasy and you bought it hook, line, and sinker. And even in the face of overwhelming evidence, right? You refuse to see. So that's on you, bro. That is on you. Shut up, Jace. SC is dishonestly lying. You're full of shit, my friend. Everything I said is true. Everything. All found by your scientists. And I'm loving to see you guys sweat it out now. Squirming. It's beautiful. It's not me that's lying. Everything I told you is found by your scientists. Everything. That's the beauty of it. That's what I love the most. To hear you guys do what you're doing, but it's not us, right? It's not the flat earthers. It's your baller scientists that are saying that. And you're the only ones, you do 2-3 guys here on Discord, you're the only ones that are supporting this. Most scientists have accepted the fact that they're gonna have to change a lot of stuff. So I'm not lying, Jace. You're scared to face the facts. That's what it is. Anybody, just Google or YouTube cosmological problem, James Webb Space Telescope, and see how many inconsistencies it found. I'm not lying. Everything I said is true. Jace is just bitter. He has nothing to come back with, and so that's what he's saying.
Hey,
Yo?
Hey, what's up, beer man?
hey, what's up? Oh, sorry, I was listening half on the YouTube, half on the half on the Discord. But yeah, what's up, guys?
What's your take on this, beer man?
I actually just hopped in now. I've had a couple of beers. Our country won the Rugby World Cup tonight, so we had a couple of celebrations. So excuse me, I've had a couple of beers. But yeah, Essie, I was listening to what you were saying. Some of it, probably the past 5 or 10 minutes. Um, if you can give me a quick rundown of what the discussion's about, I'd love to hear what you had to say.
Well, we're talking about basically the cosmological model and how they got it all wrong. The James Webb Plane Telescope, and how it like the whole time frame is off. They're going to have to rewrite cosmology because they found galaxies fully formed where there should have been babies, and so on and so forth. Black holes supermassive and not where they should be, and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so when it comes to that sort of discussion, I'm not familiar with it. I haven't dug much into that. I think cosmology, and when it comes to a broader spect of, how do I ever say it, spect of that sort of discussion, I think a lot of it comes into religious belief or belief itself. I think you can speculate a lot on that sort of discussion of what you're seeing and why you are seeing it. I think it's very difficult for us to prove anything when it's so far away. Um, I think the ancients had an idea of what it could be, and tying into the reality or the shape of the world that we are in now, I think they may be trying to compare the cosmology to that, or what they are seeing to that. Uh, so yeah, it's a very interesting discussion. But like I say, I got absolutely no idea what's going on beyond of what I can go touch and feel for myself, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But it's a fascinating discussion, and if they're coming up with some sort of calculation or explanation of why we are seeing what we are seeing, um, I think it's valid to have a look at it. If you believe it, understand it, can comprehend it, then cool, good for you. For me, I can't. To be honest, I cannot comprehend of what they're saying. I've got my own speculations of why we are seeing what we are seeing. I think I've got just as valid proof for that, at least to myself, of why I'm seeing what I'm seeing. But yeah, it's pretty awesome, actually. It's a fucked up and beautiful world altogether. uh, but yeah, hopefully that is, I don't know, a good enough answer from my side.
Yeah, for sure. See, the thing here is, this is where I die of laughter, right? If you look, if you go and look at all the scientists now, right, talking about this subject, it's been a year now, right? Just about every single scientist, everyone, Michikaku, all of them, right? They all say there's something wrong, there's something up with the model, except the Mark Taylors and these guys here, you know? It's like the Stark Otters. These are the guys defending the model, but the scientists themselves see the problem. It's totally unbelievable. It's totally unbelievable.
So Izzy, I've been listening to the whole discussion regarding the shape of the realm, or the place, the world that we're in, and I appreciate both sides as much as my own speculation of this realm, or place that we're in. But what I find fascinating, at least for myself, is that I took the onus on myself to go do some sort of work or experiments or tests for myself. And I'm not going to claim any shape, but I'm going to claim some sort of physical obstruction. Um, I don't know what it is. I've asked for help to measure what I've come across, which is objective. I can't give a shape to that measurement, but I think I've done a great job to try prove something to myself, that there is some sort of physical obstruction, irrespective of the shape of the place. Um, when it comes to cosmology and what these guys are doing, I respect what is being presented, but I think what a individual should do is take that information and speculate, or take it further. It's like someone giving you $100 and saying, "Guys, go spend this money. Here it is for you. Go do with it what you can." Um, I think it's valuable for people such as yourself to take the information that's been given and test it. Are they correct? Or disprove it and say, guys, that $100 is actually worthless. If that makes sense, I don't know how to take that any further. They're giving you information, and do with it what you can.
Well, that's the whole thing, yeah. You take all the information available and you think for yourself. This is the thing that our baller friends don't do. They're given information, they accept the information, they don't think about it. That's just the way it
No,
is.
yeah, there's a lot of trust involved, which is understandable, man. It's not easy to test these things for yourself. Myself, I've only got so much budget to do things for myself, but I love the discussion. I think it's really awesome. I wouldn't have heard of these things if it wasn't for either side, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, for me, it's not like that. It's what they're giving us. The other side is getting disseminated. Because if you have fully formed galaxies at 390, 400 million years after the Big Bang, I'm sorry, man, that just kills the whole thing. It's not a maybe. It's not a what if. It just kills the whole thing. There's nothing to discuss here. You know what I'm saying? You can't have a teenager or a baby should be. That's it. There's no
Yeah.
way around that.
No, I got you on that one. With regards to the Big Bang, if anything resonates with me regarding that cosmology or idea of existence, would be when the sperm meets the embryo. I think that's how it works. um, but yeah, when those two uh, meet each other, there's this spark. If anything, I would say that's the Big Bang. If that's the existence of my reality or my world, and there's a Big Bang, yeah, man, wowness, and yeah, if that's what they're talking about, I would say awesome stuff for trying to figure it out. If that's the best they can do, that's where they gotten. But I think it's open to speculation, 100%. I don't think it's provable at all, um, objectively, at least.
Yeah, they're scrambling to come up with new modified theories and this and that, but so far I haven't heard anything that explains anything. The funniest one was the doubling of the age of the universe. That one blew my mind.
I don't think anything will explain anything uh, in such a large scale. I think that's going to be for you as an individual to try figure out. I don't know how old you are. I'm 37 years old. Um, I've got maybe 30 years left, maybe 40 years left to live. Uh, I got 40 years to try figure it out for myself. I don't want someone to tell me what this place is. I'm enjoying this existence, and I'm gonna try figure it out for myself. But as a worldview, I think it's very unfair for anyone to push any worldview onto anyone else.
Absolutely. And this is not about what it is. This is about what it is not. Let's be clear here. They're not telling you what it is. They're telling you what it is not. They're telling you what they thought it was, it is not. This is a big difference here.
Yeah, that's probably part of the propaganda side of things, and it's pushing a narrative. So yeah, I would agree with you, to an extent, at least.
Yeah, but Beerman, answer me this. Why would they sabotage their own model?
Ooh, how do I answer that? Give me a few minutes to answer that one.
Yeah. Like, it's not like flat earthers are doing this, right? It's them. It's the globe boys. It's the cosmological boys. They're the ones that are doing this. Why would they be shooting themselves in the foot?
So with regards to the globe model, um, when you mention globe boys, uh, yeah, I understand where that discussion's coming from. But if it comes to someone like myself, I'm very open. I actually had the discussion with my brother tonight when we were watching the rugby regarding we were actually looking at the moon. I said, dude, look at that moon. And there was a lamp pole right next to the moon, for instance. Yeah, and he's saying, dude, it looks so fucking close. I was, dude, I agree with you. It looks so damn close. But while we are seeing it in that position, I'm saying it's leaving its last medium. That's where we're seeing the light exit. And we just had a very cool discussion. And it's awesome to have these sort of discussions in person with people, because it's less argumentative and you have a lot more time to explain your reasoning behind it. But at least with my work that I've been doing, I've shown, or I don't want to say I've shown to anyone else, but at least to myself, I've shown some sort of physical obstruction. Whether it's a curve or what it is, I don't know, but there is something there. So why it is presented to us as a globe model, there may be some truth to it. I can't take it any further than what I've done, but I think there is some truth to it. But what it is, I cannot tell you. I'm gonna need a lot more time than 1 minute of explanation. But yeah, dude, I appreciate the discussion, and don't treat me as a regular, probably glober is what you would label it. Don't treat me like that. I do appreciate both sides.
Hi guys,
Oh
how is
yeah,
everyone? Can I just ask you what obstruction are you saying that you think you found?
So Heath Comedy's actually posted a recent video, and he's asked for three. Oh, he's posted 3 observations, and I gave my 3 explanations for it. So each of them, I gave my reasoning for it, but what I'm saying is that for something to occur, or for the observation to occur of what we are seeing in the distance, you able to replicate on a small scale as well. And for that specific observation to occur, you would need to have obstruction. Um, Whether it's obscured by a physical thing itself, like you're putting a piece of paper in front of you and you're only seeing half of it, or whether you are seeing the mirage obstruct the target. Below that mirage would be physical obstruction. I did the observations on perfectly squared things. So for instance, a wall, um, which is squared. There's no curve to it, but there's a physical obstruction to it. So I'm just saying, for that observation to occur, you would need to have some sort of obstruction. I don't want to go into the whole flat Earth, globe Earth argument, because I haven't measured till what's that, 3.5 miles or something. I haven't done that. But I'm saying, for that obstruction to occur, or for that observation to occur, every time there needs to be obstruction for it to look that way.
Okay, I'm not sure what the videos are you're referring to, so I can't really comment on that.
Yeah,
I'd have to watch those videos.
yeah, preferably in a private discussion, because I can get very, very long-winded with this, and there's a lot to it than just a 1 minute or 30-second quick outburst of what you're discussing. But yeah, I want to hear what Essie's got to say. I appreciate the cosmology thing, because I got a lot to learn from that.
yeah. It's very simple. I posted some stuff, right? It's very simple. You can hear scientists talk about it. The only people that don't seem to get it is a couple of people here on Discord. Just Google it. Google cosmology. Nice picture there. Google all the stuff and you'll see what I'm saying is true. I'm not making this up. This is
Yeah.
a big problem.
Yeah, that's a lot of the mainstream cosmology narrative. I'm not a big fan of it, because I don't really believe in it. Um, there's a guy that I watch, is Jay Dreamers. He's very, very fascinating to listen to. He's got his worldviews, and he shares a lot of the history stuff. And then obviously I got my own ideas of what this place is. And I think it's important to listen to everyone's perspective, and then what resonates with you, and what you can make of this places. I think that's important. And like I say, at least for me, I've maybe got 40 years left to live. I don't think it's very valuable to me to take someone else's cosmology and say, yeah, that's what I believe. I think I should believe what I want to believe.
Yeah, it seems that we've been manipulated big time, and it seems like the current scientific establishment is not about science. It's all about funding, and it's all about themselves. There's zero truth today in cosmology. I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. Now, it appears that with this James Webb Plane Telescope thing, it appears that maybe some of the scientists are coming around. It remains to be seen.
I do believe that they've sent something up to give some sort of image or data back. Whether it is what's being presented to us, I don't know. But I don't think it's. Oh, I think they've sent something up there to take these images. I think it's definitely possible to do it, at least. But that's me, guys. I'm not saying that it is what it is. I'm just saying, at least I believe it. I may be proven wrong.
Look at this advanced quantum entanglement. As if quantum entanglement wasn't enough. Now we have advanced quantum entanglement, like advanced nonsense.
Yeah.
It's almost like they're laughing at us, bro.
Issy, I think you and I had a very short discussion regarding the string theory, which is something you brought up. I actually didn't know about it until you brought it up, and it's something that resonated a lot with me because that was my own cosmological or at least reality idea of string theory. But it's something that you said you don't think is could be possible or real, but for me at least, I'm saying that wow, yeah, this resonates a lot with me because it's something that I thought could be possible before I even knew it. I thought it, and then you told me about it, and you said, "Oh my God, these people are saying the same thing." So that resonated with me. What's your thoughts on string theory?
Oh yeah, that's another thing that scientists are saying, that it it brought back science 30 years, 40 years. There's no proof. That there's nothing. They have nothing. They have nothing on it. Even Michio Kaku is saying it's time to move away from this. It's nonsense. You have Sabine and some other scientists saying the same thing. So yeah, it's a nothing burger. It's a nothing
I don't
burger.
know. I like it, and yeah, irrespective of what I like, I'm just saying I like it because that was my idea of possibly the next step of what we would possibly see if we had to go further down into making something smaller and smaller and smaller. We would see what we would see in string theory, and that's why I appreciated you bringing up that discussion before. But like I said, I don't know much about it, but it resonates a lot with me because it ties in with a lot of what I think this place is.
Yeah, I'm not. To be honest with you, I'm not entirely opposed to that, right? Because they say everything vibrates on its certain frequency. So I don't see anything wrong with that, to be honest with you. But so far they haven't been able to prove this, because in other, first of all, you got to understand this, bro. In order for this to work, they need 11 dimensions.
Oh, I didn't even know that. I think it'll be so difficult to prove either way. You would have such small microscopic tools, equipment to even do this. But if they're working on it, wow, man. Imagine it is proved to be objective and you can go buy this sort of equipment to prove it yourself. That'll be a mind fucking breaking thing to do. Uh, but either way, it really doesn't matter. Like I say, you got At least for me, I've got 40, maybe 40 years left to live, and I want to try and make the best of these 40 years that I can. 40 years can go however long, I don't know, man. Time is just a concept. Existence is a very weird thing, but it's very beautiful, fucked up, everything all in one. It's really, really cool.
Can you imagine 11 dimensions?
How many dimensions do we live in at the moment, if I may ask?
3?
Yeah, so 11 is beyond my comprehension. The my ability to even think of an existence beyond this is mind-boggling.
Yeah, like 11 dimensions. Like, look, I could understand frequency, vibration, and shape. Like when we do the frequency and the sand thing, every frequency corresponds to a different shape, right? That's something that resonates with me and I could understand. But when you're talking 11 dimensions, you're in La La Land. You just lost me. I mean, you might as well talk about Harry Potter.
Yeah, but the ability to even think about it definitely gives the possibility of existence, and just the thought of something. Think of say you were a homeless person and you thought of, fucking imagine me being a millionaire. Just give me an example. Yeah, it's a very shitty example, but imagine you saying to yourself as a homeless person, I want to be a millionaire, and you get a computer and you develop this ability to code something, and you code this program, and the world needs it, and this person becomes an absolute millionaire because half the world has developed or has bought this program that you developed. That person thought it's beyond belief, that he could do it. Because he thought it, it became a possibility. So yeah, I think it's definitely possible, man. I don't think we should write everything off just like that.
11 dimensions. Come on, beer man. I will definitely write it off just like that.
Yeah, maybe. I don't blame you. I really don't blame you. But I do want to allow my mind to accept the possibility for it, whether I believe it or not. I'm definitely going to open up my mind to the possibility.
Yeah, well, I guess different people think of things differently. Me, I don't know. I have this thing I can detect non-truth. I mean, and this is not like a special detection. I mean, this is so obvious. Like 11 dimensions. You need 11 dimensions for string theory to work. And in the 40, 50 years which it's been happening, they haven't progressed at all. Zero. Nothing. They have nothing to show for it.
Yeah, it's theory though. It is theory. I grant you that, man. But let's have some fun, man. Like I say, we've got 40 years left. I don't know how old you are.
Yeah, have fun, but have fun in reality, right? If you wanna, go into their world, I mean, God bless you, but I try to think of things in reality and the physics that we know, right? And in the physics that we know, their model is just impossible.
To be honest, I actually don't even know why I hop into these Discord so much. Because if I had to share my thoughts, you guys would probably ban me, if anything, or write me off. But granted, yeah, dude, reality is what we have right now. I can't deny that. We are having this discussion over what is reality known as internet and Discord, etc., etc. But I think there is more to than just Discord, relationships and things like that. I think there's a lot more to this place than the average person understands. And I think when the individual will open up his mind and figure things out, yeah, man, I think we can go a lot more places than just what is presented to us.
Let me ask you, Beerman, do you think that there's some things that we'll never know?
100%, yes. 100%.
Yeah.
At least for me, So that's where I'm at. I'm gonna say, dude, 100%. I don't think I know everything. So yeah, hopefully that answered your question that way. But I could be wrong. Maybe someone knows something more than what I do. But for me, at least, I'd say 100%. I don't know everything. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. It's an honest answer. See, the scientists of today have made people believe that they know everything or just about everything. And it's just insanity. It's not so. But they have convinced people that there is somebody here on earth smarter than them that has the answer to whatever question. The size of the universe, the age of the sun, what does the sun do, how it combusts, nuclear, all this stuff. They think they know this. They think they know how the sun works. It's mind boggling. Yeah.
Yeah, and that can still change, which is weird for me. That if you had to even speculate without a degree or without the experience, just to speculate something, you get written off. Which is fucking weird for me, man. And that's probably why I hop into these damn discords, because I do like to share my thoughts and experience, but I've realized to keep a lot to myself, because it just gets written off so quickly, um, to speculate without uh, objective evidence or objective truth. So generally, when I share information, I like to share objective truths, but now and then I share some speculation and ideas. But yeah, dude, I like I say, I appreciate the discussion, and I love what you brought up. I think it's amazing to bring these sort of things up. I think it's really awesome to discuss these things.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with speculation as long as you say we're speculating now. We're speculating, right?
Yeah, it's whether you accept it as speculation or truth, and I think that's what's up to you. And what's being presented to us is fact, which is where I disagree. Um, to an extent, I disagree to it.
Yeah, sure. Like Einstein, right? Did he speculate on his theories? They were all speculations, all daydreams. All the things that he says were like there's no sane individual that would think a thing like that. Like, how many times have you ever um, how many times have you imagined yourself riding a light beam? Hands up.
I've recently thought of myself as a light beam, if any, if anything.
And people buy this stuff, you know? I mean, come on, man.
Oh man, dude, people buy weird shit. um, let them buy what they want to buy. That's their reality. I've realized people have got their own realities, their own worlds they live in. Think about a first world, third world country. If you want to label those sort of countries that way, it's weird learning that people don't understand how we live here in South Africa versus people that live in Spain versus people that live in the US, people that live in Thailand. It's totally different realities that these people live in, but we live in all the same reality. But yeah, it's a weird place, man. It's so fucking weird, but it's so awesome.
And look at the ridiculous stuff they make you believe, right? Look at the tactical French, right? It's a pretty, very nice picture, as a matter of fact. But look at that beautiful picture that he took. And it takes some doing, so congratulations. That is a giant ball of gas in a vacuum, right? A physical impossibility. But yet, there it is, And this is what people believe.
So whether it's physical is one big question. Whether we are physical is another question. Whether this place is physical, whether reality is physical is a big question. But what Tactical has taken or shared there is possible with standard equipment. You can actually take a picture of something very similar, at least with standard equipment. I've taken something very similar. Yeah, let me not speculate too much here, but um, with a P900, you can take something very close to that, but very blurred. So imagine taking a picture of your family, and it's very blurred out, but you can make out your family, and you put this sort of crisp family picture next to it. You would say, oh yeah, these two are resembling each other. So granted, maybe what's being presented may be an exaggeration of what's being presented, but I would say with standard equipment, you can get a very objective image yourself with equipment that you can buy over the counter. And with a telescope, I think you can do a way better job. But yeah,
I'm
I
not
think it's
questioning
definitely.
that. I'm not questioning. He showed his telescope. He's got a nice telescope. It's not that. I'm not questioning the fact that he took the picture. He took the picture, he stacked it, and he did it very well. The point is what you think you're looking at there. That beautiful picture is said to be a gas ball in a vacuum. That is impossible, beer man.
Yeah, that is a bit weird to call it that. But is it that? I fucking don't know, man.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know.
Ask anybody. That's what it is. It's a gas giant ball in space. What's space? A vacuum.
Yeah, so see if I go ask anyone, they would tell me that because that's what they've been told. What it is, what
And
I
they'll
think
tell
it
you
is,
gladly.
fuck, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
What it is, what I think it is. I got my own ideas what these things are. But yeah, dude, I get what you're saying.
Oh.
Yeah, it's too funny, man. Like the whole model is, it could be like made fun of. It's like it's so easy. You don't even have to try hard.
It's a monopoly of the cosmology, man. If you really think about it, it's very much a monopoly of cosmology.
Yeah, that's what it is. Until a few people sit back and look at it and say, "What? What is that supposed to be?" Did
Yes,
he
someone
say?
like yourself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
someone like yourself. You saying, "Oh fuck you guys," I don't believe you, and I would agree. I also don't believe what they're saying. What it is, I've got my own ideas. I'm sure you have your own ideas. I'm sure Truth has got her own ideas. Rakir's got his ideas, etc., etc. I think we all got our own ideas as much as we got our own ideas of why we are actually here. Um, but I think what we can do is we can take that information in what presented to us and say, okay, guys, I'm sifting out the bullshit here. I don't agree with you, what you're saying there. Here's my ideas. And then they write you off because you don't have a fucking PhD, which sucks. But screw them, dude. You got
Exactly.
40 years. You got 40 years left. Make of it what you can and share your ideas with the rest of the population. Yeah, that's interested to hear alternatives.
Well, yeah, that's all we can do. We can just say what we think and what we think is absurd about the model, and let the people listening make up their own mind.
Correct. Plain reality, are you Australian or New Zealand?
Am I still on? Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't realize I was still on. Thought I was muted. Australian.
Ah, okay. Yeah, so if you were New Zealand, I would say sorry to hear, buddy. But yeah, South Africa beat you guys in the rugby today.
Ah, right. Okay, you guys won the rugby.
Yeah, dude, by 1 point. But I said it today. I said it to my father. We went to go watch it by my father's place. My brother also was there, and he's actually sleeping over there tonight. But I said I thought New Zealand's gonna win, man. I said by 12 points. 12. I said between 12 or 15 points because I just think they're a fucking better rugby team, man. But yeah, we actually won by 1 point. But yeah, we won the World Cup as a South African country, which is hopefully going
Well,
to
what they should
unite
do
us.
is they should offer sheep as the prize, and then New Zealand would win every time.
Oh my God, really?
No, that's a personal joke between Australians and New Zealanders.
No, I get you. I get you.
So anyone who's from New Zealand will know exactly what that means.
It's like a mini war, man. It's pretty cool to watch, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think that's what sport
rugby's a
is.
pretty tough sport. Which rugby was it?
This one, this was the World Cup rugby.
Oh, okay, yeah, but what which style of rugby is that?
What do you?
'Cause
Oh, dude,
well, you got the one where
no.
they do the proper scrums and stuff, and then there's the two different types of rugby.
Well, I only know of one
Like the
rugby,
way,
and that's rugby.
yeah, but isn't it played in a couple of different ways? Isn't there different leagues of it?
Oh shit! This is just international World Cup
Like,
rugby.
yeah, sorry, man. I thought there was a different way that it's also played. Like one where they like fully get on top of each other, and then you have the full scrum, and then you have to get the ball out of there, and then go from there. And then there's the other one where you stop and you butt heads together.
Oh no, I just
Or is
know
it,
of
or is it
rugby.
all the same? Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
they're all the same. Yeah, dude. Okay. I played it in school back in the day, um, but I never watched it in my adult years for the past 20 years or whatever. But recently, my wife and I started watching rugby again. Uh, I'm not a big team sport fan. I hate it when one person fucks up everything for a whole team. I prefer individual sports like surfing, tennis, golf, etc., etc., because I think that individual is representing his country or whatever. Um, but recently we got into the whole rugby thing purely because our country is I think rated number one in the world at the moment, at least for quite a few years actually. But I've never supported it in that sense, but it's been quite a good spirit upbringing thing, just for the country, for the people itself, because we're probably going through such tough times in the world as a whole. It's quite awesome to have that camaraderie between each other.
yeah. Team sports and that definitely have a way of bringing people together.
Yeah, it's weird. It's a team of 23 or 28 people, yeah, 15 play at a time to bring a whole nation of 60 million people together. Oh yeah, not all 60 million, maybe 1 million of those people together is quite incredible that it's got that ability to do that. Um, which I appreciate, especially through these tough times. And yeah, I've decided to support it, and it's been amazing to do that.
Have you heard of Tired Late,
I
dear
have
man?
not. No, no, I have not.
Yeah, the stuff that they come up with is just incredible. I posted a thing on it. It's a 1 minute short. You might want to watch it.
Is that the
Yeah,
one?
so
Yeah, tired light
tired
model.
light.
Sorry?
Sorry, man, go. I was just saying, did you say tired light?
Yeah,
No, I got the video. Yeah.
it's a thing. Check out the video I posted.
Oh, light gets exhausted, bro.
Yeah.
It's pretty tough traveling 20 billion light years.
Isn't it similar to sound? That sound would eventually just work its way into uh, a nothingness frequency or vibrational state.
Well, this is the thing. Gupta. Well, Zwicky came up with that. I think I'm not sure, but this professor brought it out again with the doubling of the age of the galaxy. So he introduced tired light in there as part of the theory.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll check it out.
Tired light. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's like a joke. It's like they're laughing at us, bro.
They're not laughing at us. We're trying to point this shit out. They're laughing at the people that are just soaking it up and believing everything they say. And then I guess they're laughing at us because they're just sitting there going, no one believes you. Sucked in.
Yep. Here's their boy Tyson explaining what I was saying.
They
Galaxy
don't
in
like
the Dark
Tyson.
Ages.
They don't like that guy anymore. They've thrown him under the bus. He's apparently
he's
not
gone.
qualified enough to talk about anything now.
Yeah. Well, then they're gonna have to throw Michikaku under the bus and a whole slew of other Sabine. They're gonna have to throw a lot of them under the bus. So in the end, we're only gonna have Jason Company here and Mark Taylor on Discord supporting the model, clinging on for dear life.
Yeah, well, it's a bit hard for some people, like, when their worldview gets destroyed. Other people can just sit back and go, okay, and move on, and other people just can't deal with it. I think anyone who's more conspiratorial minded would just sit back and say, oh, yeah, it's sorry, I'm filming at the same time I'm trying to talk. But anyone who's more conspiratorial just sits back and thinks, well, I don't believe their bullshit anyway, so it doesn't surprise me that they're going to have to change everything.
Yeah. You haven't seen Jay Sabine and what's that other guy's name? Penrose making fun of the string theory? You haven't seen that video? Yeah, you're behind the times, bro. You're behind the times. Your days are numbered. It's all over. Your fantasy will get unraveled very, very soon. You'll see. The more they cover it up, the worse it's gonna get. Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna be laughing all the way, bro, because I want to hear the next one. What's worse? What are they gonna do? They doubled the size. I mean the age, and it still doesn't work. What's next, bro? I can't wait to hear it.
Essie, so oh, sorry, Pranav.
No, you're right, you go.
Okay, yeah, Essie. So, what's your thoughts on this place that we're in, this existence? So, when I say that, it's like you as Essie sitting at the computer or cell phone or wherever you're at, communicating with me, Beerman. I got my own name in personal life that I don't share here, but communicating with me. For you to do that, who are you? Why are you here? How do you think you got here? And what do you think your purpose is? And if there is even a purpose to it?
Yeah, that's one of the unanswerable questions that we were talking about before. But if you want me to speculate,
Yeah, speculate, dude. I dig speculation. Like, I'm open to it. I don't care if it's way out there. I really don't care because it's speculation, and that's the beauty of this discussion, and that's why I'm here.
yeah, well, I said it before, right? I think we're think of us as pets from a creator. I think we're like pets, and I think we're in a machine. We're in a machine, just like a fishbowl, right? Oxygen is provided for us, water is provided for us, food is provided for us. So that's the only thing that I've come up with. Like, that's sheer speculation, right?
Yeah, I got you. So it's a very I would say very similar way to my upbringing as a Christian. Would you agree to that to an extent? I'm just trying to get an understanding of it. I'm not trying to get you any got yous or anything like that. To me, Christianity, the way it was introduced to me as a youngster or as a kid, was that there's this God and He created everything, and everything is His creation, and someone created all there is. Does the does that make sense? At least, is
Yeah,
that
of
what you're
course.
saying?
Yeah. It's a creation story. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Except,
Okay, cool.
except
Yeah,
I differ from the benevolence and all that stuff, right? That God interferes in your daily life and so on and so forth, right?
yeah. I got you. Okay, yeah. So yeah, that's the way I was brought up. I don't fully agree with it recently, uh, but that's my journey. So let me be on my journey. It's cool. I don't want to fight with you about it, but yeah, that's the way I've thought of it my whole damn life. It's very very weird that I deviated from it, but I appreciate that deviation so much because it's really opened up my mind.
How you thought of it, like the Christian perspective, a creator like that, or kind of like what I said?
Yeah, so uh, similar to what you said is the way I actually thought it. Yeah, similar to pets, that we were created for some sort of, if dude, for a lack of better words, entertainment, um, companionship, if you want to call it that. However, in saying that, recently with I think it's the Book of Thomas or Book of Joshua, where Jesus was talking about a few things, which is not in the Bible actually. But as far as I understand, Jesus wrote these sort of things. It almost sounded like Jesus was a Buddha, or talking from a Buddha standpoint, and giving different. The way you were saying it sounds like, wow, damn it, this is all your perspective, your way of thinking. Heaven is within you. Everything is within the individual. You make of this place, of what you make of this place. It is very strange for me to be introduced to these sort of texts and writings, and I was like, wow, this is incredible. And I just, hearing these writings made me see the things totally different, which has been incredible. And it's part of my journey at the moment, my research, yeah, my 40 years left in this realm that we're in. um, but yeah, I get what you're saying, dude. I was brought up that way.
Yeah, interesting. Like I said, these are the things that we'll never find out. I think it's just speculation, right?
We will find out, dude. I do believe we will find out. Whether it's on the last day of. I don't even know how to mention the last day. I don't even know how to say your last day. But whether it's a car accident, whether it's a depression moment, whether it's a you made $1 million, whether it's you won the lottery, that moment will come when you would realize what this place actually is. I think there'll be a great awakening for your own being, what this place is. How it comes is, I think it's individual to individual.
Yeah. Well, it remains to be seen what we'll
Yeah, dude.
find out in the future. Yeah.
But it's fun, man. You gotta admit, it's very, very awesome. Think about it, man. I don't remember anything before I was 0 years old, and I don't know of anything when I was 1,000 years old. So I only know what's happening now, and it's quite exciting to see what's happening around me.
Well, I used to think when I was younger that when we die, we'll find out. But that makes absolutely no sense, right? Logically, you're dead.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
yeah.
I said to my brother actually today, I said, we see a lot of people die around us. For instance, my grandmother, she passed away peacefully at 92 years old. Like, wow, no diseases, nothing. But then you have people suffering and things like that. But were they suffering in my mindset? I don't know. Um, did they just pass on? Did they move on? Is that their path that they were heading down? Is that why they appeared that way? I fucking don't know. But were they going through an awakening? I actually don't know, man. Will I ever die? I've got zero proof. Absolutely nothing. I said to my brother today, there's zero, absolutely fuck all. No one can ever prove that you would ever, 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 ever die. There's just no proof that you would ever die. As you, Essie, if your name is John, for instance, I could, and your ID number is whatever, I could never say, John, yes, evidence, proof that you would die. There's absolutely zero for it.
Well, that's a new
So,
one.
dude, yeah,
are you
dude,
are you a death denier?
dude, I possibly am.
That's fun. It's a fun idea. Just be like, there's no proof that I'll ever die. Everyone tells me I'm going to die. That's pretty
Yeah,
wild.
there is fucking zero proof that you would ever die, Gio. You've only ever existed. There's no proof that I ever fucking ever me. No one can ever prove to me that I was ever born. I don't remember the day I woke up. So no one can ever prove to me that I ever woke up, and no one will ever prove to me that I ever die. Only myself can do that. It's very, very weird, but it's a recent thought for me. And yeah, I spoke to my brother about it tonight, and yeah, I think both of us said, "Wow, yeah, it's interesting. It's weird."
Well, I don't think anything actually dies, really. It just does under the context of a human body and the process of transformation of a body dying, and then sort of the idea of the soul, or like where that kind of goes, as it were, what happens from this realm. But I don't think I think that we being everything is eternal. So everything is eternal. Nothing can actually die. All we can do is create the experience of dying, or create different kinds of experiences that may sort of satisfy that type of consciousness experience in a way. But it's only a I think death is ultimately just a transformation. It's like a transmigration of energy rather than an ending of anything. But it is, in a way, it's an ending to the other people that are alive in this life. Like, you have someone who dies and they're gone. So yeah, in that sense, their physical body, whatever we would call physical, is, let's say, temporarily removed, as it were, or temporarily absent from the lived experience that we have. But that doesn't mean that anything really ended. It's just, there's just like a shifting, like a changing of channels.
I couldn't agree with you any more than what you just said. It's so fucking weird, but wow, I couldn't agree with you any more. And I don't even have the words for it. Like I was saying to my brother today, there's explanations in Chinese that there's no there's words in Chinese that you cannot even translate to English, but they know what it is, but you cannot translate it. And my brother was saying to me today, there's so many things in his head that he wants to express, but he cannot do it in the English language. I said, dude, I understand what you're saying. It's like going, bleh. You just cannot do it. And yeah, that's where this discussion actually came up today. And I'm so glad you said that, Gio, because I would say, dude, that I would agree with you. I couldn't agree with you any more than what you just said.
See, the way you can have this conversation, Beerman, and I applaud you for that. That's why I like you. This conversation, ballers cannot have it, right? It automatically, it's going to turn confrontational, you know? I don't know why that is, but it's just the way it is.
It's a touchy subject. I've realized that. I've said to myself so many times, I'm not going to come back into this Discord. I'm not going to come back into the Discord. I'm not going to come back into the Discord. Come back into it because I appreciate it so freaking much. I appreciate everyone's input, whether they're confrontational or not confrontational. I appreciate it because all I have is now, and I'm going to try grab as much information as I can, and I do it as much as I can. And dude, it's fucked up as it is, I fucking love it so much. It's weird. I hate it. It's changed my life, and I appreciate every single one of you for what you guys share.
Well, right back at you, bro. We need people like you. There's very few people that are in the middle that could see both things and relate to both things. So that's an asset right there.
It's an asset for me, I guess, because I don't think I can ever how do I say it? Convince anyone of my beliefs. So it's my beliefs. But if anything, speaking to each and every one of you, I'm going to appreciate each and every one of you, whether I agree with you or not. Thank you for sharing your story.
Let me ask you, Beer Man, have you ever had the misfortune of watching somebody die?
Oh man,
You mean like
some
in front of you? You mean like physically, like they actually pass while you're right there? You mean?
Yeah, yeah. Like in a
so,
hospital
so
setting. I'm not talking about a murder or something. A natural death in a hospital.
So, Essie, would somebody mean any living being, or would it be a what we classify as a human being?
Well, a human being, a body, what
Okay.
me and you are. Have you ever seen
Okay.
somebody like that pass?
So my grandmother basically yes. I've actually got a photo of it. It's very distressing to see. She just stared. It was a very surreal experience. But in the same context, I sat with both my dogs, and I've had them both tattooed on me. That passed, and they've been a part of myself and my wife's life since they were born till when they passed. And I sat with both of them, and being with them when they passed um, was a very similar experience to see my grandmother pass. They left me, but they haven't left. It's so weird to explain it because we still speak about them as if they're still here. It's weird, and it's been so many years. Um, man, I don't have the English words to explain it. But
Well, I
yeah,
saw it
yeah,
twice, and it's a shocking experience, man. I don't know how to explain it. It's
yeah.
like
There is no word
surreal.
for it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
to see the
it's surreal.
person take
Yeah.
his last breath, gasp, and it's like it will affect you, guarantee. No matter how tough you are, you will get affected. That's a
Okay.
guarantee, man.
Yeah, it's same as my grandmother. Like I say, she passed away peacefully. We were there, but there was just a dead stare. It's weird. There's no words for it in the English language, or maybe there is. I don't know how to express that feeling. It's like you said, surreal, um, and a very, very, very similar experience of when my two dogs passed, and they were big part of my life. My wife and I decided 19 years ago. We together 19 years next year. Let's say 18 or 19 years ago, no kids in our life, and we've stuck to that decision. Um, and yeah, man, the dogs were a big part of our lives, as well as my grandmother that passed. But I can't differentiate between my grandmother and my dogs. I think any living being that's so close to you, yeah, um, they're either in your life or they're not in your life.
Well, of
As-
course, pets become part of the family. Yeah,
See, did you say before that you used to think that when you die you'll get answers? Is that what you were saying? Is it or
yeah. I truly believe that. Yeah,
that you'll get what, like all the answers, or just more understanding of what's going on, or like the larger status of
yeah.
things?
Like I used to think when you die, you'll find out what God is. You'll find out where we came from, where we go. You know, all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
And you no longer think that, or you still think that?
I'm not so sure anymore, to be honest with you. I'm not so sure. There's a possibility of the spirit and that, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm not so sure anymore, to be honest with you.
It's a weird feeling, AC. Dude, I'm in the same boat as you. I also don't know anymore, but I'm open to the possibility of it. Purely for the fact that, to me at least, I don't remember anything before now, um, except the memories that I have. Um, whether they are true memories or not, I cannot prove it to an extent. Um, what's happening afterwards, I actually got no freaking idea, man. But with the evidence, I've got maybe 40 years left. Um, I'm gonna try and make the best of this 40 years that I have left.
Stop jinxing your time. Stop saying how many years you have.
No, I'm just giving the evidence. So this is the science of things. For instance, I don't like to always put a have to something. Then again, 40 years for me is long, man. Sometimes a minute is super long, and sometimes a minute can be super short. It depends on the context. So, like I said to my brother, or I even said to my wife, you know, she's worrying about the old age and saving up for old age home. I said, there's no fucking evidence that you ever gonna get old. Just live now, have fun while you can. So it's weird. So yeah, I get you, man. It's yeah. What's happening? I don't know.
Well, I mean, okay, so if you like, okay, like, would you what do you guys think of this? That it's like essentially an antecedent relationship, that if the creator is everything, it created everything, then it, using this terminology, it created you, and therefore you are it. Like, how is there anyone that could rebut that as just a foundational antecedent relationship? That if
Yeah, easily.
so, then that means that you are it. You're just in some form of it.
Not really, because I can
You have
rebut
to
that.
be.
Because
You have to be it if it created you and everything else. You have to be one with that, even though it might be like in like a liminal way, temporarily seeming separate, but you still would be it on that core level.
maybe, but I don't think it has to be that way. I don't think, because look, take us for example. We can create something, right? We can create a car. Does that mean we're part of the car? No.
Well, yeah, but see, that's a little bit of that analogy. That's like a subset, because when you say we create a car, that's like a human that's already been created, the physical matter that's already been created, the air, the water, the metal, all of the material, the equipment, to make a car. So that stuff's already been created, like the metal and all that stuff, because it's in the earth and all that. So that's a situation where like that already has been created, and then within that, all of that creation, the human is then quote unquote creating a car, which is basically like organizing the metal and the nuts and bolts, to make a car. But if we're talking about the intelligence, like on a more transcendent level, an intelligence that could create all of what we experience, the physical world and all of the minerals and everything that exists, the consciousness, our brains, our organs, our blood, all of this stuff that is being created to even allow for a human to create a car, all of that has to be created. And so an intelligence that would have that level of creationary capacity to do that would, like, at that level, I don't see how you could separate something that would be created that would be separate from the creator. I don't see how that, because to me it seems like it's like an antecedent relationship. Creator created everything. It created it out of itself. Therefore, everything is itself in some form of itself.
Yeah, you'd be right if he created part of himself.
So, but how could, but if, okay,
Like, how do you tie that it has to be part of himself? Why couldn't he just do it and not like a lot of people say God would have to be out of this realm in order to create the realm, right? So why are you so sure that he put part of himself in the creation and not just created something?
Because if it all came from within itself, how could anything from itself be ultimately separate? How could anything ultimately, meaning like by the time it's created the physical matter and the brain and the neurons and all of these different things, it like that level of intelligence, how could that ever ultimately be separate from whatever like way down the totem pole of an experience of a human doing something? Like how could a creator within itself, if it's eternal and infinite and has the ability to have, all knowledge, all everything, something had to create time, for example, like the clock ticking. Like there's so much nuance and detail to every lived experience, all of the little reflections of light and the smell of a flower and all of that. How could an intelligence at that level create something out of itself that it's completely separate from? How could it ever do that ultimately on the highest level? I know on the surface level, yeah, it could create things that feel separate and all that. But on that's why I was saying it's like an antecedent to being one with the totality at that point.
Issy, just hold on, hold on before you respond. Issy, sorry. Gio, did the I am because it is resonate a lot with you? What I wrote, what I sent to you, because what you are saying is a lot in my writings, and I believe I sent you a very awesome writing of mine regarding I am because it is, and it sounds a lot of what you are saying now. But yeah, Essie, after Geo responds to that, yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, what I kind of got lost now. Maybe refresh my memory on what Gio said.
So what Geo is saying, Geo, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but everything that there is, it is just it. It is what it is. You are because it is. It is here. Without this card, you wouldn't exist. Without you, this card wouldn't exist. It is just because it is. I am because it is. It is existence. Existence is
Yeah, I
everything.
just remembered. You see, Gio has a point, but in order for Gio's thing to ring true, right? God would have to have created us. Like I don't know how to explain this. It's kind of weird. You would have to assume that God put himself in the creation. That would have to be
Oh
an assumption, right?
no, not at all. I used to think like that as a Christian, but not anymore. Especially what Jesus was saying, and what the Hindus say. No, not at all. You don't have to have a person that is created all this. This is just what it is. I Existence, being. It's weird, but it could be anything. But at the moment, this is what it is. It just is what it is, and that is this
Yeah,
it.
yeah. We're
Yeah.
going with the creation model now, right? That's what we're discussing. We know it could be anything, right? But we're going about a specific model that
Well,
God created. Yeah.
if there's any model, it's what we're in at the moment. If you want to label it a model, cool, man. I can't model it for you except show you or tell you hi, and you will say hi back, and they'll be like, that is existence. This is the model. This is what we're in. How's it, Geo, dude? Maybe you can help me out. I don't know if you agree with me, but yeah, dude, it is what it is. This is it. And it is God. If you want to call it God, but existence is what it is.
Yeah, but why are people convinced? Like, for example, right? Do you think God could have created this place while being in it?
I
You
don't
guys,
think God created anything. I think it is just what it is, and I am because it is. It is here, and I'm experiencing it. If I am God, or you are God, or whatever, we all God. If this is God, whatever this whole thing is, it is what it is. It's an experience. I'm here. I don't remember anything before or after. I just know what now is happening. Um, whatever this fucking weird thing is, it is just wowness. It's wow. It's yeah. There we go. What's up, dude?
It could. I mean, the creator could exist within its creation if things that are, let's say, governed by, well, okay, so if time and space, it seems like only things that manifest in the physical realm, like nothing in the spiritual realm, but yet there's still a tether there. But time and space, you're only subject to time if you're in the physical. Like time only, it's only a measurement, right? So the creator, knowing that everything is based off of vibration, all of creation at its core is vibration. And you can have like ratios and factors, and you can have things that resonate with, that are in harmony with, or something that causes disharmony, however you want to put it. But at the most fundamental level, like the fundamental, that's the word I'm looking for. The fundamental vibration of all of creation would be the creator. But it doesn't mean that all of creation is like a fundamental of one another. Like, I don't know if it makes sense or not, but it could, because it wouldn't be it wouldn't be a physical manifestation, right? So time and a spatial dimension and time dimension of time, like, wouldn't be, because of course it's just a form of measurement. So in a sense, yeah, it could be within the creation.
It's beautiful to speculate about these things, and yeah, I want Essie to respond as well. So sorry, Essie, if I spoke over you. But truth said is another thing, man. It's her perspective of this. You should give your perspective, but just how could I say this? My perspective is that if I don't exist, if I'm not here, I wouldn't have this conversation with you, and if you weren't there, I wouldn't have that conversation with you either. There's some weird reason why I am having this discussion now. There's no other reason for me to do what I'm doing right now. I
you're here to get
possibly
deprogrammed. Say yourself that you're here to get deprogrammed.
maybe, man, maybe that is part of my journey. I don't know, but I'm just part of this whole big happening, this piece of existence, this thing, whatever the fuck it is. I just, yeah. As much as I felt that I had control, I don't have control. There's many times that where I've made decisions, and I've made good decisions, I've made shitty decisions, but I've made decisions. But those decisions, as much as I felt they were mine, they are just decisions. Man, there's no word in the English dictionary to explain this weird ass feeling or phenomenon. But that's, yeah. I don't know how to explain it. I
That's
think
funny thinking
Geo.
of,
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. My
yeah.
bad.
You know, it's funny thinking of decisions as like capital D decisions. You know, like all decisions, instead of them being my decision or your decision, it's just a decision that just occurs. It's kind of interesting to think
Yeah.
of a decision as like a phenomenon rather than something that was well, I guess it's sort of juxtaposed to like some sort of a free will thing. But I was going to say too, I mean, I guess a lot of this breaks down to like I do use the word creator, although I don't really think of the creator as necessarily something separate from anything else. I think it's all one. I don't even I wouldn't even say for myself, I don't think it's all one. I would say I fundamentally, viscerally know on every level of my being that we're all one. Meaning it's not just like a thought or an idea. Like I've had multiple types of experiences and just where I'm at in my own journey and my own understanding of things is that I within myself I'm just saying, just within myself, I have absolutely no confliction around that we truly are all one. Like I have a within myself, like even like a visceral knowingness that even like all lives that have ever been lived are ultimately what, you know, my lives, as it were, or, you know, lives with a capital L. Like they're like universal things that exist. It's not necessarily even separate beings ultimately. So like every life that has lived, I have, when I say I don't really mean like my personality that I, you know, my voice, my physical body. I'm talking about like the capital I, you know, the royal I, the ultimate I. And so if that, on that level, if we're all one, or if it's all one, as it were, there's a singularity. Well, then at that point, everything is it, and it is everything on the highest transcendent level, meaning all of us are it, meaning the creator, and it is us. We're just at a different phase of it, or in a different perspective of it, or like a different modality in which maybe we've had like amnesia, or we've kind of temporarily forgotten, or we're on some kind of a separate feeling of separateness. Because the alternative to that is that that we're not all one, that there's different things in the totality. And I know there's some traditions, like religious and some narratives and ideas and traditions that that will place a God outside of us and say, okay, well, that is a thing. It's up there. It's out there. It's got things that it's got demands and things that it wants you to do. And it has these things for you. And it's begging that you do these things for it, or all this stuff. But so I'm just saying some traditions do try to separate that and try to have there be another being or entity that is, you know, over us or whatever. And then at that point, some traditions will like put like a personality on it. You know, it has this feeling, that feeling. It wants you to do this. It wants you to do that. You know, as if it's like up there, just hoping that you make a right decision, or that you do a thing, or that you come to do the thing that it wants you to do, or whatever. But in my viewpoint, I'm just being very generalized, but in my viewpoint, some of that kind of stuff that I just mentioned, and I'm not sort of pinpointing any particular ideas, I'm just saying, in my viewpoint, that would just be the one creator, as it were, creating that experience of creating a being that thinks it's separate, creating a being that thinks there's a God that is out there doing things. And it's like, to me, that's the creator actually wanting to experience that feeling that there's a God out there, or pray to God, or all of that. And I'm not saying there's anything invalid about those kinds of experiences, because people do have, you know, connections, or there's consciousness experiences happening there. But I'm also kind of just thinking about at the ultimate level of it, you know, are we ultimately separate, you know, in some eternal way, or in some way in which there's always some other being that's outside of us? Or are we ultimately it, and are in a process of remembering that through all of these cycles that we're going through? Sorry if that was long-winded, but I guess I'm just kind of trying to summarize like the idea of, because the only way that you could be separate from a creator is if there is more than one consciousness, or more than one being, whatever you want to call it, in this whole thing. And then at that point, you have to be like, okay, well, then there's not a God that's all knowing. Now, all of a sudden, there's all these other beings that maybe know things that God doesn't know. And then God needs to, you know, so once you start breaking that down, it starts to, it is kind of that infinite regression. It sort of starts to get into a whole nother, but I mean, I think that's all part of consciousness experience, but I just don't think that the ultimate reality is that we're separate.
Yeah, you mentioned you long-winded. No, dude, I fucking love this discussion so much. If there was a pause, I was hoping that Essie's gonna still reply to something previously. I'm trying to open up the floor, but I believe Geo, you and I can definitely have a very, very awesome discussion about this, because what you are saying now is saying, oh my god, there's someone else that says exactly the same thing that I'm thinking, and I appreciate that so much. That for me is evidence for me. um Even though I can't prove it to anyone else, I don't want to prove it to anyone else. All I ever do is try share my personal experience or objective truths to people. And with other stuff that I've been doing, I've been sharing objective truths where someone can show something to each other uh, objectively. When it comes to these sort of things, man, we can have such awesome discussions. And Geo, I appreciate your viewpoint on this realm or this existence that we're in. And that's why I shared to you those two writings of mine, especially the I am because it is, uh, and she shared the other one, it is because I am. Those two writings of mine, because those are two philosophical questions that we ask ourselves, or we should be asking ourselves, what is it? And dude, you've hit the nail on the head, and I think it's a beautiful discussion. It's amazing, it's weird, it's crazy. It knocks you out of the way this world is presented to us, at least, irrespective of its shape. Just us being here, it really puts you a step back and says, "Oh my God, wait! Everything is just what it is." It's wowness. It's very, very weird. It's a surreal feeling. Um, yeah, I can also be super long-winded, and that's why I think Gio, you and I can have a really awesome discussion because I think we can both be long-winded.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I mean, we're kind of in a mode that we go on a little bit longer and explain our ideas, but yeah, man, I appreciate all the kind words and appreciate all your input and thoughts as well and reflections and I mean, I will say too, like it's pretty universal. I mean, within like so many different traditions, spiritual traditions, like in terms of like the idea of enlightenment, or like when people are like interviewed, when they like people that have done a lot of spiritual work, and when they talk about like what the completion of their spiritual journey was, like where was the final completion of it, and there is like a deep universal dynamic to a lot of sort of spiritual quests and so on, that the sort of ultimate conclusion that many folks have come up with and have written about over time and so on is that fundamental like awareness that we are all one ultimately. And then that brings a lot of compassion, because like the opposite of being all one is being separate, and therefore you might want to hurt others because you don't care, because they're separate from you, they're not you. So then there's a thing of either hurting others or taking out some kind of greed or theft or frustration, or a lot of the kind of struggles, or just being separate, feeling separate, and then therefore exploiting others and all of that. But if someone was to have a lot of insights or come to the understanding within themselves that we're all one, then it brings a lot of the compassion, like love thy neighbor and forgive them for they know not what they do, because it brings in an understanding for the creation and why the parts of this creator or creation do the things that would be considered negative or evil or hurtful to others, because it's that being that's been created is like in a temporarily separate modality to where it doesn't really understand it's all one, therefore it's hurting others or exploiting others, just doesn't care, whatever it may be. And then you get into the like reap what you sow and karma and everything that comes from that, because if someone starts stealing from people, then it's probably going to come back to them. And so then there's like a larger perspective that that for many there's like an integration of those levels, and then ultimately having a tremendous amount of compassion, because if you know that or if someone comes to a conclusion that we're all connected, we're all one, well then having like infinite compassion for these other parts of its being that may be in some level of ignorance becomes like the paramount quest at that point, or the paramount kind of journey, is to like have understanding of oneself on that level. And then if oneself on that level is the totality, well then it's perhaps for that individual or for that journey coming to an understanding of the whole. And then it gets into like, why does evil exist, and all of these wanting to get an understanding of how all these things are playing out in these ways.
Gio, have you heard of Eckhart Tolle?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with him. I haven't gotten deep into his work, but yeah, I've heard things he's said over the years, and yeah, I'm familiar with him.
He's actually coming to South Africa in 2024. I want to go watch his show. It's a bit expensive. I don't think I'm going to be spending the money to watch him live, but hopefully I have a good month of sales coming up. I got my own e-commerce business, and hopefully it doesn't hit the budget too hard. Now I want to get tickets for that. He talks a lot about these sort of things, and granted, it's coming from another individual, but then again, we all here to share each other's viewpoints, and I don't know how to say this in another way, except that he's sharing very, very valuable knowledge, and I don't want to put him on a pedestal in that sense, but I think what he says resonates with a lot of people, and I think that is possibly why he gets a lot of views, or why he's possibly well known. Myself, if I had to share those same views, I wouldn't get those views. For instance, if I had to go and make a YouTube channel about the same things he's saying, I'm not going to get those views. What I'm trying to say is, because you know who he is, and what he possibly shares is wellness, and my ideas don't come from him. My ideas come because of him. Or that's probably said wrong. My ideas. The reason why I found him is because of my ideas. Because I go and I Google and say, I think this, and I see if I'm mad or not. Or I speak to people, and people say, "Hey, man, go see and so person or whatever," and I'll Google why I'm thinking this, and then I would come across this individual, and he would talk about these things, and why is he talking about it is beyond me. It's wow. It's I don't know how to put it into the English language. Um, and when you're saying these things, what you're saying, the way I'm saying it, with reality existence, is it's for me. It's I don't even know how to put it into words. It's man. Hopefully you understand what I'm trying to get at. Is I'm speechless to say that wow, I've met someone else that's understanding this realm, irrespective of what it is, just to say, oh well, we're on the same page on realizing it is just what it is. You wouldn't be a if it wasn't here, or it wouldn't be a if you weren't here. It's weird. But yeah, just hearing you saying you know who Eckhart is, and someone I actually want to go listen to. I think he's got valuable information to share. So if anyone hasn't heard of Eckhart Tolle, it's a German. I think he's a German dude. Um, yeah, he's got a very good content on YouTube if you're into this sort of discussion. But yeah, I could be long-winded as well. My bad. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of inspiration and others that are sort of resonating with others in a certain sense along our journeys. There's some things that resonate with one person, some things that resonates with another, and in a sense, everyone's on their own unique type of journey. I mean, I think ultimately, like the way I see it, because I like I said, I have for myself a very direct, visceral knowingness for within myself that we're ultimately that everything is all one on some fundamental level, and then whatever that oneness is, that's a deeper question. Like, where did it come from? Did it come from anywhere? How is it eternal? How is there just this eternal thing, whatever it is, that has all this capacity to create things? It can create time and physical worlds and different beings and souls and spirit worlds and physical matter and nature and insects and animals and processes on a cellular level. I mean, what would even be needed to create all of this and to maintain it? See, I think in my viewpoint, sometimes when people say like creation, it's almost like like the idea that it's already been created. It just whipped this stuff up and then it left us to be. And then, but I don't see how that could be the case at all, because, like, for example, like physical matter, like if you were some kind of like if you're in like an eternal being state and you have infinite light and sound, you can create anything you want. You could vibrate that sound and light, or vibrate to then create, let's say, physical matter. So now, out of your mind, as it were, or out of your consciousness, out of your capacity, let's say you've created the physical world. Well, to create, let's say, a rock or a mineral or whatever it may be, if it's coming from your own being, in a sense, like you have to manifest that rock. Well, then you have, if you're going to keep that rock as something that we would call physical, and then humans are, pick up the rock and whatever it may be, like it's a physical, which could go for the whole earth, or any, in terms of the land that we live on, everything else, like that there's all this land. But see, in my viewpoint, it has to be maintaining it and creating it all the time. So it's creating it every single day, in my viewpoint, meaning the rocks and the grass out on my, front lawn of the house, or, well, I don't really have a lawn, but there is, I mean, it's like I'm in the forest. So there's sort of, I'm just saying I don't have like a manicured lawn at my place, but there is, all kinds of wild stuff around here, plants and everything. That has to be that has to be created all the time. Like it has to be sustained and manifested. Like that physical matter has to be sustained and like vibrated. It has to be staying there so that it's there every day. So from that perspective, then this whole realm has to be created all the time, meaning it's being created right now as we're speaking. Like we're in a moment that is where all this physical matter is being coalesced and vibrated in that fashion. So from that perspective, if it's all, then that means that it's actively being created right now. Like the neurons in my brain, the sound waves that are coming out of my mouth, going into the microphone, like all of this has to be created at that fundamental level. And so if that's all being manifest, like the consciousness that would have to be behind that to basically keep this whole world going, all of the animals and plants and all of the underground tunnels and water runoff, and it's unbelievable the level of what it would take. Every single insect, animal, humans, all the neurons in all of our brain, the cellular processes in our bodies, our organs, detoxification, what we're consuming. I mean, our thoughts are, it's unbelievable what it would take to do that. And so at that level, if there's a consciousness or creation or creator that is able to manifest and keep going, as it were, this whole realm to that level, I mean, it's just incredible, like what that would even take to maintain. And then if it can do all that, well, then I would say, of course, it can separate itself into seemingly different units of consciousness, or seemingly different. You have an atheist, or you have someone who's into a particular religion or spiritual tradition, and they have their thoughts, and then they have their feeling of what a creator is. Someone else has what theirs is. But in my viewpoint, it's all like a play of consciousness, or like a dance of consciousness that is experiencing all of these what seemingly subjective realities, seemingly separate, for the joy of being separate and of feeling separate, and then creating all of these interactions within itself.
Yeah, so this existence is like a labyrinth of fucking whatever it is, so however you want to call it. It's just a labyrinth of being. It's weird. It just is what it is. And for instance, you being on your end, wherever you at, what's known, as far as I understand, you in the USA, whether you in California, Texas, Washington, Calgary, no, Calgary's Canada, whatever. Wherever you at, I'm here in South Africa, Cape Town. I'm communicating with you via this microphone on my computer. It's going through this thing that I know as a computer. Your reality, what you know as existence, life, beyond this conversation, is different to my existence of reality. At the moment, we understand this reality, that we can communicate this way via a Discord, and I think it's absolutely fascinating. Um, However they did it in the past, I think they were definitely able to do this sort of communication. The reason why I say that, is maybe they did it old school way. If you want to call it old school, they took their ships and they showed them how to do things. But as far as I understand, in Japan and Egypt, they had the same tombs or boxes, the way they boxed the mummies up. But they saw this across the world in different countries, continents. And how is that possible with the way it's explained to us in today's time? So either they communicated, shared that information, shared that technology, whatever they did, um, but at that time their reality was shared that way. At the moment, we are sharing our reality this way, whether it is via a Discord, whether it's via a postcard, a phone call, WhatsApp, however we're doing it, we are all sharing this experience the way we are experiencing it right now. It's very, very weird. Dude, I I'm lost for words. I could probably just ramble how confused I am with this existence, this being. I would love someone else to join this conversation. Purely because I don't have the English words for it. And Gio, you do a great job of it, trying to explain it or explaining it at least. I just don't have the English words for it. It's too weird for me. I'm still too new for it. I see Good White Light wanted to join. He said he wants to unmute, but dude, Good White Light, you are unmuted, man. You just got to unmute yourself to join the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, in my viewpoint, I like with everything we're talking about, I would say that it's ultimately to me, like I'm just saying for myself. I'm not, of course, speaking for anyone else, but for me, my understanding that we're all one is actually like the most exciting, interesting thing ever. Like it's basically the best news ever in my viewpoint, and it's the best news ever forever. Meaning, like to eternally know that within I'm just saying my understanding of it, to eternally know that we are all one and that we can create this level of different types of experiences, just for me makes me like extremely excited for what I'll experience, let's say after I die, or even while I'm still in a body now, because it then means that basically, if we're all one and we have infinite capacity, when I say we, meaning it, or the ultimate, as it were, if one wants to use the term God or creator, and if it has an infinite capacity to create anything it wants, as much of a world with separate beings as many of us have experienced ourselves, being separate, having different thoughts, different ideas from our friends and neighbors, and if it can create something that real, then that means that it can create who knows what else, like infinite other types of consciousnesses and realities. And then, like I was saying, like to me, it's like the best news ever, because it means that there isn't necessarily any evil out there. There isn't anything that's being created that doesn't have intention behind it, meaning even suffering and pain and things that would seem very negative actually have a purpose behind them. And then that would mean that there's then an intention behind everything. So like everything is by choice, basically. So there isn't actually any threat out there. Even if like one human goes and hurts another human, they shoot them or they stab them with a knife or something terrible. I mean, yes, that is a very painful thing for those beings to go through. But from the perspective that we're all one, that is actually, the one creator, as it were, creating that. It sounds intense. Well, why would you create one guy that stabs another guy? That is very intense. It's a lot to consider. But at that level, that means that everything that's being created has intention behind it and was created to be exactly that. And so to me, it just makes me like, there's this like excitement, like, oh, wow. So there's a playground that is way beyond my capacity even to understand right now. What I mean by a playground is like, there's a capacity for infinite levels of different forms of reality that can be created. And it makes me excited too, because it makes me feel like my one life is not all there is, from my own experience and my own understanding. Meaning, if every other lifetime is also ultimately my lifetime or our lifetimes, then that means that every single thing that's been experienced is accessible. So instead of me only experiencing this one life and then I die and it's over, it's like, oh wow, actually, if it's all within me, then every single life that's ever been lived is accessible, or is in the memory banks, as it were. It's in the, like the term Akashic records, which the word Akasha actually means ether. It's connected to like ether, that the word ether, Akasha, in the Vedics. So like the Akashic records, that like within the ether, there's like a reservoir, as it were, of everything that's ever happened, every human life, every thought, every emotion. And the thing is, it's also like taking the good with the bad when it comes to human lives. Because on the one hand, it's like amazing that there's all these good things that, like, that I could experience what it's like to be Michael Jordan in his prime, or some amazing musician, or that it's all within consciousness that's accessible. Because like I said, we're all one, so it's all there. But on the other hand, that means there's also a lot of painful stuff, the painful lives, car accidents, and a lot of painful stuff that has happened. But I think that the creator ultimately wants to experience as many different forms of possibilities as it can. And so if it's eternal, then it's not really suffering in those situations. It isn't ultimately, it's just experiencing a temporary feeling of suffering, which, it seems like it finds it interesting to create, because it created it, and something different from itself. If it's just eternal and infinite love, and in that state, or at that core state, then perhaps it would want to experience something other than itself, like something that's limited, or some kind of even a painful or a challenging experience.
Geo, it sounds a lot like solipsism. However, I feel almost as if we are in one big giant mindset of solipsism, if that's the correct word for it. In saying that, how do I say this?
I think solipsism is something a little bit different.
Yeah.
What if it's just a cycle? A lot of
The
people
reason
say that.
why,
It's a continuous cycle.
yeah,
You need
yeah,
hate to have
but
love, love to have hate, so to speak. It's a cycle.
yeah, but without it, I don't think it's possible. At least for my understanding, you guys can try correct me. I just don't think it is possible not to have solipsism without existence. I think you have to have it. And I also don't think it's possible that we are in a hierarchy where that is what's being presented to us as a being or as an existence, as you Geo, as you Essie, as you Rakia, as you plain reality. Or as me, Beerman, I just don't think it's possible to have a hierarchy, because if I'm existing, and this is what it is, I I in this world at least, I do strive to be on top of a business. I've created my own business. I am the boss of the business. But in my life, in my reality, I also want to be the boss in that. I want to control it. So for there to be a hierarchy, and if there is a God the way it's presented to us in Christianity, I'll never ever get there, and I don't think it's possible if solipsism is correct. And if there is a one world or one
Well, let's define
consciousness.
solipsism. A
Yeah.
solipsist is a person that believes he can only know himself for certainty, right? That's a solipsist.
Sort of, yeah. Sort of, yeah.
Not sort of. That is exactly it.
Yeah, but it's more of like that one's own mind is the only thing that exists, basically. So
Yeah.
I see the overlap a little bit with why Beerman brought it up. Like, I understand, because we're getting into like metaphysics, and we're getting into like a larger considerations in terms of like philosophical, of like the breakdown of reality and what is. And but when I think of solipsism, it's more of like a okay, I would say this from the perspective. Okay, I'll break it down. I'll just say real briefly in these two ways. If you have if everything is all one, and the creator etc. is everything, and it's creating all these different things, then I understand what you're saying, that like the idea that like it's the only thing that exists, as it were, meaning there is nothing else other than it. It is everything, you know, omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient, all of those different, like it, you know, has that at the top of the, or at like the foundational ground of being, basically, that it has all of that. So in that sense, like if it's the only thing that exists, there is no other ultimately, then that's one kind of, and then, but with solipsism, it's more like what, it's almost like, okay, from the perspective that we're all one and then it's creating all these different parts of itself, solipsism is almost like one of the parts that it created from itself is now saying that it's the only thing that exists.
Exactly. Well said.
Yeah, yeah. So my thing, what I was trying to say is that everything is solipsism. It is just what it is. I don't think there is a hierarchy. I don't believe that you Essie or you Gio or you Rocky or you Jeremy or you Ned is anyone higher than me. I think we are just all it. We are part of it. We are part of this existence. We are part of this conversation. While we're having this conversation, I got no idea why we're having this conversation, but we are having this conversation. But I don't think I don't believe there should be any hierarchy in this existence. There is a hierarchy, or there appears to be a hierarchy in this world at the moment, the one that we live in. And I do think that the scriptures talk about it. I don't want to bring in Christianity or anything like that, or scriptures, but I think they talk about it. I moved away from Christianity to an extent. I'm not saying I don't read or listen to what has been said, but my interpretation of what's being written is totally different than what I was brought up with, and I appreciate that. And like, once again, without this discussion of the shape of the earth, I would have never been introduced to these sort of discussions, to say the least. So once again, I appreciate everything that's been discussed here, and all I'm doing is I'm sharing my ideas, and to hear other people talk about something similar to what I'm saying is a wow moment for me. It's very rare for people to agree with any other person. At least for me, with my personal experience, when you share anything in a workplace, you always have an alternative, because everyone wants to. Oh, with my experience again, someone else wants to be better than you, or share their idea. They don't always agree with your own ideas, and to hear someone else share a similar, near same viewpoint as myself is, for me, it's wow. Am I on the right track? I don't know, but this is my journey, and I'm just sharing it with you guys.
Yeah, and from the perspective that like if from the perspective that at like a ground of being that like from a perspective that we're all one in that sense, then there's also an idea that like it would be potentially like there's two things that in that idea that the creator would be lacking. One of them is that it's alone, that there is no other. And if it's just eternally alone because it's omnipotent, omnipresent, infinite, etc., that is a thing that it could just never solve. Like it's just alone. Now, is that aloneness, like, could that be related to human loneliness? Is it like a despair type of loneliness, or is it okay with being lonely? Like, there's a lot of questions there, because there's the experience of being like a human that feels lonely. You know, you're out in the woods somewhere and you're alone, or you just don't, have anyone in your life to be, whatever it may be. You know, there's that kind of all the things of loneliness, but this kind of loneliness I'm referring to on that kind of metaphysical transcendent level, that's a question. Like, is it like a despair loneliness or whatever it may be? However, one of the ways to resolve that, or to kind of buffer that, if you want to call it that, would be to create things where there's seemingly different beings. So then you create humans and animals and dogs and cats and all these different things to laugh and to hurt each other, even to be positive, negative, to love, to hate, to all of these different things. And now you have all of this. Now you have a lot of othering that's being created. You have this man who loves this woman, and then this woman has a child, and this child, all of that. You have all of these relational things now. So there's an idea that like out of like part of the impetus to create is because it is alone at that level, or in that way, that it then, to kind of remedy that, it then will, the idea that it then can create time and it can create a being like that can feel completely separate, and then it can love another human, or either like in a sexual way or just in a hugging or loving or whatever it may be, petting a dog. I mean, now there's all this relational stuff going on, and you can really feel like that dog is separate, and you hug the dog and you get this kind of, a little satisfaction of not feeling lonely because you have another dog there, as it were. So that's one thing that it couldn't really solve, would be the loneliness thing, or aloneness, or that. And then there's the idea that the impetus to create all of this individuation of these different types of beings would be to kind of remedy that, or like as part of like an impetus as to why create all of this. Well, one reason is to have all that othering. Another thing that it could never solve would be that it never dies, that it's eternal. And so then we have like things like we see in this physical world where things do seem to die. There, at least what we call death, that, there is this sort of aging, because if the creator is just eternal and never ages, and it never has anything like that, well, then that's another thing, another way that it would, another kind of avenue that it would want to potentially resolve that. And then another thing is, if it's all knowledgeable, well, then it might want to experience what it's like to not have knowledge, to be a little bit clueless, or not know, or have confusion, or be unsure, or be discovering things. So then that would, potentially explain why all of these individual beings, we want partnership, we want to connect with others, and then we also, a lot of us want to either know the truth or learn more or figure more things out. So if the creator is like eternal and has all the knowledge, well, then creating us to then to be limited, to then be on a journey of understanding what it is, then seems like it would be a pretty interesting journey to kind of create something. That's why we love creating video games or characters in a movie, because we can kind of create these different ways of kind of experiencing eternity. Essentially, it's like yeah.
Geo, don't the Hindus refer to this as the Brahman?
There's that concept, yeah.
Yeah. It sounds a lot like the Brahman. And yeah, dude, it makes a lot of fucking sense to me. And sorry for the swear words, guys. I've had a couple of beers, and yeah, we were South Africa, our country won the World Cup, so I've had a good evening tonight. I'm gonna head to bed soon though as well. But yeah, it sounds like the Brahman. It's a really awesome discussion. I think it's important for a lot of people to consider this discussion, and there's not a lot of people that enter this discussion. And what I hear tonight, at least, is wellness, and Essie, your parts, Geo, what you're saying. Like I say, man, it doesn't have to enter an argument. It just has to be a discussion and a shared experience. And like I say, I appreciate everyone's viewpoints, and it doesn't really matter what you believe, guys. Just share your experiences and your knowledge, and I appreciate it. So thank you. I've shared
Yeah,
mine. Don't call me mad. What I am. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything.
but it doesn't have to be confrontational, right? But a lot of times it ends up being that way. People get triggered, people get emotional, and all hell breaks loose. That's why it's the mod's job to keep things under control in those times, and everything goes smooth. But with people like you, look, we didn't need to. How long have we been talking? No one has cut
about
any.
3-4 hours.
Yeah. Anybody cut anybody off? Any yelling? Any screaming? No. Why? Because we're adults, mature adults.
Well, yeah, there's kind of different modes. We're kind of just in a building ideas mode. I kind of think of it as anabolic and catabolic. This is sort of more like the anabolic, you're kind of building, whereas the catabolic is breaking down, building muscle, breaking down muscle. They're both essential parts of decay, building and then decay, building and decay. And so from that perspective, I kind of think of it as like two different conversation modes. One of them is building, where you're kind of building ideas. I speak for 20 seconds, say something, someone else does, and we're all kind of considering the thoughts. It's kind of more of a building energy, whereas the catabolic would be more like when you're breaking down. So I think of like it's like debating is like breaking down the ideas. It's like bringing everything and then asserting it, and the other guy asserts it, and then of course, yeah, sometimes it can get messy when people get, ego or whatever else gets involved to where it, interruptions and stuff where it gets more heated. But ultimately, that to me, that's like a mode of more breaking down the ideas. And usually when people are in a debate mode, they're usually not like ready to like learn new things, quote unquote. They're usually asserting what they know. They're on their feet. It's like fencing or something where you're trying to quickly make a jab. So usually in that mode, it's not the most like receptive space for someone to like expand their thoughts. It's more like breaking down, like bringing your thoughts and, okay, I'm putting mine on the table, and the other guy puts theirs on the table. Then everyone can hear that. So I think there's benefit to both, but they're just different modes.
Yeah. I meant though when it gets to shit show perspective, like when it gets really out of hand,
Yeah, that just becomes unproductive and
Yeah.
just loses all the intellectual stimulation by just kind of people putting each other down and not really building anything at that point.
Yeah, like
just
a shit show.
Just a quick one,
Sorry.
guys. Good White Light is trying to get in. He's saying he's server muted. I see that he's not server muted. I'm not a mod. I can't really see much. It looks like he's just himself muted. But he wants to join this discussion. But he says he's muted. I don't know if you guys can help there.
Yeah, it looks like he doesn't have roles. I don't know. He creates lots of sock accounts, so this is maybe sock account
Okay.
number
My bad.
74
Okay.
or something. But yeah, I can unmute him here.
Okay. Anyways, I just wanted to add that. Yeah, go ahead, guys. I'm gonna head to bed soon. It's 3 a.m. my side. But yeah, let's chat a bit still. I really enjoyed this discussion. I listened to when you guys have this sort of discussion. I love to listen to it because there are way less arguments in this discussion because it is possibly more open-minded and less argumentative. Because yes, it is everyone's viewpoints. But yeah, dude, I really love this discussion now because I think it's important to just get to touch with. I'm going to put in quote unquote reality because reality is existence, and share it. I think it's very important.
It's probably more because when you have just a discussion like this, people are actually wanting to hear other people's views. When we go into something where, just as an example, if we're debating the Earth or whatever, people aren't normally listening to each other. They're just waiting for you to finish so then they can tell you what their opinion is. They're not actually sort of even listening. That's why I think that we get into a lot of heated discussions because someone's trying to say one thing, the other person's not actually listening to them in the first place. They're just waiting their turn to speak.
Yeah, almost to win an argument. Which is sad, man. It's like a dick measuring competition, but it doesn't have to be that way. If I could meet more people like myself, I would love to do that. That's one person I can speak to is my brother. We can have a discussion about anything in that sense, and it's like I'm speaking to myself and I'm testing myself to make sure I'm making logical sense. But I would agree, man. In these sort of servers, it's difficult to have discussions, whether it's the shape of the Earth, whether it's the different colors of blue. Whether it's reality. The one discussion that doesn't get too heated is this one, which is beautiful and I love it. And I appreciate it so much because I think this is the most important one, actually, irrespective of where we live and what we live on. Just what your experience is of it is really cool. And I hate to say this, yeah. I love you guys for it, so that's what I wanted to say. And I hate to say that, but yeah, dude, I love you guys for it. But yeah, go ahead, Gio.
Well, yeah, I mean, in the process of discovery, like being able to connect on these levels, whether others agree with what I'm saying or what Beerman's saying or anything, I mean, that's all good. Like whether they do or don't agree or they have their own viewpoint, it's beautiful as well. But I think, yeah, I agree with you to have a receptive environment that isn't confrontational at times to where you can actually get into these ideas. And I was just going to say too, like sometimes I think of like from the perspective that we're all one, and then all of these different, souls, as it were, are, going through some process. And I'm just saying it from my perspective. I'm not trying to tell others that this is what they're on, or I respect everyone's own viewpoint for their own sovereignty in their own ways and what they, etc. But I'm just saying from a perspective that we are one eternal being and that we're parts of it. Then from that perspective, it's sort of like there's like a Christmas present, as it were, at the end of this whole thing. Meaning, like, if we temporarily have forgotten who we are, and then there's some, whether it's multiple lifetimes or multiple soul journeys and spirit worlds, however one views that, then from that perspective, then it's ultimately like a homecoming that each of us will experience of coming back to that whole from that perspective. Because if we are one, then we're not really ultimately separate from it. We're just temporarily separate. And that's where, like, in my current thoughts on things, like, that's where I just feel like it's just nothing but good news. Meaning there's yeah, that's kind of how I think of it. It's just like the best news forever. Now there's still a lot of suffering, so it's kind of difficult. Like, well, how could this all be the best news? People dying of cancer or car accidents. So that is intense, and that is all worth kind of considering how that could be part of it. But in the perspective of like the journey of either like gaining knowledge or coming to truth, or in that sense, to me, that's where conversations like this become extremely exciting. Because I mean, I may share my viewpoint, but someone else may say something, and it happens every day. And someone else says something that I have a new thought on, or it's a new something that I'm going to look into more, or I want to hear more about that. So that's where it gets exciting to me, because however one views this whole life, whether they view it like as a journey or however one sees that, there's just like the process of being able of just discovery in and of itself is pretty fascinating. And then being able to have others that have picked up their parts of it. And then if we're all headed towards a similar goal, ultimately in some way, then I just love that concept of being able to connect, either deeper with oneself or with others, to be able to advance that process and see where the journey leads, because there's no end to the amount of seemingly like knowledge and increase of awareness that we can continually manifest within ourselves.
Gio, what's weird for me though is, for instance, with my existence, with me chatting with you guys on this Discord, um, chatting to my friends, chatting to my mother, chatting to my wife, I still, the last I would say experience for myself being would be when I was about 16 years old. That's when I would say I would experience when I realized who I am. Um, I even don't know now who I am. But the last best memory of why I am where I am now, at 37 years old, would be from about 16 years old. When I got memories of when I was 8, 5, etc., etc. But I would say the being that I am now is because of when I was 16, and I still feel like I am 16 years old, but in an old man's body, which is pretty fucked from skateboarding back in the day. I got a metal elbow, I got a fucked knee, I got a screw in my wrist, etc., etc. But that mentality, I still feel that, even though I can think like an adult, I run a business and things like that, but I got this weird thing of like, oh man, I still feel like I'm 16 years old. I can I think the way I did when I was that age, if I can put it that way. Very difficult to explain, but if there's any sort of an awakening or um, label that I can put onto myself, would be for from when I was that age. Um, Hopefully that makes sense. But before then, like I said, I've got the memories of it. But whether I want to experience that anymore, I don't know. If anything, I'm very, very happy with my experience of what I know now, and I'm hungry for more. Um, if that's going to be the next awakening, I don't know. Even know if that means death, if that means I'm going to have a car accident, if that's going to mean I'm going to have cancer.
Well, beer
To
man,
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
this should be a most exciting time for you, because everything is up for grabs, bro. They're going to have to rewrite all of cosmology. So this should be like a party time for you, because think of it this way. Everything is up for grabs. Everything. It's
It's
the most
very, very
exciting
exciting.
time. Yeah.
Of course, man. It's so exciting. So, okay, I studied IT engineering. I'm a qualified IT engineer. That's the server side and hardware side of IT. But recently, I started programming. I wrote a beautiful program recently now, and I'm ready to put it to market in the next couple of weeks. Um, if that is my great awakening for my next journey in life, wow, I'll be. If that's going to change my life, I'll be like, oh my God, is this what a new experience is? I don't know. Um, I don't know what this bloody place is, man. But if that is what it is, I'm so excited to launch it. I got a few little bugs in my program, but yeah, if that is what this whole thing is, yeah, that's what it is.
So
And like you
SE,
said, yeah, go ahead,
sorry,
my bad.
sorry.
No, no,
I was
I'm
just going to
long
say
winded.
SE. Yeah. Oh, good, bro. Um, do you think though that within this obviously change of paradigm that they're going to have to go through, they're certainly not going to get rid of the general model of what they've been putting forward. It's not like they're all of a sudden going to go, well, actually, the Earth is young and the stars are right there in front of us. They're still going to keep their billions of light years.
Exactly. They're gonna
Yeah,
try, but they can't, bro. This is the beauty of it here. They can't. They can't keep it.
Well,
They have to change it. So now I'm sitting back and just waiting and laughing at the stuff that they're gonna come up with. Example, doubling the age of the universe.
see, so
They're
well, I think
doubling
uh,
the age of.
Gio,
oh, go ahead.
sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, man. I'm gonna head to bed soon, so I just want to get a few things out here. So, Issy, I think you're correct, but I don't think it's gonna be a whole thing of like, guys, we were wrong. This is what it is. I think there's gonna be a small change in what they are presenting, and a lot of people are gonna see this and realize, fuck, I've been believing all these sort of things, and it tied in with my religion, or tied in with my beliefs, and because of change, I think a lot of people's mindsets are gonna change. Think of the way this whole thing happened in 2020, or whenever it happened with the whole jabby virus thing that went around. A lot of people started distrusting what was being told. I think a lot's going to happen with the distrust in the cosmology, and a lot of people's beliefs are going to change and understandings. I'm seeing it a lot, at least with my line of work. I sell a lot of Eastern, how do I say this? Um, Products when it comes to meditation beads and just a lot of Eastern religious. I hate to use the word religious, but those sort of products, and I'm seeing more and more sales because of it, or from it, and I think people are shifting to a different understanding of religious reality, whatever you want to bloody call this damn thing. Um, and yeah, so if these, I see it on the when I take a shit in the mornings, I scroll through the Google News and I see, yeah, they got alternative views for gravity, they've got alternative views for cosmology, they're wrong about a black hole. I see this shit on the news, but it changes again every fucking time it changes. But yes, I agree with you. I think there's going to be a big change happening, but not in the
Well,
sense of we were wrong. Sorry, Gio. Not that we were wrong and this and this. I think it's going to be a gradual change, but people are going to wake up to like, wow, I can look at an alternative. Yeah, go ahead. My bad.
yeah, well, I was just going to add that from a perspective, like within the perspective of the idea of a larger awakening, as it were, occurring, I think of it in a sense like if I had to try to think in my mind of that, like that foundational level of being, like at that highest level, why would it create all of this? Why would it create like the globe deception and then what the Earth actually is? And at least from one perspective, I see it as a cycle. And there's a lot of unique things to what the globe allowed for, I guess, like the globe idea. It brought in this a lot of things, which I won't go on a long thing about now. But in terms of there's like the evolution and ultimately, I think for them to be able to kind of get this level of control, they needed something. I kind of joke sometimes, like just using that term flat earther. I mean, if you line up, 30 flat earthers, how many of them are just going to obey you, everything you say? How many are going to, take a jab? How many are going to just go with the narrative? Obviously it's a generalized statement, but we all would probably agree that if you just using that term flat earther as a general sense, generally not one that is just going to kind of bow to authority and all that. So if you think about if everyone was a quote unquote flat earther, they wouldn't have been able to get this control at all. People would have just said, no, what are you doing? We're not going to use your money. We're not going to, why are you, this is corruption. That's corruption. We would just be pointing it out and it would just never happen. So the globe deception, I think, allowed for them to like get an in basically to be able to even control humanity at this level. And then, but I won't go long winded. I'll just try to be brief and just say, but the main thing I was just trying to think about is like from a larger creationary perspective, this whole cycle that we're in, the globe and everything goes along with it, World War I and World War II and the Federal Reserve and this whole thing, it's a lot. I mean, it's a lot of drama. It's a lot of pain. It's a lot of pleasure. There's a lot of different things going on. But what I'm find very interesting is in terms of where we're headed. And then the idea of, is there a larger awakening that's occurring? And that's incredibly fascinating to consider, like what the next phase will be. And that's what made me think of SE when you're saying that, because they have this model that's false. And then there's this whole scientism and this whole structure built around it. And on the larger scale, I just think about of the creator, creation, etc., like why it would sort of be programmed this way or why it would be this. But just like any deception, there's also the coming out of the deception, or like the enlightenment or awakening, or however one might view that. And then, coming to truth in that sense. And that could be said for like metaphysical things or for a lot of different, morals and ethics, a lot of that. But when it comes to like the state of the world and who we are, that would mean that even though we're still kind of in it now, like we're not really out of it because the globe paradigm is still sort of dominating and there's all of that occurring. But it just makes me excited to think about, what's the next decade, 1 decade, 2 decades, 3 decades, and the potential for positive transformation, sort of out of this, in a way, kind of dark ages, if you want to call it that, over the last 150 years of so much deception and war. And I know some people might think it might be going more that direction, but from the perspective of a positive, then there's actually like a positive shift that's occurring on the larger cycle, and maybe more truth, maybe even a bit more health. A lot of these things hopefully being remedied, a lot of the corruption. So I just love the perspective of things changing for a positive, and a lot of these deceptions being sort of dissolved and then integrated into some new way of being that's not driven by the same sort of dark forces that the last 150 years has been.
Geo, so in saying that, I don't want to give myself a big head saying that I am God, for instance. So don't get me wrong in saying this, but when it comes to solipsism, and in saying what you just said now, for me, it feels like all what's happening, what you just said now, is tying in with my existence, in the sense of I was introduced to this topic, the shape of the Earth, the flat Earth, globe Earth discussion. I'm not a flat earther, and I'm neither a globe earther. I've got my own viewpoints of this place, and I've shared my viewpoints of it. I get a lot of shit for it. Either way, it doesn't really matter. But on my journey, I was introduced to this topic, and if it wasn't for this topic, I would have never been introduced to the modern day slavery of, as far as I understand it, being working for a boss, which I eventually started a business and been running my own business for I think I'm going on 4 years now, which I brought my wife on board. She works with me in my business now. But in doing that, I've taught myself programming, and I've developed a program. When I release this program to the public, I do believe it's going to change my life financially quite well, which may change my not my viewpoint, but um, I'm not very money driven in the sense of I don't want a Ferrari, etc., etc., etc. I'm pretty well off as I am, but there are months that go by where I'm like, oh my god, are we going to make enough for salaries, to pay my wife, to pay the medical, to pay the bond, etc., etc., the mortgage, whatever you want to call it, in your country. But when I release this project, or this product, I do believe it's going to open up massive doors for us. is that going to be my massive door opening? Is that my world changing? Is that what you are actually describing? Um, I don't know how to explain it. That's why I'm saying, could it be solipsism coming into play in this sense? Because it is what you're saying now is tying up into what I'm saying. Granted, yes, there is all these wars and shit going on, but is everything tied into this whole thing that's going on now in my reality as well? I don't know. It's fascinating. It's weird, but it's beautiful. Let's see what happens.
How do you tie solipsism into this? It doesn't make any sense, Beerman.
Because for me it feels like what I'm doing now in my all the, I'm going to put in vertical commas, decisions I've made in life led me up to this point. If it wasn't up to this point, everything just feels like it's bullet pointed, as if it's stage. This feels like one big stage. What I'm going through, and I'm saying, oh my god, am I it? Is it because I'm doing what I'm doing? Why what's happening is happening? I really don't know, but the way Geo just laid it out says to me, this is, it just resonates with me so much. Is it almost feels as if it's what I'm doing is why everything is happening. Um, Even though it's got fuck all to do with my what I've done, but my world may change. And it may change your guys' worlds. You guys might not even be in my world anymore in the next couple of months after I've
Yeah, but we don't
released.
exist in your world. It's all in your head. Pure
It's
solids.
weird, man. Yeah, it's weird. It's just, yeah, it's beyond me. I'm just saying it's a very weird thing. Yeah, it's a fucking weird discussion, this, but I love it.
Because everybody knows what a solips is, right? Solipsist is a person that believes he's the only one that exists. He can only prove to himself that he exists. And even the other people, he thinks that they're a figment of their imagination, of his imagination. I mean, that's
Correct.
like the craziest thing I've ever heard.
Well, that's what I was saying. Why I understand. I think why Beerman somewhat brought it up because, like, I guess you could link that a little bit. Because if what I'm saying that we're all one, that there's just one consciousness or one ground of being, and then that ground of being is all that exists. You know, eternal, omnipotent, omnipresent, etc. And then if it's creating all of these limited types of beings, as it were, to then experience like, you know. A lack of knowing, basically, a lack of the totality, or at least an experience of that, to where now there's a temporal. Then I guess like the way he was linking solipsism, like, I mean, you know, that one being, if that's all that exists. Well, anyways, yeah, I was trying to. Sorry if I'm repeating what I was saying before with that, but I don't know if that's why Beerman's bringing it up, but I kind of think of solipsism as not necessarily the idea of like a creator being all that is and then creating all these things, but I think of, like I said before, as the solipsism is more of like that separate thing that the creator created, or that kind of separate unit of itself, which then thinks that it's all that exists. So it's like an isolated, because yeah, I mean, a lot of the solipsism comes down to like an inability. There's also a component of it, like an inability to know anything, because you can't ultimately prove anything out of your own, from your own isolated, you know, state of awareness.
Correct.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
great example, what you just
yeah,
said.
yeah. That's exactly. Yeah, yes.
A
So I
creator,
see. Yeah, that's
a
exactly
creator creates
what I'm saying.
something, and that something, like what Gio said, it's like ridiculous. Like how are you not part of that? I don't know, man. It's like this solipsism stuff is, to me, it's nonsense. I'm sorry.
Well, not
That's
Can we
fair
it's
enough.
disprove the
Can I
solipsism?
get a point in?
like another version of atheism of sorts.
Yeah, go on. Whoever said that, of course.
Hey, what's up, guys? A good combo. Maybe like I don't think we've ever considered this, but what if there's no creator? What if there's no creation? What if things have just always been and just things transform? Like, you know, they change states. Because, you know, the first law, which is funny because to make it a law, you couldn't even be close to like solipsism or anything like that. You'd have to be definite to make a law, right? But you know, the fact that you can't create or destroy energy can't be created or destroyed. Yeah, I just think, you know, if things are eternal and we have problems, you know, comprehending this about you know, beginnings and ends, if things just always were, then pretty much all we're talking about is just changing states. And, you know, we don't have any proof of what happens when we die. So, you know, we're all spitballing all the time. So, I mean, it's fun to do that, but at the end of the day, we can't prove it. Because if we're contemplating, you know, infinity and eternalness, we have to consider there is no creation. It's just things are just transformed,
Correct,
as it
dude.
were.
Yeah, dude. I think that's basically what I'm trying to say. But you see how difficult it is to try explain that in the English language. I do believe there are other languages that are able to explain this in words, but it's very difficult in the English language to explain this. But yeah, I would agree with you. But also, like I was saying early on, I was having this discussion with my brother today. I said, "There's no proof that." I was saying to him, "Dude, is there any proof that you would ever die? Is there any proof?" And he said, "No." Well, uh, I basically said to him, "There's no proof. There's no proof that I would ever die, physically. I've seen other people die around me, but there's absolutely zero proof that I would ever die, and there's no proof that I ever was born, into what I know as me today. It's very weird to explain, and I never thought of this before until recently, and that's why I'm sharing my experience with you guys because I want to hear you guys' viewpoints.
But beer man, there's evidence for those things, though, isn't there?
There's absolutely absolutely fuckable evidence that I will ever die, and I've seen photos of me as a baby, but I don't
Okay.
remember them for myself.
What do you mean has ever
But wouldn't
died?
the
Are you
evidence?
go
Yeah,
ahead.
sorry. Wouldn't the evidence be that everybody dies, so therefore you're going to die?
Because
No,
you're
that's
one of those.
everybody.
We know that
No,
their bodies cease to exist.
Yeah, and
Well,
that you're
that
one of
wouldn't.
those things, and
yeah.
that you're
Well,
So
wouldn't that be the same as, you know, Jupiter's a ball, therefore the Earth is a ball? It's
correct.
sort of begging the question.
Yeah,
No,
for me,
that's
I mean,
actually a
yeah,
little bit different.
well, it does lead to it is a form of evidence. That's right, but it doesn't prove anything.
Because yeah,
It is empirical evidence. I will grant you that because it is an observation uh, of an outcome. But it doesn't mean that you know for a fact that you're going to die because you'll never experience it and interpret that and like be able to come to a conclusion because your brain at the time you die is going to stop, you know, interpreting things and knowing things. So
correct.
I get that
Yeah,
you'll never actually personally experience technically your own death because when you go through that moment is done. So
yes.
once you step over that moment, how do you know you even just stepped over that moment?
well, this gets into
correct.
like what death is. Like, is it a limitation of our
Mm,
consciousness or is it an expansion? Because if it's an
mm.
expansion, then that would be like, let's say you're tuned into channel 25 on your TV, channel 25, and you're in channel 25 for 85 years. You know, I'm just trying to make an analogy to like a lifetime. Like you're tuned into your lifetime, whatever number human you are, if you want to do that, if you want to number every human and your number, whatever that number is, you know, in that sense. And then when you know they're like you're tuned into that channel, and then when you die, as it were, if it's actually an expansion of consciousness when you die, then that would be maybe trying to keep with this analogy. That would be like, let's say you're watching channel 25, so and then you exit channel 25, but now you can see all the channels, or you can see the whole thing. You see the inner workings of the TV. You can see this. You can see that. So I'm saying if it's an expansion, then like it's not actually like a limitation, but it's sort of like stepping into that larger field of, and then also if you're stepping into something that's eternal or beyond time, then it's not really a death. It's actually just like a cyclical ending of the experience, sort of like waking up from a dream, I suppose, in that idea, where you wake up
Yes,
from a
the
dream.
other thing would be as well is when we do go through that death experience, and if we do wake up into something else, do we even remember where we were before?
So that's the other thing I wanted to bring up now. So Geo used the analogy of the TV, for instance, or even a radio station could work. Geo's got memories of his past lives, for instance. I don't have. I've got ideas of possible memories before, but let's say you are watching a channel, you're watching Bold and the Beautiful for the past 85 years, and you change the channel. You still have those memories of Bold and the Beautiful, but you're watching a whole new channel now. So you've just switched the channel. Is that death because you are no longer in Bold and the Beautiful, and you're watching Days of Our Lives, for instance? It's a switch of channel. The way you interpret death is, I don't know, man. It's your interpretation of death. What is death to you? For me, it's someone just not breathing anymore. The doctors will give you their explanations, but what is death? What causes it? Where you go afterwards? I fucking don't know, man. But your energy is still there because I don't think you are your physical being. I think you are whatever your experience is. It's weird.
Okay, so you're trying to say then on a like more on like a metaphysical thing, you don't experience death and you wouldn't know death, not our personal physical body in this realm.
Yeah, I don't think my personal body will ever tell me you are dying now. I would think it, possibly. I think it a lot.
There's plenty of stories of people, you know, like where, you know, maybe you've got a 97-year-old man and he literally before he goes to bed that night he goes, look guys, I know I'm not going to wake up tomorrow, you know, blah blah blah, says his piece to his family, and then he doesn't wake up the next day.
Yeah, that's fair enough, man. Maybe he's ready to go. Maybe he's ready to transcend.
So,
Whatever he's
but
up
what
there
I'm
with.
saying is that there definitely is experience of people knowing that this is the time for them.
Well, I don't think they
So you may go
actually
through
know.
that as
I
well.
think they just kind of like lose the will to live and kind of just give up. You know, they're done with it, as it were. And you know,
Kind of the same
it
thing.
doesn't mean that they had any control or like in their death, right?
But
Like, or they knew.
there's a lot of like incredibly serendipitous and synchronistic things that happen like around death, and people sort of predicting their own death in some ways, or like knowing that it was coming. And people say that with accidents too, you know, like they knew that. So there's an interesting way, almost like a deja vu, like an extended deja vu, where you kind of already know something's coming before it's actually happened.
Yeah, I got a friend. He was 21 years old. Actually, no, I think I was 21. He was 20 years old. He hung himself. This is many years ago, but he hung himself. So he obviously also knew I'm gonna die. So he knew he's gonna die because he hung himself. If it's my decision to pass away, if I'm really, really tired of fighting cancer or just fighting this battle, if in my head I die in a car accident and I die in a car accident and it ends up on the news that this person died in a car accident, that was my manifestation. I died in a car accident. That's the way I died. Um, but that's the way I ended it. I knew that that's going to happen. I think my grandmother, for instance, when she passed away very peacefully in the bed, she had a dead stare in the end. But I was there for her to look at me. But there afterwards, I just saw a dead stare. Did she know she's passing? I think so, man. I think she just wanted to see us the last time, and then she's like, "Okay, guys, cheers." Even though she could hardly speak, but I feel she went peacefully. But that was it. She was in an old age home for like 10 years. I think she was bored out of her brains. She just decided, okay, guys, I'm done now. this is too boring for me, and she headed on to wherever she went to, whatever that is. There's many a times I have a lucid dream and I never want to wake up from it. If my grandmother's been lucid dreaming for the past 5 years and she's decided, fuck this world, I'm moving on. Maybe that's what she did. Wherever she is, she's doing something. Yes, granted,
Yeah.
this is a religious belief, but it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah, I'm still
And
just trying
it's
to
pretty
work
hard to
out your
consider.
thoughts.
It's pretty hard to consider like death, and because this experience is so great, right? But like we know nothing. We don't know what it's like to be old, because we're experiencing this life at optimal levels, and our life's great, this and that. But as an old person, gosh, you are limited, and that's probably not that fun. I'm not saying that they're not peaceful or but they're just not experiencing life at that, you know, uh, optimal level. But one other thing I wanted to touch on was that's why we talk about the afterlife, because this life we're living now is so great that we want to continue it. So, it's not a popular idea, topic, but there's, again, no proof that there is an afterlife.
Correct. It's interesting, but also these people that you're saying, the old people, a lot of them say they're bored or whatever. A lot of them feel like I'm saying. I feel like sometimes I think very similarly to when I was 16 years old. Even though I do have my knowledge of my adult life, I still feel like, damn, man, when I see a flight of 16 stairs, I want to go do a trick down these stairs with my skateboard. I still think like that. I still think like I was 16 years old doing my skateboarding shit. When if anything, that's when I felt the most alive. Um, these old people, I actually watched a video the other day with a woman. She turned 100 years old, and she said she thought she's 50 years old or something like that. So, dude, you're only as old as you think you are. If you're ready to go in that reality, you just pass. That's the way I think it is. I don't know what it is. I don't think anyone can prove it. That's just my understanding of it. I can't prove the way we're gonna pass. And like I say, I can't prove I will ever, ever, ever die. Um, and I don't think you can
Awesome.
ever
Yeah,
prove that
man.
you will ever die. Yeah.
Okay, so sorry, I'm still just trying to comprehend what you mean by that. So, are you meaning that there's no evidence that kind of like your soul or your spark or your spirit or whatever we would call that dies?
I don't think that dies. No, I think you carry on living. I recently thought that with lucid dreaming, about the
Yeah.
past 5 years, I started lucid dreaming, and I realized
Okay.
there's a whole new reality that you can actually live in and
Yeah.
experience. And
Yeah.
I think it's very similar to that. I think when you die, you just move on to a whole new reality. I don't even
Right.
think it's the
Okay.
reality that we live in now. I think it's something that you can't even
So yeah. So
comprehend.
so sorry. Yeah, I was just trying to comprehend because I was thought that you were trying to say that we don't experience death at all. Like, I mean, maybe we don't. Maybe we move on to somewhere else. Our spirit, our soul, our energy, whatever that is. But I was kind of thinking that you were saying that there is no death in a way, as far as our physical bodies.
Yeah, I don't think it goes to non-existence. I think you still exist. What that is,
You,
I
you,
got no
your
idea.
spirit. Yeah. Okay. So this is Sorry, I was just trying to comprehend that because it was kind of sounding to me like you were saying that there was no physical death. Um, so I was just a little bit confused there. But you're talking more on a spiritual level.
Yeah, I will never experience my own physical death because I won't be here
Yeah.
physically anymore. I will experience or see other people's. I'm going to put inverted commas physical death. That's the way I comprehend it in my being. Um, but I will never, never, ever experience that. I don't think I will ever experience that. Where I go
Yeah. Cool. All right.
afterwards,
Sweet. I'm with you now. Uh, I've got you now. Yeah, I agree with you.
It's
Yeah.
weird.
I
It's a
wanted to
weird thought.
touch
I've never
on
ever thought of it before.
hey, one thing, Beerman. Oh, were you finished, bro?
Yeah, I'm done.
Oh, cool. Hey, what you said about lucid dreaming, how it almost feels like you're, living another life, as it were. But what if it's not that? What if it's just the awesome capability of your brain to be able to conceive of another world outside of itself? Because we obviously know we can do that. We don't need to, dream anything, lucid anything. We can just, like right now, I can go anywhere I want, and just think about it. So to be able to, give the credit to the brain to be able to do that, and I think we're passing the buck on to like a spirit. I think it does a disservice to what we're actually, the gift we actually have now. And I get the concept of the afterlife and the spirit. It's because, we want to continue this because it's so great, but there's still no proof of it. Like,
Yeah. Good white
Well,
light. Sorry, good white light. Have you heard of the red car theory? If you haven't, it's yeah. Have you heard of the red car theory?
yeah, isn't it something like if, you've never owned a red car, so you never see them, but once you own one, you're aware that and you spot them more easily. Something
Yeah,
like
something
that.
like that. Something like that. So what happens is, I actually saw this recently. I never thought of it before, but I think it was on Joe Rogan, where the guy mentions, "Have you heard of the red car theory?" And he says no. And long story short, he asked, "How many red cars did you see on your route here?" And the guy couldn't count them. But in reality, they've done some sort of statistics on it, but this guy counted maybe 3 or 4, um, but he didn't actually know. But there was, on average, there's like 50 red cars that you see on your route, on your average route, and he's saying those are all opportunities that you have in life. So I said to my wife, I mentioned it to my wife today. I said, this is how many opportunities we have. Um, but unless you're looking for them, because if you're not counting the red cars, you're not going to count them. You're not going to realize them. But if you actually look for red cars on your trip, you're going to spot them and you're going to be able to count them. So the same thing in
Get
life is,
this.
yeah, if you
Like,
look
get
for opportunities, you're going to find the opportunities. Yeah, go
but
ahead.
get this, beer man. That at the same time you're counting those red cars, look at everything else you're missing. Like, you're only at that
Correct.
one time able to, focus on the red cars. And at that same time, there's blue, gray, brown, green, red, orange, yellow, purple, everything passing you by. So it it's the potential of this world. It's the parameters, the capabilities. Something I've said, and Gio just mentioned it today. Uh, it's everything, right?
Of
The
course, yeah, dude.
availability and potential of this world, which is amazing.
No, of course, dude. The only reason why I brought that up is because I never even thought of it that way. I never lived in the now. I always lived in the, I'm worrying about my old age home. I got to make enough money now for my old age time. And then I realized, fuck, man, maybe I never ever never become old. Let me just live now. So in the past couple of years, I've been living in the now. I've never been more happy. I've never been more relaxed. I Yeah, it's weird. I'm an asthmatic. I haven't used my asthma pump in the past couple of months. I'm just living life differently, living now versus before. The way I was brought up, at least in the, I don't want to bang down on Christianity. There's nothing wrong with Christianity. I'm just saying, how do I say this in a different way? Being introduced to other religions, being introduced to a different reality of being, um, it felt. Oh man, I don't have the English words for this. bloody existence. But I've just lived a way better life living now. Chatting to you guys, I got a massive piss on, and I gotta go shower and head to bed. My wife's actually going to go sleep in a different room because I'm talking so damn loud. Um, it's 3:30 a.m. I'm chatting to you guys. I've got now, and I love this discussion. It's beautiful. I think it's amazing, and I appreciate every second of it.
Hey, yeah, thanks for the combo, beer man. It's always good to talk to you, man.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, beer man, go hug your wife. Good night.
Yeah, yeah. I probably got to get going, guys. But like I said, I love the discussion, but I probably have to get going now. So, I would love to have this discussion again. You guys carry on the discussion. I'm probably going to put headphones on and sleep to listen to you guys, and then I'll listen to it while I'm sleeping. But yeah, please keep it going because that's really, really an awesome discussion.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, have a good one, guys. Cheers.
Good night, bro. Good talking to you.
I was going to mention this was on my mind from when we were talking about it, but in terms of like the idea of proof of an afterlife, I mean, yeah, being like in a physical body, I mean, we can't even get proof of, exactly what the sun is, getting up there with a measuring stick. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that are obviously unknown being a human that we can't have full access to. What's at the very, very depths of the ocean, what's in the extremely high altitudes, what happens, the Antarctic region, the North Pole. I mean, there's a lot of things we have an inability to know exactly the full awareness of, just with being a human and being in this, mind state and in this state of being in a body. I would say like the sort of state of consciousness, as it were. So I guess that would include in terms of what happens after death, because unless somebody has, but I guess what I was going to mention for that is people that have near death experiences or out of body experiences to like in a very intense ways. And I was just saying that for those people, I'm not saying it is or isn't proof of anything. I'm just saying in terms of their experience, the way they report it, the way they describe it, there are many who have had like what could be called a near-death experience, either like a car accident or spontaneously, or it could be during a surgery maybe that they're having, or different ways that people experience. And some of these people were like 100% atheist, and they just thought that when they died, the lights went out and that's it. And after having that experience, for them at least, in the way they described it, they describe it as, I don't know, would it be called proof for an afterlife? I mean, in terms of for them, but I mean, they have an experience that for them, like completely, I mean, it's a large category. So I don't want to just sort of say one thing and try to summarize it, because there's many different forms of these experiences and the different sort of flavors, if you will, or the different styles, the different types of things that come with it and the different types. But I'm just saying for a lot of them, they have an experience of basically like temporarily going back to that state that they're in when they're not in a human body, whether they're fully back there or partially back there or just have a glimpse of it. But for many of these people that come out of that experience, they seem to report like that they don't really question whether there's an afterlife. Like some of them, like it's like they know that it's something akin to what they experience, whether it's exactly the same or it's just a taste of it. So could that be called proof for them in terms of what happens when you die? In terms of could that be categorized as that?
You know what? It could be like, again, the capabilities of the mind to be able to, because we can go back in time in the future right now. Boom, I can put myself 20 years back wherever I was. Boom, I'm there. It might be a little fuzzy, hazy, a little bit. Can't remember all the details, what I ate for breakfast, but I can go there. So that's the capabilities of the brain, but it's possible that maybe that's what's happening. It's some sort of memory. Now, there are people who have had experiences like, say, they get a organ transplant, and they experience some sort of like of the other, the donors potential like cravings and stuff. So, for example, I don't know, the specifics of it, but the person that received the transplant, the organ transplant, started experiencing strange cravings, and I guess they asked, the parents of the or the family of the person that donated the organ, did this person have the same cravings? And somehow it did. That doesn't mean that spirit from that person is now in the transplantee's body. It could mean that there's some sort of weird memory. The way memory works is so strange. Like, I
there's a
pose this
term called
question,
like
like, what is yeah, go ahead.
I thought you were done. I was gonna say it's like a phantom limb is another thing, like that when people, like, let's say their arm gets cut off or something, or they lose an arm in war or something, that some of them like still feel like they have the arm, like they still have this feel, they still feel like the arm is there. That's another one. But yeah, the organ transplant one is interesting. I know what you mean. Yeah, between sort of memory, or is it that person's soul? I knew a guy that he was like 40 when I worked with him at one point, and he had a heart transplant. And I don't know the whole story, but basically he got the heart of like I forget, it was like a 14-year-old boy or something. And this boy had, died. I don't know how the medical industry does all that, but essentially he got this guy's heart. It was all done through the sort of legal medical industry, way and all that. And he basically had like the vibe of that like 13, 14-year-old boy or however, I don't know. I forget the exact age of the boy, but he had like that. It's like he had the partial personality of that actual child in some way. So anyways, yeah, it is pretty interesting.
God, that's so amazing. I won't I won't automatically discount the possibility of a soul, because I ultimately don't know. But I'd lean on the side of it's some sort of memory, like somehow his memory has been etched on that heart somewhere, and now it's in that person's body now, right, with the organ.
It's kind of like the water having
You guys are
memory
talking
thing.
about like
So
generalities,
considering,
but I wanted to get into some more like specific examples, like Geo was starting to get into. Because I mean, I don't want to be Debbie Downer here, but I mean, my niece overdosed on drugs, and she was like dead for I don't know the specifics of it, but she was telling me about her experience, and she said it was just like going to sleep. But I don't know.
What were we going to say? Plain reality as well. I think you guys talked at the same time.
yeah, I was just saying, like, I mean, we know that memory, that water seems to have memory, and our cells are basically just made up of water and obviously different things. So there could be memory stored within there. And also within health practices, as far as what I've seen as well, like as we know that our body goes through, it takes 7 years for us to have an entirely new body. So when you go through an actual health practice and you heal yourself from something, you're technically not ever going to be healed until you've continued that for 7 years, so that all those cells in your body are now new cells. So if someone just dies, you're getting the cells from that person at that moment. So you're going to experience more than likely what they had, well, possibly things that they have experienced within their life through cravings, etc.
So does that mean things get transmitted chemically? So when you put the organ in, there's some chemical information left over of that favorite chocolate cake or whatever?
Yeah, that's what I would think.
Yeah, because we live in symbiosis with other microorganisms that are present.
That is fascinating, that organ thing, I must say.
Because remember, those organs are made up of everything that person was eating and doing and thinking and feeling. So I think, and we all know that all of those things are just chemicals as well. They're chemical reactions within our brain, within our body. So I would think that once the person dies, if that organ or whatever is still kept alive and then placed into someone else, it still has that chemical makeup.
Yeah, like
that's the only thing. Yeah. Go on.
What gets into DNA? Like what the nature of DNA is? Is it memory, consciousness, awareness? Like what Just makes me think of the DNA connection to that potentially.
Yeah, I thought of that, but I don't think it's that deep. But yeah, it could be that deep, certainly. Absolutely. Because that's where the instructions are, right? So, yeah.
Now, not to take the convo into a dark realm, because this is fairly dark, what I'm about to say, but it does make me think about, like, where's all this blood going that we donate? You know, now I know some of it goes to use, but this is kind of on a conspiratorial level too. But like, where's all the, there's all these, like, when they dispose of blood in hospitals, it goes to these like medical waste centers. They ship it off and then etc. But there is a theory or idea that whoever the kind of controllers are, as it were, are they using that blood for something? Are they drinking it? Are they doing ceremonies with it? And it's kind of freaky to think about. You go get your blood drawn, and then that, if that blood has that type of memory or connection to you, the way that an organ does, and then if there is some like nefarious use of it on some kind of clandestine level, within the kind of this whole sort of system, that's a pretty, like, are they actually controlling us through doing stuff to our blood, either by manipulating it because like it's connected to us? It's just kind of wild to think about that.
Maybe gaining information from it.
Yeah, interesting.
The blood
like
is really expensive, though.
Yeah, or even to the point of like mind controlling us remotely through it in some sense. That with the, I mean, that's pretty wild to think about. But I mean, I would never get a blood transfusion, even if I honestly, I just never would. Even if I was near death, I would just call it a day. I would say I'd rather pass on, because I just don't think it's spiritually right to take someone else's blood into my system, another human at all. So I'm just saying for myself. If other people want to do it, that's their choice. But I would never want anyone else's blood.
I thought people donate their blood, though.
Well, yeah, and then they put it in other people. Yeah. And I mean, I'm not. I mean, some people, if it feels like it saves their life, and so I'm not trying to judge others for doing it, but I just think it's like
what's your sort of thing against it? You just don't want someone else's essence inside you. Is that what your issue is?
Well, I mean, on the level of like the sort of speculating that the controllers are doing something with our blood, that's kind of another thing. But if you're saying for myself, yeah, I guess I just feel like it's kind of like, it's like leaking your energy, like your soul energy. I feel it's like kind of to have someone else's blood come into your system. I mean, like I said, if people feel like they got in a car accident and they want to do a blood transfusion to save their life, that's obviously up to them and so on. But yeah, I think on a spiritual level, like mixing someone else's blood with your own is, I mean, I'm not going to say it's like wrong or, some kind of like extreme bad karma or anything per se, but I do think there's certain ramifications in a sense for that. There's just something to like one's own blood, I think, being sovereign to their body and their cellular makeup. And then to go mixing that, I just think there's certain results from that. There's certain there's like a spiritual engagement, I guess, that can play out in that sense. So it's kind of, consuming or taking in someone else's blood. There's just a lot to that, like what you're actually taking in.
Isn't there a certain religious group that has those exact thoughts? I forget. It's not the Amish, I don't think. Which group? Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
I did want to get into that, though. I'm not familiar with the group that has those religious beliefs, but I wanted to explore what Gio was talking about, because I thought the blood was donated by consent by living individuals who continue living on. So, like, for example, you were talking about the people who drank the Kool-Aid. Maybe they need, I would offer my blood to help save them if it would save them. And then my body would generate new blood cells for me. Sorry, Gio, I'm just trying to understand.
No, I hear you. Well, it's like you're kind of taking on someone else's like spiritual energy at that point. You're kind of, I just think it's a very deep thing, the blood. It's one thing like when people have sexual engagements, a man and a woman, whatever it may be, and then they're exchanging fluids, like just like saliva and the other fluids involved in sexual engagement. That's one thing. There's something to that, but actually like taking your blood out and putting it in someone else's bloodstream, Remember that thing? Like I remember when I was a kid, there was a thing of being a blood brother. You know, oh, you want to be blood brothers? You're supposed to both cut yourselves and then kind of put your cuts, you know, smush them together so that the blood, you know, and that's supposed to be a blood brother. I remember there's this one kid that was like, "Do you want to be a blood brother?" And I remember being like, I think I'm gonna pass. Like I didn't do it, but no, I just think if you take on someone else's blood, there's just a lot of you're taking on some part of their essence essentially right in your bloodstream, and so I just think there's a lot to consider. And I'm just saying for myself, it's not like I'm extremely against in some extreme way, but yeah, I would never do it, and I would never take anyone else's blood. And even if I got in a car accident and I was like near death, and they said we got to do a blood transfusion, I would actually say I'll pass. Like I would actually just rather pass on than. And then some people might think that that's extreme, or if it would save my life or something. But to me, there's like a larger process going on with what life is. It's not really about that one lifetime per se. I mean, I think it's significant. I'm not saying just that it's okay to kill yourself or that doesn't matter or anything like that. I don't think it is right to kill yourself, but I'm just saying that like in my viewpoint, there's like a larger quest for myself that transcends any one lifetime. And so I think for me, part of that has to do with, there's like sovereignty with one's own blood and what that represents, like the kind of the lifeblood of like the soul and how that all kind of interrelates.
But at the end of the day, no one has the right to tell you what you can and can't do with your own body. So if you choose that you don't want to take on someone else's blood for whatever reason it is, then that's your decision to make.
But nowadays, you do have to be careful because it's a different game. Because you could potentially get contaminated blood with the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, 100%, definitely.
Yeah, and are there even ramifications like beyond this one lifetime if one were to do that as well? Like, is the soul actually impacted by that in a sense, or it's kind of interesting?
I mean, we live and we experience in this world, input and output, so the exchange of blood, in my opinion, is kind of the same thing. You're going through the same process and experience. You just don't want to take someone's body parts and blood without their consent, then that can definitely affect your karma.
Yeah, well, then I mean, connected to blood, that's in terms of like these blood rituals and these different claims that are done, blood over intent, that kind of idea, and the idea of actually controlling people through their blood in some way is even within like witches and Satanism and these different kinds of ideas. It's kind of like, why are they so into it if they are? What do they get from that? What are they trying to do with the blood? It's kind of interesting that it seems like a lot of those, like even some of those kind of darker traditions seem to be connected to that.
Yeah, so one of the groups I was referring to was the Jehovah Witnesses. They're against blood transfusions. They say it's in the Bible.
You're talking about the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah. Does it say anywhere in the Bible abstaining from blood?
Yeah, it just says at the last page, it just says, yeah, stay off the blood. And the last thing I'm going to say, the Lord told you, yeah, don't be mixing.
No more blood for you. Get back in line.
I thought the elites do blood transfusions from young people to extend their life essence. I thought I heard.
And rich drug addicts like the Beatles dudes. They say they were doing a full blood transfusion every so many months because they were doing so much heroin and all that crap. They would just clean themselves out, get a full blood transfusion. Who was it? Keith Richards? That was one of the dudes. You guys must have heard that, no?
No, I haven't heard it. I appreciate the example, though.
Oh yeah, there's big stories going out that these guys, they were doing so much drugs that they would do blood transfusions every so often. That's why they didn't kick over. That's why they haven't died, and they, you know, they look fairly fit for their age. Because these guys were like heavy into drugs, like big time, heroin, the works.
Yeah, but do you know how much that would cost? Because I mean, I'm pretty sure it's quite expensive to do.
Yeah, well, if you're Keith Richards, I mean, I'm sure you can afford it. Or any one of these famous dudes that are multi-millionaires, right? I mean, how much could it cost? I mean, you do it here, or you get an operation here, they do blood transfusion at zero cost, doesn't cost anything here. For us Canadians, we're lucky, of course, but I'm sure in the States, what, they charge you extra for the blood transfusion? How much could it cost?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know of any spiritual tradition that uses like the exchange of blood from one to another in a positive way. Like, I don't know of any that use it in any positive way. Like, I know there's in the medical field, if someone has a car accident, you know, I understand that whole thing in terms of trying to save their life, or, you know, if they had a lot of blood loss, that kind of idea and everything with that. And then there's all the things of, you know, the kind of satanic or types of ceremonies or things that they may or may not do that involve blood, or trying to control others through some kind of ritual or something like that. But I just can't think of any, like, what I would refer to as like a positive, you know, like benefic usage of any way of using the blood in those ways, like either exchanging it or doing weird things with it. Like, I just don't know of any like a positive type usage of it in any tradition. Like, I'm just not aware. If someone knows of one, I guess, yeah, let me know. But I just, you know, it seems like it's always used for either a darker purpose or for this current medical thing, which, well, what is that really all about too, at the core of it?
Yeah, it's basically today it's used for medical purposes. Yeah, but what's really freaky is the different types of blood. Why is there different types of blood? Because you can't just get a transfusion of any old blood. It has to be your type of blood. Now, how is it that there's different types of blood? Yeah.
There are certain compatibility. I think some blood can accept all, and then other blood can't accept anything but their own type. Yeah, so there's some interesting combinations too. Why is that?
Yeah, exactly. Why is that?
I bet they figured that out the hard way.
Yeah, that must, right? Oh man, how many times are we going to kill these people? Goodness gracious, this isn't working. Yeah, it's as far as the Bible, you know, people get things confused, right? Just like when they say you can't cook a goat and milk, right? So you can't have cheeseburgers, completely irrelevant, right? Even I don't eat cheeseburgers, but that has nothing to do with the law. So yeah, when you're eating an animal, it's basically, you know, Leviticus shows us that we have to cook it well, and that we're not to eat blood with the animals. We're supposed to actually cook them well enough so that there is no obvious blood, so that it turns, you know, actually clear. But other than that, no, it's, you know, what is it? Surgeries, blood transfusions, there's actually no mention of it in the Bible, so it's not something directly related to the Levitical laws.
Yeah, I was just thinking of something. Hey, Gio, how do you eat your steak? If you don't mind me asking. How do you cook it?
You should have asked me
like a little blood in it?
In general, in terms of raw meat, I mean, in terms of meat, red meat, I was going to say, if you're talking about red meat, I mean, I eat some meat raw, anywhere from raw to cooked, I guess. I mean, I
Really?
generally, yeah, if I'm gonna cook it, I mean, I do raw meat at times, depending on the source and all of that. But yeah, either raw or lightly cooked. But there's times where I'll eat meat that's more fully cooked at times, like if it's in a stew or. So I kind of do the whole spectrum, basically.
Right. Like me, I can't eat. If I see blood in the meat, like I'll get disgusted. Like I can't do it.
Well, I see. I think it'd be pretty hard to really separate blood from meat. I mean, especially like liver. Like if you get liver, it's usually just there's a lot of blood. But even red meat seems to have. I mean, I know there's like the hemoglobin, which is claimed to be different than the actual blood itself, but it'd be pretty hard to really separate those. I mean, you're basically.
Yeah, the thing is when you eat like a steak, beef steak, English for example, which I love it when it's like still very almost like raw, you know, like it has there's a distinctive temperature you reach where it gets very tender, but it's still almost like raw. It's the point I love, and I think it has the most nutrients, you know, if it's at that point. And according to
Wow.
the internet, it's not blood. The red stuff you see is not blood because what happens nowadays when animals are slaughtered, you know, in modern times we hang them and we let them bleed out and in the very process when they're unconscious, right? So most times they get stunned, then hang upside down, and then we slit open the main artery, and then they just bleed out. So actually, what you see as blood is not blood in the meat. It's something else. I forgot what the specific term is. But,
And there's also traditions in South America where when they go into battle, they would eat the heart of their enemy raw, I believe. So that has a dark history of, eating raw meat like that.
Well, that's the thing, which
Well-
gets into cannibalism. I mean, if you talk about human to human, and then that relates. Like, here's a question: is a blood transfusion a form of cannibalism?
Well, you're not ingesting it. I got bad news, Montreal.
But you're injecting it, though. You're putting it right in, though. But I know what you mean.
Sorry, Montreal. No one else is going to eat well done except for you and me. So we'll be cooking for each other because these people love their walking animals as they're eating them, I guess.
They want to hear the moo as they chew, as I say. Yeah, I can't do it,
I
bro.
was always one of those weird kids that I hated everything as a kid, right? You can tell I annoyed the hell out of my entire family, right? So I was always bitching about things not being cooked right. So yeah, it's got to be at least not bloody, at least medium well.
Hey, so I'm going over
just-
Leviticus 17, and it talks about not to eat the blood of an animal because that's where the life is. But there's also something funny in Leviticus 17, verse 15, and it talks about eating roadkill. And to be washed clean of roadkill, all you have to do is wash your clothes and bathe yourself, and you'll be unclean till the evening. And then after that, you'll be, clean again.
So the thing
Says
is,
not to eat it. Yeah.
the thing is,
That's some great information right there from the Bible.
the thing is, I personally,
Bible's always right.
I personally find English or medium rare just gives me a real energy kick, you know, like it just tastes like if it has the most nutrients in it. If I would cook it through, it just tastes like a piece of bread, you know. It's like, it's like dead, more than dead.
Right. Well, I mean, there's a whole thing with cooking that that alters the nutrients. It denatures the nutrients, like the fats and the nutrients. Like, in my understanding, in terms of a lot of the validation that's been done as well, like within the kind of world of science. I mean, raw meat is by far the most nutritious. You're getting all the enzymes. I know people have concerns about raw for maybe bacteria and there's different things, but I'm just saying, like, a clean, in terms of just nutritional content and energy and direct, like, bioavailability of the nutrients as well.
And the thing is, if you eat it completely raw, if I wouldn't like heat it up, it would never look like anything would be bleeding out. It would just be raw flesh, you know. So that's another reason for me why I don't see it as equal to, I mean, scientifically it isn't even blood, but on the other hand, even if it looks like blood, just remember it's just because of the process of it losing water and other substances within the
Yeah, they
flesh.
did the experiment on broccoli, where when they microwaved it, it lost like over 80% of the nutrients.
That's why I eat. That's why I love my steak still almost raw, but I could never eat like completely raw, like cold raw steak. Nah,
It's pretty
it's
good.
not.
It's
I
kind of just like bland. It doesn't really have that strong of a taste like raw meat. It kind of melts in your mouth like butter. It tastes pretty like neutral overall. It's interesting how much the taste changes when you cook it, but
By the way, do you also eat a lot of butter like me? Like I put like a huge stick of butter onto the steak, and it's great, man. It's like literally what if my brain sees that buttery fat rinsing out, it's literally what it wants. I just feel how my body is like, man, give me that fat, give me that butter,
well, it's said that I mean they often call butter like white blood, or sorry, milk. Milk is like white blood because milk is actually
Hmm.
similar to blood in a lot of ways. I mean, it's made from the bloodstream. It's a fluid. It is similar. I'm not saying it is blood, but it's interesting, like just how milk. So yeah, if milk is sort of white blood in a sense, then the
Didn't
butter
even
is like
know
the
that.
concentrated version of that. All
I
the
didn't
fat
even
from it.
know that. I've never heard that before. That sounds
So,
interesting.
so you guys are of the opinion. I haven't looked into it much at all. You guys are of the opinion that the body does need like animal protein to survive.
Oh yeah. Like not to survive maybe, but to have a sustainable life, a life that is not full of malnutrition and emotional roller coasters. I see that with my sister who has turned vegetarian the past years, and I've been also vegetarian for 2 years, and man, your brain is really going to be suffering because there's just certain nutritions you won't get. And when you look at all, they will all tell you if you want to, as a vegan or vegetarian, if you want to live somehow equal when it comes to nutrition, you gotta swallow all these pharmaceutical pills, or mostly pills made by pharmaceutical industries, which are, vitamins and so forth. And I think that's not a neutral. I don't want to swallow pills. That's the main key. Apart from vitamin D3, I really don't use anything. You know.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to go into the topic, but yeah, I definitely have my thoughts on the sort of veganism, vegetarian. But I think ultimately, yeah, there's nutrients that are in animal foods that are just not found in plant foods. And maybe there used to be a different type of plant. I actually have some thoughts in terms of what that like. Could there actually used to have been some sort of other like what I'm saying is, were we designed to actually eat meat, or is it just that we basically have to now because of what's available? Like the idea that we're in like a some kind of a state where like like even like a fallen state, or there's some kind of a state that we're in that we like have to eat the animals now because perhaps the other food source that we used to eat that had those nutrients in it, whether we call those plants or whether they're a blend of plant and animal, whatever it may be, that those are no longer available for us. And so
Yeah,
the plants
yeah.
we have this seems like the plants we have access to are definitely lacking a lot of the nutrients, specifically the fat soluble nutrients. And there's a whole list of them that are just not found in plant foods. And so
When,
there's a
when
lot of debate. Some people say you don't need those, and there's a lot of debate about it. But I think
if
basically veganism, my conclusion after all my research and experimentation myself and everything, I think it's a partial starvation diet, meaning it's not a total
yes,
starvation. It's just you're just partially starving your body of certain nutrients.
So as far
yes,
as the nutrients, that's exactly what Apotheosis was saying. Is that she gave an example of some stuff growing in like some fertile soil in Ukraine, and it had increased the, I believe she said the magnesium content, but in the people by 400%, and so that just gives support to what you're saying about the lack of nutrients in our food.
the other thing is, what does our bodies say? What if I you can look through so many vegan channels, for example, you will find so many people who make videos about today I'm gonna show you how to make artificial egg yolk with butter and milk, So almost every vegan video I watch, you can see them craving for milk, egg, butter, flesh, like uh, um, beef, fish, you know, and just listen to your body. I mean, and just compare it. Put a salad leaf with some salt into your mouth, chew on it, and then put some nicely medium rare piece of steak in your mouth with some salt and chew it and tell me what your body is craving for. What is it falling in love with? Where you like close your eyes and I bet you if you chew on that steak, you're gonna close your eyes and be like, wow. Like you can chew it for some long time and afterwards will make you very filled up, just a small steak. Why when you eat the salad, even if you eat a whole bunch of salad, 1 hour later it's like McDonald's, you're gonna eat again or gonna be hungry again. It's just not sustainable.
Well, I think we don't have to guess, right? All we have to do is look at our body, the way we're designed, and we can look at our teeth. We have both fangs and teeth to grind. So,
Yes.
and our stomach can handle both. So we're designed to eat both. I mean, this is not hard. Yeah.
I mean, some would say, well,
we have
there are
these
some that think we're more towards the carnivore side, though, of what's really ideal, and that plants are really kind of more of like a backup. I mean, there's the idea too, like the difference between using plants for medicinal purposes versus nutritional. So the idea of like growing a bunch of like garbanzo beans and then cooking them all up and just eating that spoonful by spoonful, is one thing. And of course, beans are usually very poorly digested by humans. All the gas and farting and all that comes from. So I mean, that should tell you right there. There's what's going on with that if you can't even digest it. But I'm just saying, using plants for like nutritional, like just eating plates of salads and carrots by the mouthful, versus the idea, like for example, the carrot, the original wild carrot comes from Queen Anne's lace, which is a medicinal plant. It has a very small little root, which now is what the carrot has kind of been turned into. And that root is medicinal, so they might make a tea with it, or they would do have a medicinal usage for it. You wouldn't just be eating handfuls of Queen Anne's lace, of the root. So, because there's a lot of medicinal herbs. So it's interesting to think about, like, is some of that, like you said, with the digestive system and the teeth, used for more of a medicinal herbs? Because we are omnivores, I would say, in that sense. Like like we're not obligate carnivores, it seems. However, there are many that think that actually a majority of a meat-based or an animal food-based diet is actually what's ideal, and minimal plants. I'm just saying there is that perspective.
Yeah, you can make that argument, and then you can look at a bear, right? You see that big beast now. It's an omnivore, right? But the majority of what it eats is not meat. But I hear what you're saying, because I've heard the opposite. Like they say, brain development, the way our brain developed, it wouldn't be possible without meat, without us eating meat.
well, look at the gorilla, man. A gorilla is a vegan.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
but these animals have enzymes and have digestive systems that makes them possible to create the protein basements that they need for their body weight. And when you look at them, yeah, mostly in nature, a gorilla will the whole day chew on something and eat greens permanently. It's almost like his main thing to do the whole day.
Have you guys heard of DMT beings?
No.
You guys haven't heard of these DMT hallucinations at all?
It's a quick topic change, but
yeah.
No, it's on the same topic.
Anyways, to finish
it's
off what I was
connected to
trying
what gorillas eat. I mean, if you're asking if I'm aware, I mean, yes, I'm very aware of dimethyltryptamine and all of the different
It sounds like you might be more familiar with the topic than me, but anyway, my question was, you know, of some of these stories that I've heard about these DMT trips in these other universes, to where like, you know, the people are like a little bit scared and hesitant of death to be re-encounter these DMT beings. So, like, what would be your objection if in the afterlife you encountered like a DMT being, and you know they wanted to feed upon your soul? Whereas, you know, in your life, you fed upon sentient beings. So how could you make an objection to, you know, prevent them from feeding upon your soul?
I don't understand. I don't understand the topic.
I mean, he also brought up the spiritual aspect of like blood transfusions too. So there's also a spiritual aspect to that as well, possibly.
So you're saying somehow by doing this DMT, like I'm trying to understand what you're saying, what you mean.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Gio won't answer the question at all.
Well, what is the question? I was trying to. I mean, well, I'm not sure what there was a question for me. You're saying?
Well, you brought up the spiritual aspect of blood transfusions. And so I was kind of bringing up a similar question. You know, what if in the afterlife you encounter a DMT being, and, you know, their argument is, you know, they get to feed upon your being and your soul because that's what you did in your lifetime is you fed upon sentient beings. So what would your objection be to them feeding upon your soul?
Okay, I think I follow what you're saying. I mean, it's kind of weaving a couple different layers. So, like, let's say in like a metaphysical, spiritual state, as it were, meaning something that's not physical, because there's like kind of an overlap there. So, if I think I know what you're saying though. So, if I go out and eat an animal, if I kill that animal and I eat it, yeah, that is in a way you could see that's kind of hardcore. It's like you know, I mean, are you feasting on their soul or on their flesh? I mean, I would say that like within the spirit world component, like the animal actually, like if you harvest an animal, if you kill an animal and you do so with love and respect, and you know burn some sage and pray to the spirit of the animal will actually like bless you with that animal's meat. Basically, it's like the deer spirit will sort of like you've harvested it, you've done a whole ceremony around it, and then the deer spirit sort of, in terms of like a lot of these different traditions like Native Americans and so on, so they have like ceremonies that they'll do to kind of like ask for the blessing and to kind of have an exchange with that animal spirit that they're then consuming. So there's a lot of those components. But what you're talking about, I mean, there it is a bit of a topic change only because there's a lot of like particularities getting into what you're referring to when you're talking about sort of when people have had certain experiences where they feel like there is some kind of a malevolent being that's sort of you know, it's some kind of like a spiritual attack on them, maybe, if you want to put it that way. But that would sort of be more happening like in the spirit world, as it were. So I guess I'm just trying to understand how you're trying to link those experiences to physicality. Because I mean, if somebody has, see, first of all, I mean, it's just a big topic. Like, I think if one uses DMT correctly in the right shamanic plants that it comes in nature, the way it comes in nature, you're there's no, people don't have those kinds of experiences where they feel like their soul is being like feasted on or something by like an entity or something. That generally happens when people extract DMT from certain plant sources that are not used in the shamanic traditions. And it does actually matter what plant you pull DMT from in terms of like what spirit worlds and what energies it connects you to. So if what you're referring to are some of these like experiences where people are, you know, using some high dose of either like injected or smoked DMT that has been extracted from a plant that is generally, like I said, not used in the spiritual traditions. Now you're dealing with a different thing. And yes, there are people that have used that where they've had experiences where, yeah, there are like these like demonic type beings that are kind of like almost like feasting on them, or it has some kind of a malevolent kind of almost like an attacking energy, and it's kind of a frightening experience for them. But like I said, that's because it's connected to, in my viewpoint, using DMT ultimately incorrectly. Like it's using it from the wrong plant source, and
Yeah, but that was just an example, though, to ask about, like, if you encounter these malevolent beings in the afterlife, how would you make an objection to them wanting to feast upon your soul when in your lifetime you feast upon sentient beings? It's just a hypothetical question.
Well, if anybody were going to make suggest that could be the case, then what would we eat? Because there's studies that show that plants are sentient in a way because they can remember, and there's studies that suggest, okay, demonstrations, experiments that suggest that they can remember things, that they know you, they can remember you, and that they know your thoughts.
Yeah, but Europa. Now I got what he's trying to say. He's asking, what would your objection be? Would you have an objection if in the afterlife you met one of these beings that wants to feast on you, just like you feasted on countless animals in your time?
or like an idea of like being in hell, and then you're being like feasted on, or you're being like
Yeah.
demonically harvested or possessed or some kind of extreme. Yeah, I guess I don't. I mean, are those really the same though? I mean, I see what you're saying now, though. Yeah, I mean, like being in a human form that we need to eat, like is an alligator that kills an antelope, like, is it really like harvesting their soul, or because that gets into that question, like, is it really like a soul harvesting, or is it more
According
of
to
a physical?
Hinduism, I don't remember the specifics of Hinduism ideology, but I believe every animal is supposed to complete, like, what, their dharma or their purpose or whatever it's called. With your example of the alligator, but yeah, I wasn't in my question. I wasn't trying to be provocative or make a personal attack. It was just like a genuine question of what would your objection be in the afterlife.
That's a unique question. I never heard a question like that. Yeah.
Well, it's because throughout our lifetimes, we're constantly being tricked and deceived. So, what if it's all in preparation to encounter more tricks and deceptions in the spirit realm?
Yeah, that was what I said to myself when he asked it. I'm like, huh, I've never heard that question before. But, to that question, it's like I said, if you were to ask yourself that, like, what would that leave you? If you know that plants, like, okay, let's just say for myself, what would I eat if I'm believing that plants are sentient?
Yeah, not you. Just water, just
Uh,
breatharian. Live off breath. Live off. Yeah, I know.
sunshine?
Geo, just to put things in perspective, I do eat meat. So, if I have to counter the same thing, it's basically I'm asking myself the same question.
Yeah, well, it gets deeper into like what is like the idea of like a demon or some kind of being that's like, you know what was the word you used? Yeah, kind of like feasting on you or kind of harvesting. Like
Like
what?
malevolent beings.
Yeah, but like, what is that experience? I mean, is it like is like one being tortured by that? Is it some kind of a because like the idea of harvesting an animal, like you're not necessarily torturing it in that sense. You're not like trying to harvest its soul. You're actually trying to like in the Native American traditions and a lot of traditions, like they actually see it as like a sacred thing, like harvesting that animal. Like I said, they like ask for blessings from the animal. They go through a whole process, and then they're being blessed by the nourishment of it and Mother Nature. So there's all of that to it. It's not really like the idea the way you were describing it, like some sort of like a metaphysical torture or like a hell state where you're just being like feasted on by these beings and it's horrible and it's just
Geo, I'm not sure you fully understand. So it's called the universal law of reciprocity, or it's also known as, like, you could call it like the Uno Reverso card, is what it's known as. Like someone does something, so obviously they think it's a okay. So you can use the Uno Reverso card on them.
Well, the thing I've thought of that relates to this in a sense, like there's like some like speculations or ideas that whoever these like controllers or the, you know, the controllers, the elite, whatever one wants to call them, the idea that they're actually like, you know, like the adrenochrome stuff, or they're like drinking our blood, or that they're, you know, doing crazy stuff like that. Like the idea that they're like eating us, you know, that there's like a human slave trade, or some of these ideas, you know, that they're literally like that they consume us or whatever in some way. Then you would, you know, one would think like, oh my God, that's horrible. You know, we're being eaten or whatever. But then just relating that to the fact that we kill animals and eat animals, it's like, that just makes me think of that. It's like, okay, so it's okay for us to kill and eat animals, but what if what if the ones that are eating us or whatever, what if they're not human? So if they're a different species and then they're eating us, is it, you know, how does that spiritually play out with the fact that we
Geo,
eat animals? Because I would say like it's definitely wrong to eat another human, but I don't think it's wrong to, you know, eat a deer. So there is differences.
Geo. I mean, I was kind of thinking the same thing, but I mean, I wasn't going to say it on your live stream channel. But yeah, that's definitely a possibility.
And something you said made me also think like we're we're not feeding on the animals. So like maybe there's something something happening against the spirit of the animal when people abuse the animal and they don't kill it right. As far as like us not feeding on their soul, I think that's exactly what like these entities or you know the ones that are in control, the controllers, right? The puppet masters, not the puppets. But anyway, I think that they're trying to feed off of our energy. I think that's why all this stuff is scrolled across. I think these images that we see and everything that we're manipulated into believing and doing and saying, like speaking, all of these things create like a vibration. And I think they try to get us to vibrate on their frequency. Like we have to vibrate on a certain frequency before they can actually feed off of our soul. But they're actually feeding off of our spirit energy when we vibrate on those resonate with them.
I haven't heard that. What I've heard about that is that like you know, they get you to commit like an evil or demonic act, and then because of that, you know, that will then, you know, make your brain or your body or your soul or your spirit more susceptible to like demonic attack, and you know, and influence and taking over of. I don't know if you've heard that.
I mean, that would make sense because that would just be like one way, one form of it. Like it would probably be a more profound resonance, like a stronger connection, I guess you could say. Like making these etheric tethers to people, getting them to vibrate on a certain frequency to resonate with them, and you can have like a weak connection or a strong tether. And I think when you do something like that, that creates such a strong tether that they have, not only can they feed off of you, but they have kind of power and control over you as well.
Yeah, it's a definitely an interesting topic. I don't know if you guys in Geo want to continue down this line, or if you want to get back to the previous topic we were talking about.
Did someone derail it? Did I derail it? Yeah, I'm going back on mute anyway, so
It was
go
supposed to
ahead.
be it's supposed to be a minor tangent because you know, Geo was talking about the spirituality, well, possible spiritual effects of the blood transfusions. So that had prompted my question, and but we were talking about like eating meat and eating vegetables is what we're talking about.
Sorry if that was directed towards me. I was typing this guy. This guy's very excited in chat. He's pumping out a lot of his concerns. But yeah, sorry if that was directed towards me. I might need to hear it again. I was typing that guy.
Oh, if you want to get into what's going on the chat wars, go ahead.
No, it's all good. No, I'm just telling him he want. It sounds like he has all these things that he wants answers to, but then I just told him I generally I'm not going to get into a long text thing, so I just told him to join VC if he wants to discuss it. It sounds like a lot of concerns. But what was the last thing you said?
I just didn't know if you guys wanted to continue. I mean, it's an interesting topic we're talking about. I didn't know if you guys wanted to continue down this pathway or go back to what we were originally talking about, or change to a different topic.
Yeah, I mean wherever the flow goes.
This guy's on the same thing, pressure without a container, and he shows an example, and it's a diagram. Dude, I don't know which saloon you think you're in, brother. But yeah,
Yeah, he was mentioning the politics server, then he kept saying gas pressure. I'm gonna guess they muted him or banned him, and he's upset, and then he's come here and he thinks that somehow it's the same thing here or something. I'm not sure, but he's been going on about gas pressure and then do it. So yeah, he may. It sounds like was had a conflict with those guys over there, and then now he's just assuming it's the same thing here. I guess I'm not sure.
yeah, cross server conflict.
Yeah, like he kept mentioning that. I know that they go on and on about gas pressure, and they try to corner people into that thing endlessly. So it sounds like he's in like just coming fresh off of something over there because he mentioned that earlier. But yeah, I mean, we could continue with that combo, or we could go to another, whatever you guys want to do. I just like didn't hear the last thing that was said. So if we're going to continue on, or if it was pointed, if it was being passed to me, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you and SE want to get into the chat drama topic, I mean, you know, that's up to you. I mean, I can just say that I had a little bit of cross server drama, so I spoke to one of the moderators, to hopefully that there wouldn't be any it wouldn't affect my standing here at all, because I mean they were making opinionated claims about me, but they don't want to provide any specific evidence for it. They just want to make like general claims.
So it's going on with a gas pressure without a container, and then he posts a proof as a diagram. He posts a diagram as proof. I mean, really, dude.
Sorry guys, AFK 1 second, I'll be right back.
And we can move to another topic, but somewhat on what we were talking about before. I just, in terms of what, Ropa, he just left the VC. He said he'll be back, but then maybe I won't say what I was going to say because it was in response to what he had said. But where were we at before he brought that DMT thing up? Because that was a bit of a topic. I mean, I see where he was linking that though, but one thing I was going to say about that is it's just like if someone were to take an animal and then like torture it, just beat it or do some, and then like kill it and eat it. That does seem like that's kind of evil in a sense, like torture an animal and just, and then to kill it and eat it. It's pretty intense. So the way that he was talking about that, like, it's like the torment, like if there's torment involved, then that's different than just consuming an animal, in terms of for its like nutritional, and having even like a positive relationship with the kind of energy of the animal and the spirit and stuff. Although it is still pretty intense to kill an animal. Like I honestly, I would prefer to never have to kill an animal to eat. I would prefer just to get nutrition from elsewhere, but seems like in this current time, it's the only option to get the nutrients. So it's just like a requirement if you want to be optimally healthy. But ultimately, like my soul, like I kind of agree with the vegans in a way at that part of it. Like I would prefer to never kill an animal. I would prefer that. Just let them frolic on the land and just be happy. And I don't have to come with a bow and arrow and take them out. Like, yeah, I would prefer that.
But the thing is this, right? Think about this. If the animal naturally dies, what is the difference in terms of its use? I mean, if the animal naturally dies, first of all, it will suffer much more than if there's a man that has a sophisticated way of eliminating its life in a very short term and period, right? Like we can now nowadays shoot a cow in the head if we want to, and it just drops down in a split of a second. But we could also wait a decade. I don't know how old cows get, until it's gonna be very old and will probably suffer until its death, and then we eat it. So what's the difference? Either I'm gonna kill it when it's still young, I'm gonna kill it sufficiently, very humanely, or I'm gonna look at it, have a nice relationship with it, pet it until it's very old and it's gonna have a sufferable death, and then eat it. I mean, I don't see any big there's no logic for me in either way. Oh, I mean, yeah, no. In one way, there's logic. Yeah, I'm gonna kill it for food when it's the right time, when it's the right season, when I have the right equipment to do so. And I'm not gonna wait until it's gonna be old and die and have never fulfilled its purpose. The purpose of a cow is to chew the land, fertilize it with its poop, and at some point you're gonna have too much cows because you're probably gonna make them have intercourse, and then you're gonna get rid of some cows and eat them. This is just life. I mean, isn't what is wrong about it? Is my question. Because the other alternative is stupid. Makes no sense. I mean, the thing will struggle and be very old and dies with a lot of pain, or maybe it's even too old to defend itself, and then the coyotes or whatever animal in your region is going to come and is gonna attack it alive and probably already gonna chew on its leg while still in its old age trying to somehow run away or whatnot. So anyways, no matter how I look at it, I think it's a sophisticated and a morally right way to kill an animal for food. And no one can give me any other excuse for it or explanation that is logical. At least I have never heard any alternative. Or am I a psychopath and I'm looking at it completely wrong? If so, then correct me, please.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a big topic. I mean, is it wrong for like I said before, an alligator to eat a antelope? The antelope's just sipping on some water in the lake or whatever, and then the alligator comes up and just chomps its head, grabs it in the water, drowns it, and then eats it. Is that morally wrong for that to do that, or is it just nature? So then linking that to humans, would it be the same? If we were to harvest an animal? Yeah, I don't necessarily think it's wrong, but it still doesn't really feel from myself in line with my ideal spiritual relation with this world. I would prefer not. I mean, when there's a beautiful deer that's just frolicking out in the woods and it's just happy and it's just eating plants and just enjoying its life, for anyone to go in there with a bow and arrow or a gun or whatever and just boom, take it out. I mean, it's just an intense thing. I don't think it's necessarily wrong because we do need the nutrition, but I guess for me, I would say it's not ideal. I would prefer not to do that, basically. I'd prefer just to let that animal roam free instead of having to you shoot an arrow into its heart and it goes into cardiac arrest, and there's blood leaking into it. I mean, it's intense. The whole thing is just intense to do.
Yeah, I'm a meat eater, but yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I mean, you don't need to use an arrow to kill it, right? You can also just gently pet it and then just slit open its throat, and it's gonna be unconscious in a few seconds. I mean, it sounds cruel, but it's just how an intelligent being as we are, as human beings, would just go about it, and it would give food to your family, it would supply you, you can dry the food, the meat, and have some dry meat for the winter time or whatnot, I mean, you can make many things of it. You can even make yourself a clothing out of the skin.
I think we may be getting into an area that may be too controversial for the platform.
Well, it's nature. It's natural. I mean, there's even videos on YouTube you can watch how you can literally take a sheep, and when there's a certain position where you're gonna put it on its back between your legs, and it's almost like it gets into a state of where you have the dominion over it. So it's like it's not gonna try to fight or anything. It actually relaxes and calms down to a point where you just slit open the throat and let it bleed out. There's videos about this technique. It's almost like as if these animals have been made this way to be food for us. It's weird, but I mean, as when you look at it, the natural way of how you can kill an animal while it's completely going to be under your own dominion without screaming, without fear, without trying to run away. It literally lets you do the cutting, and that's it. It is pretty insane, but the evidence is there. You can look at it or you can refuse it, and just believe that every animal will try and run away and scream because you're gonna kill it. That's not. That's not.
I mean, this is a controversial area, so unfortunately, I can't get into like specific examples. But going back with what Gio was saying about how the Native Americans probably did it more properly than we do it in today's society, But from what I've heard, the slitting of the neck method is not really good method because the animal is flailing around, grasping for life, and that's not a good death. I mean, from what I've heard.
Well, again, I find it interesting that there's a certain way you can handle an animal where it will do nothing and be like almost like as if it's stunned or something, and I don't know. I think animals have been made in order for us to feed us in a certain way.
Yeah, well, I guess that could be said for any food source for an animal. Like, yeah, I mean, if they were made and then they were made to eat that food, then that food was made for them to eat. Yeah.
I mean, look at one thing I find interesting about when Adam and Eve got kicked out of the garden, so to say, that they that I think the Most High made them garments out of skin, right? Wasn't it that? Animal skin, right? Yeah, Genesis 3:21. Unto Adam also and to his wife did the Lord God make coats of skins and clothe them. How cruel is that?
I kind of missed chat, but maybe Truth Prevails was making some interesting points.
Anyways, I'm gonna go to sleep.
Oh,
Good
what's
night.
that? About what? Not Clay.
Yeah, good night, Clay.
Good
Cheers.
night. Cheers. See you
See ya.
later.
Night. Yeah, I'd step AFK 1 second, so I missed chat, but yeah, you had said in chat, all the more reason for us to provide our own food to our own families and communities. If you don't kill it, you can't know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because I mean, think about what all they could. Yeah, we've been shown some things that they do to it, but you really don't know. You don't know what they're doing to it before.
I've heard that some of these processing plants, the animals do go through pretty horrible conditions.
Yeah, I can't even stomach to watch them all the way through. It's disgusting. I mean, I'm not trying to be a hypocrite. I mean, I'm just pointing out the facts because I go to the grocery store and that's where I get my meat. It is true that that's all the more reason for all of us, provide our own food to our own families and communities.
Yeah, and if what Gio's saying to where they're like trying to force us into the smart cities, I mean, yeah, we might have to do that to survive.
In terms of eating meat as well, like morally, there's in terms of like within like the sort of veganism and carnivore, there are a lot of women who like lose having their period once they go vegan. They just stop having a period. So there's that, and just the lack of nutrients can cause a lot of different issues and reproduction and all of that. So, and then there's like a lot of the ancient cultures and tribes who would actually like they get like the liver of the animal and they would make sure to feed that to the pregnant mothers because it's really high in like nutrients and fat soluble vitamins and the vitamin A in particular, like the retinol vitamin A that's found in uh, animal food specifically, like the actual retinol, it has been shown like Weston A. Price that it's really essential in like forming the jaw and the skull of the fetus, like specifically like the skull and the jaw and the bones. And if there's a lack of that vitamin A, then issues like tooth issues, like the way the teeth grow in, crowded teeth, grinding, like the TMJ grinding issues with the teeth, and like the lack of the proper development of the skull for the teeth to all come in so that they can all come in. So you get into that like wisdom tooth condition and so on. So from that perspective, if pregnant women require those animal foods for the ideal, for their babies to be, in optimal form.
Yeah, historically, I've heard the same thing to where tribes would give the pregnant women like the best pieces of meat, and you were saying it is actually the liver. Oh, he's in chat wars at the moment.
I'd say it would be livers eaten to build the blood, and the mothers needing to feed an entire another being, with her blood. So that would make sense.
Well, like in the most extreme form, there's an idea that if all humans went vegan, then at some point we would actually stop being able to reproduce. Like the women would stop having periods, they would not be able to have healthy children. You'd have all kinds of emaciation and problems. It's not to say that one person can't be vegan for a couple of years or maybe even 10 years or 20 years. There are some people that can coast for quite a while on it. But just the idea is like if every human just went vegan, would we even survive as a human race? Or would women just, stop having their periods? They wouldn't have the nutrients. So if that's the case, then it could almost be said that at least what we have access to now, then the animal foods are actually essential for our survival.
That would probably make the elites pretty happy because that seems like what their plan is to kill us all off. Yeah, actually, sometimes I feel that we're just living on a farm, and we're the farm animals, and it's the elites that are farming us.
Well, there are niches where we're considered cattle. So
Uh, what you broke up a little bit? What'd you say?
I said there are areas where we're considered cattle,
Oh my God! Yeah.
like areas of discussion. I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to start talking about the ones that say that, but there is a group, and I think everybody knows who they are, that refers
That's
to us as
hilarious.
cattle.
Truth prevails. That's hilarious. Yeah, I was actually alluding to the exact same thing earlier with how some of the processing plants, killed the animals inhumanely.
Yeah, but I mean, it just seems like in this realm, like that it's like everything requires to consume something else. There's always some level of that exchange going on. It seems in nature, especially with a complex animal like we are, or mammals and so on, versus like algae and stuff. But I mean, even algae consumes things. It's like a metabolic process.
Couldn't you just put the animal to sleep? so it's unconscious. Like, I mean, they do that when they do surgery on people. But why can't they just, find a clean, inexpensive way to put animals to sleep?
Well,
Like,
yeah, that's what I was
how
mentioning.
expensive?
Oh, go ahead.
I was just thinking, well, the way they kill them now, they'll probably say it's more cost effective than using some sort of anesthesia, but like it's got to be pretty expensive, the cleanup and the management and logistics of all that. It seems like it would be easier, and yeah, I think they should. Like maybe there's a way to do that. So there's natural ways to do it.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, I mean, there's like ancient sort of legends and that there were certain plants that they would be able to mix and blend like an ointment that they would of natural plants that they would then put on the tip of their arrow. And I'm talking more of like a blow dart, like not necessarily a huge arrow that's gonna like have to rupture the animal's organs and stuff, but it's just more of like a blow dart style. And then once the blow dart hits the animal, it doesn't even really hurt the animal. It's just like a little. It seems like animals don't have the same thing with their skin, like the pain. Um, I've like been around like different animals, like goats and stuff, and like I don't think they feel pain the same way we do. I mean, if you punch a human, it's like, ooh, that hurts. You get bruised. You punch a goat, and it doesn't even care. Like they're just made of rubber. They're like amazingly strong. So, anyways, I'm just saying, getting a little blow dart, a little pinprick for a human, we might go, ooh, that hurts. Oh my god, I just got shot. But for that animal, it might just sort of go on its way. Like I'm not saying it's not going to be upset by a little blow dart like that, but and then if there's like an ointment on the tip of it, then that would instantly enter the bloodstream, and then essentially puts them into like a sort of like a sleep state, to where they then don't have to go through the suffering of having their organs ruptured and blood entering their or having internal bleeding and all the stuff that they would go through in other ways. So that that may be the most ethical way to do it, because then you're not even causing any
Or,
pain. It just gets a little blow dart and falls asleep.
or releasing the toxic fear chemicals into the meat. It won't be doing any of that either. So long as it didn't cause the meat to be toxic, whatever the blow dart was, or whatever you used. Sure, there's many different things that we could come up with.
What's up, Dan?
I'm afraid to talk. What do you mean?
Why's that?
Because everyone's just so fucking tripping.
Who's tripping?
Everyone. They're calling me a glober. Jeremy's telling me that I'm personally, what did he say? Clinging or hanging, something with MMM, that I'm their mainstay or something. I don't know. Jeremy was all up my ass.
Crack the joke that you're keeping it alive. Come on, Dan.
Keeping it alive.
You're still on that.
Well, it doesn't feel like it sometimes.
What are you guys talking about?
Me being butthurt.
Yeah, basically that. Yeah.
I'm just real convinced right now that it's not all. I mean, there is no community, like we think there is, and there isn't. And a couple hundred people left, from before, maybe not in the thousands that I don't feel the thousands of people around. I see thousands of people dropped off. I can name more people that dropped off, than are around. And so it's a new cycle of people, kind of like college. It's a new batch of people, and that's fine, I guess. But I think
Well,
I
what do you,
should
what are
have
you guys talking about?
graduating flat Earth and moving on.
Wait a minute. What are you guys talking about?
Graduating from flat Earth and moving on.
Oh, because you had talked about like hundreds or thousands of people like leaving or something.
No, it's just like I think maybe like born agains, like or whenever new Christians, when they get excited, they want to go door to door and tell everyone and start Bible thumping. And I just think that was a natural thing for us, and to want to meet others was totally exciting. But I think it validated something that maybe wasn't about flat Earth. The validation we got was people that we thought were like-minded, like, oh wow, you think trippy shit too, you're cool. But it turns out we all thought different shit. We didn't all think the same shit, flat earthers. So there wasn't like as much bond as was available, or what I expected to get was some kind of camaraderie, like, oh, like, oh, you're cool, you're a flat earther. It doesn't seem to go down like that. It seems like, oh, you're a dick, you're a flat earther.
From my experience on some of these other servers that I got an invite to, there was some toxicity, and it wasn't very hospitable for like new people, because they would be having these conversations on these topics, and I would just want to ask like simple questions, like get caught up and get clarification so that I can follow along with the topic of conversation, and they just like call me like a concern troll or whatever.
Yeah, and it used to be we could yell at people, research flat Earth, and it was cool because it was their responsibility to just go look. But that shit isn't really around anymore. So we kind of got to figure out how to get that stuff available so we have a war cry again. Because we kind of like, it's now like, hey, don't go try and look us up, but don't look for Eric Dubay, and don't look for the Flat Earth Society, and don't listen to Mark Sargent, and don't worry about Karen B, and everything else is cool. And it's like, what? Oh yeah, and don't go to 24/7. It's toxic. Or Gem Pandas, it's toxic. So it's trippy, really, because I've been in the streets with people going, "Oh, how do I hang out with you guys?" And I'm like, "Don't." I have totally told people, "Go away. You're going to ruin your life. Don't bother." So here I am in the street, like going flat Earth, and they go, "How do I join you?" And I go, "Don't. There's nothing to join. It's just going to fuck you up." That's a shitty message. That's a shitty message.
Yeah, it's kind of, to me, it seems like kind of strange advice. I mean, if you're talking about the truth, I don't know, dude. I don't really see all of this as like some kind of like a movement, like just a group that's getting together, and then they're gonna go like preach their thing. I guess it's not quite how I see it. I'm not saying others don't think that, but I think of it more as like a larger decentralized process of truth coming about the Earth. Let's just say, if we're just talking about the Earth, like let's say just the shape of the Earth. I see it more of like as like a decentralized, more like a process, like a birthing process that humanity is going through at large, and then there's just everyone in different phases of it. So there's people that are going to still be defending the globe thing, and they're going to have all kinds of energy and passion because they're conflicted or whatever that is, or they're like dedicated to that in whatever way. And then There's going to be people that want to get the truth out, as it were, kind of spread the truth in that way. So, but I just think of it as more of like a decentralized. It's like a process. It's not really like one group that's getting together and then preaching their thing and then convince the whole world of something. I think the Globe already did that. They already did that. They already got their cult together and got all their believers, and that's already been done. So now it's sort of like an unraveling process. And I think like there's a way in which like even truth is decentralized. Like there isn't like a central truth thing that that necessarily you just go to and get the book of truth. I mean, of course, there's books that might claim to be that, but I'm just saying it's like it's like a larger process, and ultimately each one's individually on their journey of figuring it out. So if someone is looking into it, that's going to be their journey, and so.
Well, I agree with you. It's just that Jeremy really railed me for using the word we. So how can I agree with you and not say we?
Well, I don't know what he said. Well, I think I may have heard what you're talking about because I think I was listening earlier when made that happen, what you're referring to. But, well, yeah, I think perhaps other people could get either frustrated if they feel like they're being lumped into something, like they feel like they're being lumped into some other group that they're not necessarily saying that they're a part of.
Let's untag it. Don't you think that we are interested in unraveling history and religion? Like, we're sort of bound by history and religion that may not be, let's say, physical, right? It's not a physical bind. It's an emotional bind. The way history and religion are manipulating us. So, and what do we call that? There's no name for that movement. What, we're history buffs? Should we just call it that? We're really just trying to figure out how we got here, right? Or where we're going, either way. I think.
Yeah, if you guys want to talk about history, there's no objections here. I'm interested in all sorts of topics. Yeah, I think it's I like how your server's called Earth Awakenings because I've heard like humanity is supposed to be going through like a global awakening right now, supposedly.
It turns out we could argue about awake because a lot of people feel awoke, but then the religious kind of have a different kind of woke, or whatever it means now. So it's really hard because people are at different levels. So I think in terms of flat earth, we need to restore flat earth 101 somewhere. So there is a place to go to learn that stuff. And if we set up maybe a theoretical science curriculum for flat earth, maybe that's what's missing a little bit, like a homeschool version of it.
Yeah. The schools. I mean, we just spend so much money on the schools. It's like ridiculous. It's like over $10,000 per student, and the districts they like spend millions upon millions of dollars. But I mean, we have the technology and capability to transfer that to internet learning for less than the cost of a Netflix subscription.
Oh, you're right.
But then, if we did go that route, then, would they have more control over the education and learning or less control? Because they're already doing the heavy censorship now, or trying to.
They're so deep into their plan, the basic New World Order kind of plan,
I mean, I know back over 20 years ago, there was churches that had like disseminated information about like Christian science. So that might be the way to go.
I think Christian Science is different than Scientology.
I was going to say too, Dan. Sorry to go back a little bit to what we were saying. If you guys want to continue on that, keep going. But I was just going to say that Another thing about in terms of like the Earth, the shape of the Earth, all of that, and the Earth not being a globe, I would just say too that my understanding of it. I mean, obviously, I haven't met everyone out there, and I don't have any like stats in that way or any censuses in that way, but it seems to be very much the case that, like, let's say out of all right, if you were to line up every single person that would assert the Earth is not a globe, that it's not a globe spinning in space, let's just leave out like whether what they say it is, but let's just say that they would say Earth's not a globe. There's only like a fraction of those people that are actually involved in like the daily discussions. You know, the live streams or this argument or that argument or this community thing that happened or whatever it may be. It's I don't know what that fraction would be, but it's a pretty small fraction, probably.
Minute, yeah.
Yeah, of everybody. So it just means that there's only some people that want to like sort of be on the front lines, if you will, of this, you know, and to be involved in this level. So I'm just saying it's worth maybe not being too upset about the overall process because, I mean, dude, when like the flat Earth meetups that I went to were exactly what you were saying before, dude. It was like awesome, dude. Every single person I went and talked to were just like, granted, it was kind of like a fun environment. People are drinking, smoking, having a good time. So I get it's not like debate. It's not like some troll on the internet that's trying to attack you and like berate you, and then you're trying to like, you know, it's not that. It's obviously like totally different where it's like just people. So, dude, I'm just saying when every meetup I've gone to has been like incredibly positive, just laughing and joking and just meeting people that like all like instant friendships and camaraderie. And, you know, everyone was like hugging each other, first time meeting each other. I mean, it's just awesome. So it's like, I'm just saying, I don't think that like whatever the kind of more negative energy that you're describing, I think that may be kind of part of the birth pangs of the communities that are actually actively discussing it, like the idea of being on the front lines and everything that goes along with that, especially on the internet, you know, versus just if we were to have some big retreat, you know, where you have like hundreds of people that know this information and everyone's just having an incredibly good time and there's not necessarily all the fighting. Now, it doesn't mean that people wouldn't still, there's still going to be tensions even within people that agree on something, but
I mean,
yeah.
Let me just summarize. In Vegas, everyone was happy to get it over with because it was just kind of a show to make sure that we still are there, but we're barely there. Nobody, you know, the regular people did not participate. You know, most of the regular people didn't. And the energy's low. That's all I'm going to say. The energy's low. Like the idea was to get over that, not to really like make it a monumental thing. It was just to get it done. And the attitude was that way for everyone, like the participants.
Well, I mean, I can't speak for that one because I wasn't there and I don't know all the details on it. But I mean, that is like it's quite a trip to get into Vegas and
yeah, it's a chore. It was a chore. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's a lot to that. It's it's not like a relaxing vibe on a farm somewhere with a band playing in a keg. Like that's like there's stress. You got to watch your back. There's a lot going on in Vegas. I would imagine
to be idolized by newbies who want to go, oh my god, I've watched you, sent you this, and you know, I've worked with bands, and it's like it gets boring. Something, oh my god, I used to like you when I was cute.
Yeah, but I mean, you're talking about the energy being low. I mean, I'll just say too, like in terms of this is just a general thing with like something being born, like a birthing process. Like there's a point where let's say the fetus is just totally exhausted. Like it's been in the birth process for 20 hours. It's trying to get out of there. So I'm just saying, like in general, birthings of things are not always just, roses and breakthroughs. Like there can be times like where you're kind of in the doldrums, or there can be where there's different energy patterns. I mean, even like on this server, for example, like there's definitely been an ebb and flow to the activity. Sometimes like right now there's 5 people in here. Well, other times we've had 30 people in here at this time of night, or other times 20, or, there's little quiet periods and then there's really active. I remember one of the most mind blowing was this was like last August, or was it 2 Augusts ago? Not, I think maybe last August, where the activity was low on the server here for like it was like a week where there was like some combos happening, but I remember there was like 2 days where it was basically totally quiet. And I remember being like, wow, and I remember it's like, wow, this is really low activity. And then nothing changed, nothing at all. Nothing changed on the server, but all of a sudden for the next like 2 months after that, like September, October, it was just packed. Apparently there were a lot of people from 24/7 that started coming over here. A lot of like quote unquote regulars were all, so it was just like mind blowing. It's like, here we are, like, it's like quiet. And it's like and then literally like nothing changed. It's not like we changed a server. We didn't change any moderation. Nothing was changed. And then for the next 2-3 months, it was almost overwhelming. Actually, there was like 30, 40 people in VC every day. It was really overwhelming to even deal with in that sense, because you get the modding and all that gets harder. So I'm just saying there really does seem to be an ebb and flow too.
Yeah, and even now you go on like these little runs for a couple of days where it'll get churchy for a minute, it'll get quiet for 2 days, it'll get super busy, and it's funny because I used to worry about that, about you. And I realize you probably appreciate it, a rest sometimes, so if it's quiet one night, you don't give a crap, and stuff like that. So it's funny because you're not very emotional about things. I worry about something you probably don't. Like whether it's busy or not. I'm like, oh, I want to attach an emotion to it. And it just is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, there's pluses and negatives, but I will say when it's quiet, dude, like, because I do tend to, like, while I'm like working and I'm doing stuff, I'm always listening. I mean, not always, but pretty much I'm always listening. I mean, there's times where I step away and whatnot, but so, dude, when it's quiet, like it's like a vacation for me. It's like,
I bet.
All right, I get the night
worry
off.
about that.
I know. So it's actually a relief to have a little break. But it's also
even when it runs itself, it's even better when it's running itself smooth. Like sometimes all afternoon and stuff, you don't have to do much,
Well, Gio, you sound like a pretty smart guy. So, I mean, I'd like to pick your brain sometime.
Uh-oh. That's what we're here for, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, yeah, we can all exchange ideas. But what I was gonna say just about the thing is that, dude, I mean, yeah, Dan, like, yeah, if it is like chill conversations, then it is kind of on autopilot. But dude, whenever it goes into that debate mode, that's when it gets intense. That's when it's like, because like as the server, like I'm always wanting to make sure that we're not like wronging anyone, we're not wrongly modding anyone, we don't have anyone that's like, and I mean, if anything, we, at times when there's interruptions and stuff, maybe even more modding at those times would be ideal to make sure that each person, and we do the best we can, but I mean, there's probably times when there may not be a mod that's active or whatever it may be, to where, so that's kind of what always concerns me. I'm just always want to make sure that people are being treated well and fairly and being able to share their viewpoint and with these conversations, I mean, there's so much tension. It can get heated within seconds. So it really, that's when it's like high alert mode almost, where, and if I didn't care, then maybe I just wouldn't care, like, just shut it off, who cares? But it's like I care to make sure that that there's not wrongdoings happening and people being
that it's actually moderated.
Yeah. And that people are getting a fair chance to be able to speak and share their mind without just being like muted or shut down or anything like that. So that's where, it's sort of like it's like tending a garden that that sometimes it gets pretty wild, so yeah.
I don't know if this is a solution, but push to talk is a lot different for a hothead. He has to decide when to press it, and so he can catch himself, Instead of blurting out, he has to make an actual hand gesture. So putting somebody on push to talk might get them to stay at least within their own, like, I don't know, within check,
Yeah, I mean, I think we're kind of still in the phase now where there's a bit of, I hear what you're saying with that. I think everyone's different, but there's definitely people that even interrupt with push to talk, I'm sure, though, where they just push it and go anyways. And
that's true.
There's all the stuff that happens, but the conversations just get so intense, and like the nature of what we're talking about is there's so much energy basically behind it. I even think maybe even trauma. I'm not calling anyone traumatized. I'm just saying it's almost like the whole thing of we've been lied to about what the earth is, and then what is the earth. it's almost like there's like almost like a trauma, like PTSD that gets triggered in some people in some way. Like I'm just talking about kind of on a generalized collective kind of level.
Yeah, and then what else have we been lied to about?
And there's a lot of emotion. Exactly. There's a lot of emotion involved in their worldview and then the implications of this as well. So I think in some ways, like what would be ideal is to have like really professional modding. Like let's say we had an audience of 100,000 live listeners or 500,000 or 20,000, whatever, like we would want to have the content be really clean audio. So that's where I think like having like a whole team of mods that's doing it, where you have like a 30-second delay. So before it goes live, you got 30 seconds in case, something happens or whatever, or there's some kind of derail or whatever, and then being able to like just mute and unmute and really give people the floor. I mean, that's what it would take.
You would have to mute everyone, and then people would have to request in chat, like request like 30 seconds for this topic, or reply, or request 60 seconds, and then the moderator would choose who's up next.
Yeah, it would become way too structured. It wouldn't feel the same eventually.
No, because like if you just have a free for all, with like a tons of people in voice chat, then you get some people just talking over other people, and you can't hear them, and then you get people like cutting people off, and then it's like, wait a minute, I didn't hear that dude finish his point.
When people get heated, they should be put in a little box in another room, and then share it up in the corner, and you can control their volume if you want, and watch them if you want, and the other room could continue to talk. Like a cage match up in the corner of your screen.
Well, yeah, like if you like mute and unmute, where like you mute the one guy, the other guy talks, and you mute him, you unmute the other guy. That does allow for really clean audio, but it's not as organic, and there's little, it is sort of not quite as organic. But at the same time, when the people have to really, I mean, like I rarely interrupt, but the times I probably do is like it is challenging if someone's misrepresenting you and they're about to monologue. Boo, it's challenging not to want to jump in and be like, wait, that's not what I said. Because they're like, well, you said this, and then they're going to go on beating down the straw man, and it's like, no, I never said that. Let me clarify my position. So yeah, it can be frustrating.
You jumped on someone the other day kind of uncharacteristically. It was funny. You gave somebody a hard time.
It's hard when people talk for a long time on the monologues, because like as a new person on some of these servers, I want to like stop them for just 1 second for clarification so that I can like keep up with what they're saying.
Yeah, the monologue does hurt the flow.
And they want to get into like a whole bunch of different topics at once and not have any, any type of response in between. They want all the responses at the end. Well, when's the end? Is it like 2 or 3 hours later?
Yeah, well, that's where, like I'm saying, when it gets into that debate mode, there's ways to run that could even be, like I said, it just takes like full-time modding. It takes like almost like a team of at least like 3 mods to all be managing. Like you got to have like a dude that's like, you got to have like a 30-second delay if you're going to make the content really clean for the audience, so that there is a derail, you have the 30 seconds to kind of get it back on track, and then really letting both sides fully say their piece without any interruptions and all of that. So yeah, it's that's when it gets more intense, because it's almost like a sport at that point. The one guy wants to say his point, the other guy wants to say his, and there's so many like fouls that can happen. Like there's an ad hom, and the thing about the ad hom stuff is it's like the minute someone does that, it generally it's like the beginning of a dumpster fire. It's like somebody taking a match, like the convo's going great, the dumpster's not on fire, going back and forth, and then if there's like an interruption thing or an ad hom thing or all those things, it's like taking a match and just lighting the match and just throwing it in the dumpster. We don't really know if it's going to light a fire. It might just go out. You might have landed in some water or whatever else, or it might just not really catch fire, or the whole thing's going to catch fire. So it's like the minute someone does one of those things, like the little interruption moves or the little things, it's like in my mind, I'm like, oh, here it goes. The tension's building. And then the other guy is going to want to get back at the guy, either interrupt him or ad hom him back. And then it's like a storm is brewing. It's intense, yeah.
So you're just looking for rule breakers, and then if anyone breaks the rules, then you just have to mute them.
Well, I don't really think of it as rules per se, but yeah, if you talk about like a terms of engagement, yeah, because if you're going to engage in a way that ad homs are a thing, well, then if it derails an ad homs, then I guess that's just that's your content. Like, okay, now they're just calling each other names for the next 10 minutes and screaming at each other and cursing their mothers or whatever they're doing. So it's like, all right, if that's your content, then I guess that's it. But if you're going to have kind of a terms of engagement where I guess sort of like in hockey, it's like sometimes they let them fight, but ultimately they have the penalty box and they have all that stuff. Because if you have the kind of rules in that sense or some kind of a terms of engagement, then the actual potential for like a sport that can actually be productive. And in this case, if it's like an intellectual type exchange or debating, then yeah, like being able to give both shots a fair. That's why an ad hom is a fallacy, because if someone lays out an argument and then the other guy just insults them as their argument in replacement for their argument, they say, well, it's because you're an idiot or something. It's like, that's why it's a fallacy, because it's not really logically sound in terms of the actual intellectual discussion. You're not really responding to their point. You're just attacking the person. So
it's a defense mechanism for like a sheeple NPC. That's just following the herd. Because that type of tactic is going to work for them. To try to shame them into submission, so they think it's going to work on other people. But the fact is that if someone uses like ad hom on you, you just have to go back to the very basics of how to defend yourself. They have their opinion, so what? So what are the facts and evidence to support that opinion?
I'm obsessed now. I want to see ice hockey players trying other sports like
Yeah.
bowling and golf. Since they're prone to fight, I think it might change those sports a great deal.
Yeah, it's funny in hockey because the refs they never catch the instigator. They only catch the person that retaliates against the provocation.
Yeah, if we could just apply ice hockey to other, the rules, that loose version of sportsmanship to other games. Like chess. Imagine like when he takes your queen and you just fucking jump over the board. Like, you have to speak French first, too, before you do it.
also, Dan, I mean, how big? I mean, this is such a huge scenario. The deception about the shape of the Earth. What would your ideal be if it was going differently? Like, what would be happening that would be more ideal? Because I mean, I do feel like some of what you were sharing with that in terms of. Sorry if I'm going back to that topic. I guess I'm just
No. This is. I mean, I have so many. Okay, I have so much going on there. Okay, a school, a curriculum of any kind, or a school, right? A program of any kind, a building of any kind, a center, a museum type place. Chris Pontius wants to build like Flatland, where people come like Disneyland, and there's always like a giant inflatable dome shaped model like that he makes, a giant model that you walk inside and cruise around with the water down there. You cruise around the continents, and a place would be a big deal. Flat Earth Pizza, if it took off, or Flat Earth Hollywood as a chain, where in each city you could go to a Flat Earth place where the tourists could buy stupid things for their stupid friends, and Flat Earth can be a thing still, because Flat Earth is a thing to people. It's a trigger. It represents like the tinfoil hat movement, call it. You know what I mean?
The banks will shut you down before you even get started, probably.
Maybe not. I also have the idea of the Outer Ponders series as a film, and stories and games as a game series. That's also pretty exciting. FlatEarthChannel.com and smart TVs as a new audience. And we could get all the old Flat Earth 101 there. So we could start saying there's something that's ours. Go watch the Flat Earth channel. We can all safely say that. And we could all see the old Paul on the Plane stuff and Morgal stuff and all the stuff that's free. We have free programming there. So we need to make that available really bad. So there is a few things right away. I think I've got Austin's things sorted out, is we need to change that into basically signature movement, not a physical we go do stuff. But in this country, by doing stuff, you petition, baby, and I want to petition NASA to run an infrared cam because it's cheap and they used to do it and they're showing us 12 hours of black every day. Fuck you, and I think that if we petition them on something inexpensive, we can flex our muscle and we can get people mad that they don't do what we ask. So that's a plan. And the idea of us maybe formulating something in terms of signatures, and rallying in numbers somehow and attaching ourselves to the way this country works. Because if you're not going to vote, we need to start suing people because that's the other way to set precedent here. And so we can operate within this system. We can, but we don't really have lawyers.
So in order to sue, you have to have either damages or the violation of a legal right.
I got that.
I would be very cautious to gain standing under the violation of legal right. You might want to, if you do want to sue, I would pursue a First Amendment petition
Well, I got
for redress
damages.
of
I have
grievances.
damages. I have a dead person and a crazy person left over from Nat Geo. And Nat Geo lying to us.
You said a dead person?
Yeah, I mean she was discredited and ended up with cancer and died. But she was clearly discredited. And one of the other participants is clearly nuts too. From being discredited as well. Well, from being bipolar, but that's a different story. I'm just saying that we do have some damages, and we do have a well publicized case that'd be easy to do. There's deep pockets to go after in this case, and they should be embarrassed for what they published because it contradicts itself.
That defamation is not my specialty. So if you want to explore like defamation suit, I would look up the Project Veritas lawyers because they've been the ones that have been most successful at defamation cases.
Yeah, mostly you have to have damages, but I don't know, dead people and crazy people might count. I'm not sure.
No. For defamation.
Right, but I'm not sure
it's a difference in the
defamation.
distinction between.
You suggested defamation, then you deferred me elsewhere. So you're steering me about. I can't.
Well, I was trying to understand in order to be able to
have you seen
maybe give a suggestion.
Have you seen the Nat Geo special on?
No, I haven't. What? Just tell me about it.
Is there anything else going on, Geo? Should I tell the story?
Yeah. I want to hear about the Nat Geo incident. I want to hear it.
I mean, I could play the video from the chick whose story it is.
Yeah, if you want to link it in chat or whatever.
I could try and tell it at the same time. Yeah, I'll give you a link here. So a friend of mine decided that the earth was flat and that she could test it. So she got a skeptics group to come with her and go out to the Salton Sea and run some observations. The group decided to put a public announcement saying they could use manpower, come out, test the globe. Right? I'm putting it in chat now, the whole story. So come out, test the globe, and at the same time, Nat Geo was doing a story with Mark Sargent, and they were bugging him to do an experiment of some kind or an observation, and he wasn't into it. They got wind of this, and they talked him into coming down, and they flew in a few other prominent flat earthers to be present at this experiment being done by this private group of paranormal debunkers. They're not exactly scientists. They're known as a skeptics group, and they're known as like IIG West or something, International Investigative Group or something. And so the date was set, and they went out there. And in the past, there had been Discovery PBS had been out there and had determined that by landing a helicopter on the ground across the lake, that you couldn't see the helicopter till it lifted over 34 feet in the air. And we know we can see that parking lot across the way, so we knew it was bullshit. So instead of getting a helicopter, they decided to run a balloon experiment, and they'd raise the balloons to see when they could see them across the way. And it was very hard for them to spot the experiment at 10 miles distance across the lake. And they couldn't get started. And as it warmed up, the conditions made it harder and harder. There was a lot of mirroring. And eventually, the flat earthers helped them to find the experiment on the ground by using a P900 and FaceTime, and basically shooting a camera into FaceTime. And basically, we spotted the balloons on the ground, told them where they were. They started the experiment. They claimed that they couldn't see the balloons till they were 40 feet in the air. But in fact, we knew we could see them on the ground. And Nat Geo had enough sense to cut that out of their special. But the IIG group left it in theirs. So that was pretty funny.
Well, they have the Rachel Maddow defense if they go into civil litigation.
I gotta find you the Nat Geo. Gotta look it up. So the next experiment was to take a flag and run it out to the middle of the lake and see when it disappeared out of view, knowing that you might have a horizon 3 miles away. Mathematically, horizon should be 3.2 miles away if you're standing on the beach as a 6-foot person. So they eventually blew up a boat, sent a boat out, and claimed that it had several of the stripes disappearing. Actually, they claimed 1 1/2 stripes had disappeared from the flag. But in fact, only half of one stripe had disappeared. And that sort of claim that they were making is scripted, scripted. In other words, the script says, look, there's the curvature of the earth, but reality in the shot showed otherwise. Here's a link to their Nat Geo thing. So in other words, Nat Geo came in and had an agenda, a globe Earth agenda. They were coming to do a globe Earth piece where we thought we were testing the globe. And they, the integrity isn't here, because if you look at the images, not only is there not the number of stripes missing, and not only do they not mention the prediction of some 32 inches of obstruction instead of 6 or whatever they claimed, there is no obstruction, and the entire coastline can be seen in the background. If it were a true horizon, you wouldn't see anything in the background whatsoever. So that's the whole Nat Geo thing. And now I forget why we were talking about it.
So you're saying because of the Nat Geo incident, it affected some of the people involved in the experiment?
Oh, I'm saying, yeah, this is someone we could sue because they blatantly lie and the documentation's everywhere.
I can tell you right now, they're going to use the Rachel Maddow defense. And honestly, I am completely shocked that, hold on, I have to code word this because we're not allowed to talk about this. Hold on 1 second. Okay, there was the trial for the machines, and Fox News that we're not supposed to talk about. And I am shocked that Fox News did not use the Rachel Maddow defense. But I think it had to do with like the judge making some evidentiary rulings that was going, so that kind of forced their hand in that regard.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, to get back to your predicament.
I'm just saying that if we're looking for damages, I've got some damaged people. People that suffered from this. From being misrepresented. So that's an interesting thing. I guess we were talking about things we could do. Lawsuit, deep pockets. There's not going to be many opportunities to try and sue your way into flat Earth.
Yeah,
But
I mean, you can do pro se civil litigation if you want to. It's hard to do, but I mean, you can just write up the paperwork and go down to the local clerk's office and file it with the clerk.
Sure, but if we had a flat Earth lawyer, we might be doing stuff all. That's what I'm saying, and if we started to work within the system, like I said, not only can we vote for leaders, not only could we have our own party, flat party for love and truth, but we could sue people. You can affect the law that way. So,
Yeah, I agree.
I still think there's things we could do. That's all. I still think there's things that flat earthers could do to make a flat earth community stronger. Like a center, or a museum or something. Something, that we could go to and be part of. There's some new thing out where people think the moon is flat.
I think it goes back to like the example with Flat Earth Dave that he uses, and he shows a bunch of pictures of some objects, and he asks the question of if they're flat or if they're spherical, and they're all just the bottom of like frying pans, so they just appear spherical.
That's a good picture of those.
But that might not necessarily be the case.
Or be there's a projection of part of the top of the dome.
Yeah, I've heard people talk about projections too for the sun.
We don't have a ton of answers these days as flat Earth. We still have more questions than answers.
I feel like we have a lot of answers that we just can't quite confirm yet.
Well, in science, mainstream science nowadays is based upon getting grant money from the government to do their research, and I highly doubt that you're going to be able to get a research grant for flat Earth, because some of these expensive experiments are quite expensive to carry out.
Their perception of level is pretty weird. We know we have 2 equal points, but they won't allow us to draw a line between them. 2 points of equal elevation are level to each other, but the line between them is not.
Sorry, say that again.
The Globers don't think of level as we do. They don't think a straight line is level.
Why is that?
They don't think there's a place to put a straight line. They don't believe in straight lines on the globe.
Ah, gotcha.
It's weird. So they'll admit that two sides of a lake are the same elevation, but I'll draw a line between them and they'll go, oh, that's curved.
That's funny.
It's not funny to them. That's what's weird. It's totally normal to them. Well, they say it is. But it is funny. It's odd funny, I guess. Not humorous funny.
Man, I tried to freaking go in and get my nails done for the first time. And this place that I went to, it said for ladies and gentlemen. But I went in there and I don't know. It may have been like a language barrier, but it looked like they're pretty busy anyway. But it's like, I just want to get a cost and, get my nails done. But I think they assumed that I wanted like a pedicure, which I didn't even know they had. So, sorry, I'm just venting. It's a little frustrating.
Can you sue them for sex discrimination?
I was thinking about leaving them a bad review. I mean, I'm trying to think what was going on in their minds. I think it was just like, English was their second language, so it was kind of a language barrier.
Yeah, what we need is a very corrupt lawyer, a female lawyer named Sue Happy. We could sick her on everyone.
That is genius. I love that.
I'm his lawyer, Sue Happy. Yeah, so I think we need legal help.
Yeah,
then,
I love the strategy. Yeah, definitely.
You know about the case that was won, where a flat earther offered a prize if somebody proved the globe. It was $15,000 prize, I think.
Oh my God, you're killing me. Oh.
You know about it?
No, no, but you immediately made me think of another such court case where there was a similar type of offer, and the dude went into court and he got railroaded so bad.
Well, in this case, they gave the guy some paperwork and said, "Here, this proves the globe," and he goes, "No, it doesn't." And they said, "Yes, it does." And they said, "Well, screw you! I'm not giving you the prize." So they took him to court to get their prize. And when the judge asked, "Well, so how do you suppose you won the prize?" they presented the papers to him. And it was determined in court that it was just a formula and it wasn't a demonstration of any kind.
Yeah. Because in court, you're supposed to have witnesses with personal firsthand knowledge, or you're supposed to have legally admissible evidence. But this is all by the rules of evidence. So
Well,
you can't just go into court with mere opinion. That's not going to cut it. You actually need facts and evidence to support your position.
Well, if it was math, what do you call that?
Oh, okay. So they have math. So I'm assuming it was the geometric trash that argument that I see all the time.
Probably, and the judge said this doesn't constitute proof unless demonstrated. So, in a way, there was a flat Earth win in a court case, but it wasn't about flat Earth.
It was
So to
about the
speak.
It was about the contest and
whether that it constituted as proof. Yeah. So they did not prove the globe in the eyes of the, but it didn't prove flat Earth.
Yeah, that's really interesting court case. I'd never heard about that.
Yeah, it's a cool thing.
Phone, I gotta go.
There's only one thing that makes a man make that noise, and that's a woman. I gotta go.
Hello, Geo. Yo, Geo.
Yo, anybody here? Geo, you buy your computer? I'm not staying on long. If you're here, just pop on for 1 second.
Yo, Ron, you there?
Hey, what's up?
Yo. What's up, bro?
Nothing. Is Vladipus still around? Is he on here still?
Yeah.
I wasn't. I'm getting pretty tired. I've been up a lot. I've been not sleeping very much, so I didn't want to stay up too late. I was just coming in to say hi. I didn't know if you, Platypus, some other people I haven't seen for months.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Platypus has been here. Yeah, he was on today. I think he's been on just about every day lately. But
he put something on his Instagram, and somebody mentioned like it was like a flash of light, and then there was an explosion. I think it was the one from Iraq, and he said, "What do you think this is?" And one person said, "A directed energy weapon." This is before the Maui thing, and Instagram banned that comment. And he looked at his banned comments, and it was that. And there was another one that I was reading through comments that were banned on Twitter, and one of them, someone mentioned the ether, and that was like blocked out. I'm like, what? So that lets you know you're over the target. Certain specific words, ether, you can't even. It's like banned on Twitter. Like it wasn't completely banned. You just had to look at the ones that had been they put a disclaimer at the bottom, just kind of like YouTube does about flat Earth, but they put certain ones in a certain section, like a subgroup. You could still read it if you click on the I forget what they restricted comments or something, but they're still there. They haven't been completely omitted. But I found it very telling. I'm like, wow, look at this. I already got banned on my other account on Twitter, so I'm like, it's so controlled.
for the word ether, though, that's pretty wild.
No, not for that, but for other things. And it's like, okay, I see how they're gonna do it.
Yeah.
So yeah, obviously I already knew Elon was no good. Anybody with a fake space program, they're just dirty as can be.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't doubt that he's part of their thing, but to what level is kind of interesting, though. Like, it doesn't really seem like he's very advanced in whatever they're doing. He's kind of like their
Well,
he's like
so is Jeff Bezos, Mark.
He's like their actor guy. Yeah.
If you look at every idiot, if you've ever seen Jeff Bezos, if you've ever seen him speak, he sounds like a buffoon. It's like this guy's running like one of the largest companies in the world. And Mark Zuckerberg's another one. You just look at him like these people are put in place, right? As Bill Gates is another one. None of them. I'm confident that none of them established those businesses. They're just a face on a product.
Yeah.
Like the whole story. We have a whole false history. You know what I mean? Like our whole history has been falsified. Why not just put a couple stooges? Oh yeah, Bill Gates is a CEO and founder of Microsoft. Mark Zuckerberg, like all these multi-billion-dollar companies, they all have their founding somewhere else. And it becomes really obvious, at least to me. Yeah, I went over on 24/7. There was no one there. It was vacant. I'm like, where the hell is everybody? There was like a couple people, and there was a bot. There was a bot recording. And I talked to someone over at Gemc, and he's like, yeah, they're over on the politics server. I'm like, oh, that place is so degenerate, the politics server. Like all the conversations, they all kind of go toward one subject.
I know that voice. What's up, Ron?
Hey, I was just talking about you, dude.
There he is.
Well,
Popped in, dude.
Well,
Nice.
Geo should have known I would have popped up. It is a full moon.
Yeah, dude.
Oh,
It's funny you
okay.
say that because I just pulled up the chart because I wanted to see exactly how we're about 4 degrees, about 4.5 degrees after the exactitude. So
Nice.
we're right in it. And this is a full moon with that Jupiter Uranus platypus that I've been talking about. Like it's a full moon right conjoining with the Jupiter Uranus. So this would be like the potential seeding point, or at least a seeding point, because it's a at least within this cycle, because it's a full moon with that Jupiter Uranus, which is a longer term alignment that we're going to be having all the way through next year. So this is a nice little full moon activation right now.
Dude, I can feel it. I completed my first tanning of a sheep hide today. I installed it in my car as a cover for my seat. I am leaning up against it right now, and it is so tight. And it just so happens that the very good friend of mine does all the butchery, which is where I got this hide. He just had some very good news for his business. He's going to be slaughtering a whole lot more sheep, which means there's going to be a whole lot more hides and a whole lot more opportunity for me to tan them and do cool things with them. It's been I've had a great day. I hope you guys have had a good day.
How do you sew the hide together? Do you have your own machine?
No, I do not have a machine yet, but I am planning on investing in one soon.
All right. Do you think is the weather cold enough for something like that? That seems like it would be like popular in a place like Alaska where it's cold and you get in the car and it's like cold as fuck.
Dude,
I know
think
in
it's gonna.
Cali. You're
I
in
would just say,
Cali,
I think
aren't you?
Go ahead. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm in Southern California.
Yeah, that's probably not so popular there with the hot weather and stuff.
You'd think so, but I think it's just there's a lot of people out there who are really interested in wearing material that's natural and not synthetic. And there's so many things you can do with it. Like you can make like real Uggs. Uggs are super gay, but they are damn if they are comfortable. You know what I'm saying? It's like, wow, I put a pair on once and I was like, damn, these are really comfortable. But they're made of synthetic BS. And even if it's real sheep's wool, they're treated with a bunch of chemicals, you know? And yeah, there's a market for that, man. I think there is. Look, my competition, if I was to be doing this like in LA and doing like one very specific thing with these hides, each hide would get me like $400 if I was pricing it competitive. Which is like, dude, this hide took me like 4 hours total of work, but it's like spaced out because there's a lot of like sitting around and waiting.
How much does it cost you to purchase?
This is something that was going to be thrown away.
Really? Huh.
Yeah.
So you could turn it trash into $400.
Yeah.
Make $100 an hour.
That's the plan, dude. Yeah, that's the plan.
I wonder why they throw it out. There's no market for the leather.
It's, dude, a lot of people. Nobody's doing like small batch. Well, not no, but small hide working and like wool working and stuff. And if they are doing kind of on a larger batch, they're using industrial equipment with massive chemicals. So
Don't they shear the wool off of the hide? Like is it like short, like really short wool on the hide?
Not this. So go ahead.
I was going to say normally they shear the sheep, right? And then they sell the wool. They sell the wool as a product, right? And then maybe if they turn the sheep into like food or whatever, they have the hide left over that's already sheared. It's like very short nap.
Yeah. So my buddy that does all the butchery, he owns all of his own sheep, and because we're in Southern California, he has short-haired sheep. So they're like the normal like cotton ball sheep that you're thinking of. That's not what they look like. They just have like a shorter hair, and they come in like browns and blacks, like cream colors with like spots and stuff. So they got real bitchin' designs, and yeah.
Maybe it's more like a deer pelt. It's like short hair like that.
The underbelly is very much like a deer pelt. Absolutely. but they still do produce wool. It's just not as much. These are for meat, not wool.
Okay. I thought all sheep were. I'm not like an animal specialist, but every time I picture a sheep, I picture some like woolly cotton ball looking thing.
Yeah, these guys are a little leaner, not so round.
Nice, nice. Yeah, dude, I was telling Gio that you put that picture on Instagram and you got all those hits, like 400,000 hits, and one of the comments that was omitted, the guy actually knew what it was. And I was telling Gio that one of the comments, somebody posted something on Twitter, and one of the comments, you know how they kind of derate comments? They're not totally banned, but you have to click on a certain link or tag or something, and it lets you see the comments that they kind of hid. And one of them, the guy said the word ether. I'm like, oh wow, and it's pretty obvious. Like they don't. Yeah, I screenshotted it. I'm like, okay, they don't want this out there. And I kind of got blacklisted, like shadow banned. I was talking about the jets with the no fuel in them. I'm like, just show me one picture of a commercial airliner with a fuel tank in the wing, and no one could do it. And I posted pictures of airplanes that were wrecked with the wing ripped open. It was completely dry on the inside, and it became a whole thing. And I got on the shadow ban list.
Sweet.
Like
It's like a badge.
Yeah, but then I got to make a new account, so it's like I know they're very controlled. It's all there's certain things you can't talk about, even ether. I mean, you could say the word and stuff, but they're like shadow banning it. They're shadow banning the jet fuel thing. It's like we are so in the matrix, dude. Like I was talking to Gio about Maui, like Lahaina, where everything, like all the beachfront property was wrecked, and then everything around it was fine. Like they specifically targeted the locals who wouldn't sell out. They were offered big money and they just wouldn't sell because they're like, fuck it, what do I need money for? I like where I live. And so they burned them off their property. And that was so obvious because if people don't see a financial incentive, then they can't connect the dots. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? It's pretty obvious why someone would do it, right? When you have something like very valuable real estate, it's very scarce. It's fucking obvious. And then all the cars that were burned, except the blue cars. It's like, wait a minute, every car is annihilated except the blue cars, right? There's a blue car in the middle of all these other cars that are completely roached out. There's these blue awnings, blue umbrellas made of vinyl or whatever, didn't burn. Everything around them completely gone. Even like concrete, like cinder blocks, all that shit gone. But yet this vinyl fucking awning didn't burn, huh? People, the celebrities with the blue roofs on their houses, just blue T-shirt that was laying on the ground in a building that was burned up. The blue T-shirt didn't burn. It's hard for people to tell, like to understand what it is. And it kind of fell off it fell off the front page because all these other events popping up.
Oh yeah, big time. The whole world is being distracted right now with this all this war bullshit. It's funny, I've heard some of the most level-headed people who I really respect, like on Discord and in real life, just kind of really getting sucked into the whole war stuff. I'm like, guys, this is just the news cycles. Like, we know it's the news.
Much of it's real, right? None of it's probably real.
Yeah, and even if it is, it's not happening anywhere near you. You're good. You're on Discord. You're chilling.
I think most of it's even fake. Like you know how they want to paint certain people in a bad light, so that they somebody from Palestine, let's say, they want to paint them as a terrorist. Same thing happened in the United States at the Capitol building, right? Domestic terrorist, insurrectionist, white supremacist, all these words to try and vilify people, right? So everybody that they mentioned. If you're right, you were at the Capitol, you're an insurrectionist. Like all this stuff. It's like, wow, that's heavy language for someone who didn't do anything. People have, first of all, even if you did go into the congressional building, that's a public building, right? It's the people's house. It's open to the public. It would be like if you went to your library, right? You have every right to go to your public library. They did nothing wrong at all. And to call them these things, right, it's disgusting to use this weaponized language and weaponized media to silence a group of people. Now everybody who would have spoke out is scared to protest, which is their First Amendment right to peacefully protest. But now you can't do it because everyone's scared to be labeled these things. Yeah, dude, I don't know how we're going to get out of this. I mean, I thought, okay, they finally made it too obvious with the Maui thing, but I kind of had a feeling it would fizzle out, but not this fast. It just kind of it vanished pretty fast with some other news stories popping up. Just went on the back burner, and lots of people know, dude.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that's just kind of how it is. Like a lot of people are kind of on like a 3-week cycle, really. Week 1, they're heavy hitters. They're ringing the alarm bells. They're telling everybody about it, usually early. Week 2, everybody knows. Week 3 kind of dwindles down, and then on to the next thing.
The next crisis. Yeah.
Yep.
Dude, and there's really not a damn thing we can do about it. It's like I kind of have a very good idea who's doing it, but how the fuck do you stop them? Like, right? It's like it's pretty obvious who it is, at least to me. And I know how they're going to spin it. They're going to spin it with their fake alien invasion. I could see it all playing out, dude. These pieces are like the puzzle pieces are fitting together so fucking obvious for me. And but I'm just there's not too many people that see this many pieces as I do. Most people don't see any of it. And if they do, they might see a couple pieces, but let's say you have 1,000-piece puzzle. If you only see a couple little pieces, you're not seeing the big picture, right? The people that think there's stuff in space. Oh, are you saying they're lasers from space? No, space is fake. Like they can't see the puzzle, right? So I don't know, dude. I don't know how we could defeat them. I mean, they could make something so obvious as Maui and get away with it. Because there's not a damn thing you're going to do. Like the people that are supposed to protect you are like at war with you. What can you do? You're completely powerless against them.
I mean, I think I have a pretty good answer for that. That's just where I am in life, and it's like, speak the truth, be successful, and be prepared. If you can do those 3 things, then when somebody is like coming to you to seek information, you're going to be like an authority, a credible source. If there's an emergency, like people will look to you because like you're keeping your head calm and you're prepared. And that's really all you can do, man. Just live a good life. If you're lucky, somebody might ask you what your opinion is on something, and they may or may not take into consideration what you say. It's like, but at least they were asking, I don't know.
Well,
I've taken
it's not
people.
even so. It's like not even so much of that. Platypus. It's like there's the fake wars that they put in the media, and then there's the silent wars. Have you ever heard silent weapons for quiet wars?
Yeah, it's
Have you ever
a
heard? Yeah, this is exactly what we're in. It's an undeclared war. They're using silent weapons, and like we're kind of powerless to fight back because you have invisible weapons. You have this propaganda media, right? This weaponized media. It's like, how do we? I mean, yeah. I mean, there's not much we can do. If they wanna hit you with it, they can. But I don't know how to fight them. How to like legit. I mean, I try to spread the word, but even if everybody knows, how do you prevent them from doing something like they did? Like, how is it even preventable? I guess you could paint your roof blue. The blue, I mean, maybe they can adjust the weapon to a different color spectrum, but it seems blue was exempt. Get a blue car, drive a blue car, paint your roof blue. Hey, Platypus.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I hear you now. Yeah.
Sorry,
Was your
in a bad spot.
is your Instagram still working?
It says I'm unshadow banned, but I posted one thing just to like see what would happen over the course of a week, and I got like 300 views, despite having like 8,500 followers. So I think I'm still shadow banned.
I mean, you got some big stuff out there, and then what happened? Like after you put out some pretty big stuff, the last time I spoke to you was a few months. Probably, I don't even remember how long ago it was.
Oh yeah, no, I got totally wrecked. Like my viewer count, they just took me out of everybody's reels or like recommended content. They just, shadow banned me. I went from millions of views to hundreds of views.
That's what happened to me on Twitter. I wasn't getting millions of views, but like all the replies and comments, they just evaporated. It's like, okay, I can see what's going on.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you're allowed to be shown to a small group. Like, see how we're talking amongst ourselves here in a small group. They kind of know who's already like awake to the situation, right? And they allow a certain group to speak amongst them, like an echo chamber. They isolate you in an echo chamber with just a few random people. They did that to me on Gab, dude. In like I think it was 2016 on Gab. I went to Gab because I kept getting banned on Twitter, and I was talking about the dew weapons of where was it? Was it Santa Monica maybe in 2016? I think it was 2016 or 2017. It's in California, and I got shadow banned for that over there. You could post any meme you want on Gab, but certain things you talk about, like that specifically, got me like shadow banned because I was getting lots of replies, and then when I would put up a funny meme, it still wouldn't get anything, like no replies. My other memes that were funny, like people were clicking and laughing and liking it, not anymore after that. So Gab is controlled. They all are. They're all pretty controlled. But at least I thought I'd reach another class of people over there, but not so much. I don't know, dude. There's some weird shit that I've been looking into besides this, and it's kind of like freaky to talk about, but it's just really it sucks. It sucks, dude.
Don't tell me it's zombies. Is it zombies?
No, it's kind of it's weirder than that, dude. It's weirder. It's like remember I had some personal stuff that changed like it's kind of like the Mandela effect shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that, dude. That's the best.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Really freaky.
Well, you're talking about something else, like a Mandela that also has some kind of something else involved, or what do you mean?
Yeah. Hold on one second. Yeah, it's specifically Bible changes. It's like stuff I was looking into. Because things I know, like people say, oh yeah, the lion and the lamb, right? Doesn't say that no more, right? But its entire verses in the Bible have changed. Entire verses, like the word piss. The word piss is in the Bible. It was never in there, and it's mentioned in two different chapters and two different two different chapters of the Bible, like word for word, copy paste, entire like paragraphs, like entire sections. in 2 different sections, copy paste. And there's new words inserted in there like highway, like I said, piss. The word piss was never in there. There's spelling errors. There's emoticons like smiley faces. There's so much shit in there. It's like, how do you explain that? You go look in a 50-year-old Bible and the same shit is happening. So it's not like oh wow, the Ford logo changed. This is some heavy shit. So like somebody who's like deep into scripture and they want to quote it and you open it up and it doesn't say what you think it does. Like you could have memorized it word for word as a young person raised in it, and you open it and you don't recognize it. And I wasn't raised that way, so I don't have recollection of all these verses, but I know it's wrong when I read it. I'm like, this doesn't read right to me. You guys still there?
Yeah, no, I'm here.
That to me was very creepy. I mean, I could get you the chapter and verse, and you could open, if you have 2 Bibles, your paper Bibles. I was looking in mine. I do have a Bible, and I kind of got into that whole thing because it's like, oh yeah, the flat Earth is mentioned in the Bible. I'm like, where? And then, like all these verses, I looked them up. That's specifically the whole reason I even bought a Bible. But now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, wait, okay, I know for a fact this is not the way it was, right? And what else in there has been altered that I'm not aware of, because I never read it as growing up. You know, I have nothing to compare it in my memory bank. But yeah, to me, it's like we're in some kind of spiritual warfare. That some entity, I can promise you, this thing is not the way you remember it if you've ever read it.
No, this is not. None of this is new to me. I went through a huge gospel phase with Elvis, where like Elvis Presley had all these gospel songs, and there's this one song. It's unforgettable. He's like, and the lion will lay with the lamb, and like it's like this whole. It's like how he ends like at the chorus or something, I think, and it's like, yeah, no, that, yeah, Mandela's weird, man. It is.
Is it gone from the song? Is it gone from the song now?
No, it's residue. It's residue. Elvis Presley quotes a Bible verse that never happened in one of his gospel songs.
Really? Okay, yeah. So some of the shit, like we are the champions of the world. That last part's gone. Like it's like, how did? Now I don't care about songs, and I know it's freaky. It's like something that some entity could change it. And like me and Helio Skeptic were doing a live stream, and that poem I wrote, right? It's okay to be goy. It changed on his screen. I'm like, how? Like we are up against some entity. Maybe it's AI, dude. I'm thinking it is some kind of artificial intelligence, but how is it changing paper on a book? And a book that's, you can have 100-year-old Bible and open it and it's still changed. It's like,
well,
okay. Like,
dude, that one, like, of the world, oh my gosh, that is so cemented in my brain as a child. We all, because whenever, that was actually a song that I heard a lot back then, because it was actually they use it as a theme song for the Detroit Pistons. So I remember it, going like with basketball.
The Bad Boys, right? Yeah,
all that too. Yep, where they won, exactly. And that song, along with the Final Countdown. Remember that one? The Final Countdown. Yeah.
What changed that?
That was a big
one.
No, I'm not saying anything changed. I'm saying with the Detroit Pistons, that was another song that was popular.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, like, we are the champions, and then of the world. Like, exactly, dude. That is exactly how I remember it. And I even can hear his voice, Freddie Mercury's voice, in my head, because it was a long, strong note, of the world, really projecting. So, dude, like, yeah, it's such a strong, like, chorus and everything. So that's amazing. And then in terms of the Bible thing as well, I hear you. Well, the thing is, dude, like, there's ways that it could be functioning. It doesn't necessarily have to be some evil entity, in my viewpoint. It can actually just be consciousness, like the way consciousness works itself. Like,
let me tell you,
it's infinite. It's there's Like ultimately, I think everything is like light and sound and vibrations. So I mean, any type of reality can be created in any moment, as it were.
Let me tell you why it's evil, Geo, because the agenda that it's pushing for is it's not good. Like the way they're changing things into degeneracy, right? Like it says you will drink your piss and eat your dung. Like all the filth inserted into there. So if you read the Bible and you say, nope, every word in here is the word of God and da 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 da, and you're preaching degeneracy and eating feces and drinking piss and all these other types of things in there, these lewd acts. It's like, wait, they're specifically attacking the Bible. You could open almost every page has something on it. They're putting the word AI, right? AI is in the Bible. AI. The name AI. It's in there. The word discernment has been removed. There's no longer demons. The word demons is gone. Like everything, they're getting rid of it. It's been replaced with devils. Devils. The devil was a singular entity. Now it's devils in place of demons. There's so many changes. I mean, I can't go over all of them, but it's literally thousands and thousands of changes everywhere. It's like, okay, so what am I supposed to rely on? If I can't, if every word in this book can be changed out, the book of Revelations is called Revelation. It's like there's so many changes, and I'm not an expert on it, right? I'm not. And I talked to my friend who's like really religious, and he's brainwashed, dude. You know, like when you're arguing with a globetard and they just don't want to see it, they just don't. He's got bad cog dis. He's like, no, well, yeah, I get it. There's stuff in there that's kind of, it's disgusting and whatever, but still nothing can change because God said his word will always be protected. So he's just blindly believing it. Like, you really think the word piss was in the Bible? I mean, just liquor, the word liquor is in there. Highway, subdivision, all these words that are modern words. Subdivision, really? Highway? The interstate highways were invented in the 20s.
Well, there are a lot of different like interpretations. I'm assuming that you've isolated for that, because obviously there's a lot of different translations. I mean,
it's a cross translations, dude. NIV. It's in different languages as well. The translation.
Well, okay, hold on. Let me first. So, are these changes that are being claimed? Are these things that other or that are, okay? Is it changing in every Bible or just in some, or like where are we at here?
All translations. So there's like about 45 translations. There's like, okay, most people use King James, right? KJV, King James. Then there's a New King James. There's a NIV. There's a New American. There's too many. I don't know all of them, but there's about 40 or so different translations. And across them, even in different languages, French, German, it's changing in those as well. Russian. So you read it, and it's basically translate to the same thing we're reading. That doesn't, like, the lion shall lay with the lamb is no longer there. It's the wolf and the lamb. And that's across all translations. Even in some of the voice books, like the audio books, there was some residue. I think it was a famous person reading it, and there's some residue where he's reading it the way it was, where his residue didn't get overwritten for whatever reason. It's crazy, dude. It's so crazy.
I have a theory about why residue is like able to exist. And it's
okay.
So I think that they've been trying to change things for a very long time in whatever method is producing Mandela effects. The technology in the beginning was very inaccurate, and it is still not very accurate, right? And this is just me trying to think logically about it. I'm a scientist, and I have figured out a way to change very small details in the past with very poor accuracy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to first focus on changing small things with good accuracy, and then I'm going to hire a bunch of people, or get a bunch of people around me that are good at like predicting things like dominoes. You know what I mean? Like if I just change this one subtle thing, how is that going to affect reality? How is that going to affect this person's day and whether or not they go on to do this, big political thing, or, how do I change something so that the general doesn't make it to the meeting? Like, I would be trying to use this thing for very like nefarious purposes. And I think a lot of the first Mandela effects seemed very random. And as we've gone forward and people have been, it seems like people are realizing, wait, it's not just one. There's many of them. I think that they're multiplying because whoever's using this technology is getting more and more accurate and getting better and better results. And that's why the changes seem more nefarious. Like a lion laying with a lamb being compared to like the imagery of a lion and a lamb and then a wolf with a lamb. Like the wolf is very like, I don't know. It's weird. It is weird. I'm definitely not one of those people that's like, well, the Bible can never be changed. Da, 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 da. I could rip pages out of my Bible right now. I could go, print stuff, whatever. Anyways, that's what I think. That's why I think the residue exists, because they're not going back and like deleting stuff. They're just like sending out a light wave or like emitting some kind of signal that somehow changes something in the past. And that's all the control that they have. They just kind of hope that the dominoes fall in their favor once they've changed that one thing.
You know what it might be? Like how did all of these if you had a recording of that song "We Are the Champions" and it's of the world, when I know there was people that said that they would do a ritual at the record company when they pressed the master. They had a master press of the recording, and they would go to the top floor and do some kind of ritual. So you take it home with you, and I think it's some kind of black magic. And they might do the same thing at publishing, right? They might have been doing this a long time. I think this goes back a long time. And you think things that are ink on paper you think is something that can't change. It's like, no, this is a book. And I remember reading this in this book. And you're telling me the words on this paper are going to change? And I think it's something like this, because I had some residue of a Star Wars card. I had a C-3PO and he had 2 gold legs. Now maybe it will change, but I think that there's pockets. Let's say there's a pocket, a bubble, where they're however they're sending this out, that in this, it's like a protective area where they can't get every last bit, right? It's something that goes out, and maybe there's a ley line or something where the signal doesn't reach that specific piece of, maybe there was a Bible that didn't change. It was in this little pocket, just like that Star Wars card. Every other card changed except this, random couple here and there. And they're very rare, and they still might change. Like I could say, no, I have residue, and I go to show someone, and now it's not. Now it's been altered. It changed as well, right? Like maybe it's not protected by that zone anymore. I'm just speculating because to me it's such a mind fuck, and I could see it's not being changed for the better. It's being changed. I don't care about a word in the song. That's okay, whatever. But maybe that was their testing. Hey, let's test it on a movie. Let's test it on a song, and then we'll move on to more important documents. Maybe change the Constitution, right? Change your Bill of Rights. Let's change things.
But are you talking about some kind of like a shockwave thing that would like blast it out? Is that what you're referring to?
Something to that effect. Something to like, it's some kind of something that goes through the airwaves, obviously, and the technology, I can't explain how it works. It's beyond my comprehension, but I know that there is some kind of tech. It's got to be some kind of technology doing this, and it's targeted, Geo. It's not just randomness. Like at first, it seemed very random, like like Platypus was saying, a random word in a song, or "We Are the Champions." Whoop, they sliced that off. Think like innocent little things, like really subtle that no one really gives a shit, right? And then I seen it happen to something that I wrote. I'm like, wait, I wrote this. This is something I wrote, and it only omitted one letter, but it changed the context of it, right? It's okay to be a goy. Like it inserted the word a or the letter a, right? It's okay to be a goy. Well, it's not singular, right? I didn't specifically say it's okay to be agoi. It messed with the syllable count and everything. I'm like, that was never there. And Helio was reading it, and I have residue of it as screenshots. But you can go in old newspapers and find residue. And you know what else? Here's something strange. On metal, right? There was a placard, it was metal, like the lion and the lamb and paintings and such. That isn't affected. Screenshots. My screenshot was safe from the residue. It was safe as residue. It didn't get changed. Once I had a screenshot of the original, it didn't change. But Helio's uploaded video, there was a video, it changed. Because we went back to his live stream, and the words that he was reading, he didn't say the letter A, right? And he was reading it word for word, but it wasn't there. But then on the screen, you see the letter A has appeared somehow. That was never there to begin with. It's just strange, dude. I really, it's some kind. It's that combined with artificial intelligence that it's going to get nasty. And I don't know. We got deep fake technology combined with AI, combined with dues. We're up against a lot. You can't even rely on the Bible. Some people will go back to the Bible. Well, it says this in the Bible. Does it? Go read it again. What does it say today? It don't say what you think. Yeah.
I would just say this. You said they have dues, they have, AI, they got all this stuff, right?
Yeah.
That's just how powerful we are. Like I don't know why. I'm just seeing it like totally flipped where it's like, oh, they need all this crazy shit that I can't even comprehend just to like try and oppress me because they're doing a terrible job. I love life, even though they're pumping everybody full of poisons, and it's like I'm still finding times to like be grateful. So like I don't know, man. I think even if stuff does seem like it's really getting scary and bad, like this is our time to shine. You know
Well,
what
I'm
I'm
not
saying?
scared. I'm not scared at all. That's my point being is that they're getting more obvious with their stuff. Like Paradise, like Maui. Those are pretty obvious fucking ballsy moves. And the next move is the alien card. That's like it's all coming to that. My thing was to make people aware of it, right? So they know what the fuck is happening. So let's say the people of Maui, they kind of know what the fuck happened to them, right? It's not like they're not blindsided, right? And then it gets harder for the people using this shit to have any plausible deniability. People know what happened. They just like, okay, well, who did it? And I know the who is going to be pointed at alien invasion. That's what's going to happen because it's painfully obvious what happened.
Yeah,
I'm still doing my own
wouldn't
thing.
this be like the start of the smart city takeover, where they do these episodes, as it were, in these areas and then take them over?
Convert them, yeah. Everybody on the city council was part of it. They were profiting in the smart city initiative. They were in the council, or what is that, World Economic Forum. They talked about making Maui the first smart city. It's like, okay, or Lahaina.
Yeah, and I think years like so, some of these Northern California quote unquote wildfires, these fire event things have been crazy, as you know, for years. And I went through a bunch of those with all the smoke in the air, power outages. It was crazy. It was a whole operation, it seemed, that they were running, and I was very tuned into it because I was here for several of those years. And I think that was like their testing ground. They were basically probably terraforming to get like their outposts set up, because basically San Francisco is like the tech center of the world with everything in Silicon Valley. So it makes sense that they would want to have like kind of like if obviously San Francisco is going to probably go to a smart city, and probably the whole peninsula all the way down to Silicon Valley. I imagine that entire thing will be turned into this. And then it seems like when they were doing all those fires out here, maybe on one level they were like testing their systems, because it's pretty easy to write off like wildfires because it's California. So it's kind of easy for them to test it here because it's already a thing they can write off just because of all the trees and the dry. Sometimes it can be dry. Anyway, so it seems like they were testing it for years and probably terraforming like everything they did here. And then it seems like this year, dude, they haven't done anything to us. Like, and it's actually like kind of wet. It's a little more wet and rainy. It just seems like they're not going to hit us at all. There was one fire way up in the border of like very high up in Northern California and Oregon. There was like one kind of decent sized big fire, but other than that, it's been pretty quiet for this whole quote unquote fire season compared to the other years that was just complete haywire at this time. Just, so anyways, yeah. So, but it just seems like even if that was their testing ground, and then now they're starting, now we like Maui, they did obviously, and then they did like Canada. There's a bunch of other ones, it seems. So it seems like maybe they're testing it and now they're rolling it out more.
I smelled it, Gio. I smelled it from Canada, the smoke, and it smelled like, what Portland cement smells like? Like concrete in a bag, quickcrete. It smelled like that mixed with a house fire. That's what it smelled like to me. The smoke from Canada. And I don't know how you would describe the smoke from those fires, but it didn't smell like normal smoke to me. Like when someone's having a bonfire, it didn't smell like that.
Yeah, it's generally like in California here is a very thick chemical, kind of like just like smoking the most toxic cigarettes all day or something, like just in terms of all the chemicals in there. But it's a mixture, it seems, of more of like chemicals and toxins, and then also whatever other stuff that's burning.
Dust, like dust particulate.
Yeah,
I smelled.
That's like 9/11. It's like, it reminds me of like all the dust after 9/11.
That's what I smelled.
It just hangs and lingers. It hangs and lingers like nothing else. I mean, I think if that were just natural wildfires, it would blow through. It wouldn't do what this does. This was like weeks in a row, even a month or two of just the thickest cloud ever that just didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, I smelled it for the first time. Now I know what it smells like. This summer we had that haze from Canada, the fires in Canada. I'm like, oh, and we smelled it all the way here in Detroit. I'm like, holy fuck, I smell it. Now I know. I could describe it to you. If anyone's ever smelled it, man, I fucking know now. That's kind of probably what 9/11 smelled like. It's just crazy. I have videos, Gio, from 1950s of fires in California. Same thing. Trees, perfect. Cars fucked up. Intermittent houses leveled. Like it levels a house, goes to the next one. One's fine, one's leveled. Like it's the same shit we see. And this is in the 50s. And they were calling it a fire. Same exact stuff. So this is not new technology. It's been around. I mean, look at World War II, right? Look at Dresden. Look at Hiroshima. Right? So they've had this a long fucking time. Even the Civil War pictures, what they claim is the Civil War, there's no battlefield pictures, but there's demolished cities that look very familiar. It looks very fucking familiar. So yeah, they're going to do what they're going to do, right? So it's not a matter of it's just a matter of awareness. Like making enough people aware of it maybe puts a stop to it. There's no more plausible deniability. And think about it. If they tried to blame it on Russia or China, right? Does Russia care which house is owned by Oprah or Tom Hanks and which is owned by the common person? No. Does an alien from another an outer land care which house is Oprah's and which one is the common people? No. They would all be destroyed. But this one is very selective. It didn't hit the billionaires or the right, connected people. It didn't destroy their properties. It was very hit or miss. One house destroyed, one car destroyed, and one wasn't. It's like that's not the result of randomness.
Yeah, I mean, it is of concern for sure. However, they currently have control over the militaries as well. So it's already dire in terms of that. And this added thing, is intense. But I mean, war stuff can be really bad too. So yeah, we're basically like in a race for the survival of humanity at this point. Because I think if they really got their way, they would end up probably just genetically modifying us until we die. They'll just make it, people would be dying earlier and earlier. And I just think eventually they'll like the level of just like insane, visceral, just like toxic, demonic, like harvesting kind of energy these guys have. They're just relentless. Like, I do think there's kind of they've taken a lot of blows though. Like I don't. If this was like a final boss in a video game, you know how you gotta sometimes you gotta like Bowser with like Mario, and you gotta like jump on Bowser like 8 times or whatever to kill him or whatever it is. You gotta
Swing him by his tail. Yeah.
You gotta like bop him on the head like 8 times or whatever. I think that like these guys are. I think they're slowing down, and I think they're a little confused how to move forward. So I think they're a little dazed and confused in a sense, and I think there's a little bit of a lack of cohesiveness. I think years ago they were much more like gung ho, but with everything that's happened, so I think they're being naturally kind of thwarted in a sense. Even though, there's a lot of things that they're still pulling off. I'm not saying it's there's a lot of people that are still deceived and all that, but. Yeah, I think that their power is growing weaker, as it were, day by day.
I don't know, man. I just think the average man is getting stupider. It's the average person. I was much more hopeful. I hate to be so black pilled, but I was so fucking. I'm like, we got these fuckers, dude. We got them. We got them dead to rights, dude. We got all the evidence. And then it's like, you get these people like my friend. It's just, drawing a blank. He just doesn't see it. I'm like, oh my God. It is the Matrix, man. It's totally the Matrix. People stuck in it and people that see it, or they live with the glasses. Some people will see it and some won't. And it could be so obvious. I mean, the dude thing was pretty fucking obvious. And a lot of people did see that because they could connect the financial motivation. If there's not a financial motivation, like why would they lie about the shape of the earth? Why would they lie, right? They don't connect the financial incentive. It's not so cut and dry like the Maui thing, right? The Maui thing was painfully obvious, cut and dry. Someone wants the land, right? The locals don't want to sell it. They could connect those dots, right? The other one about the earth is not so cut and dry. Well, why would they lie? What's the benefit, right? You can't really nail it down. I don't know. Where's the benefit?
Yeah. But it's like the tortoise and the hare. The tortoise ends up winning the race. So I do think that the truth is going to win, but there's a lot of symphony climaxes, I'm sure, that will be cycling and happening. And there's probably going to be kind of pain and suffering through the birth as well, the birth into the next cycle. I mean, we've already seen pain and suffering, so we already know that is already a thing, in that own sense. But I'm not trying to like forecast a lot more of that in my own sense of it. I think there will be some, but ultimately I don't think there's going to be anything too dramatic. And I think that everything, so my viewpoint, like on the larger scale of the whole timeline of creation, I think that we are like this, we're in a cycle that we're transitioning into, like the next cycle is actually way better than the one we're in. It's actually a huge improvement on multiple levels. I'm not saying it's just complete and total utopia necessarily, but it is looking dim. Like I see what you're saying with like what's going on, and it almost does seem like it's just going almost like I see like in any idea of negativity vibe on it. I could understand because there's a lot of things going on that are they still have a grasp on us. It's like if they were choking us or something, they still have their hands around our neck. So we're not really free yet. But we've taken a couple gasps of air, and we have a little bit of a renewed, strength. And I think that their grip is also because the more complexity that they do with AI and all this other stuff, the more complexity they add to it, the more complicated it gets to maintain. So that's what's interesting. So they have to like keep people deceived and be trying to roll all this stuff out. So it's building in complexity, and in a lot of like criminal acts and things, it is often that complexity that is where they have their downfall. You know, they build up, they might start simple, then they get a little more complex, a little more. At some point, they've got a huge complex operation going on, and then that's usually when there's a leak, you know, like a problem, you know, of some sort, to where then they end up, there's a weakness, and then, you know, who they thought was the underdog ends up actually rising to the top. And in this case, that would be the truth. And
I don't know how much.
a lot of other, you know, positive and sort of righteous, as it were, ways of being compared to this current mode that's has all of this, you know, yeah, just greed and exploitation and everything involved in it with this current kind of global system, as it were.
I don't know how much they can change at one time, like with whatever technique they're using. And it seems like that people that follow like Mandela effect, they haven't noticed any new ones. Like you know, the stuff for like names of products like Jiffy peanut butter, Febreze, things like that, how it's spelled. They haven't noticed anything new popping up. But that's what I mean. They're specifically using it to rewrite the Bible. Like they converted their efforts, and I think there's a limitation. There's like a bottleneck, a certain bandwidth that they can only do so much at one time, and they chose for whatever reason to specifically target the Bible, because there's been like I said, there's just almost every single page has something that's not right. Like, have you ever seen an emoticon? You remember the old ones, Gio? Before they had like emojis, you would do like the semicolon and that, like to make a smiley face, right, or a frown, right, or a winky face, like a winky eye, like you would do it like that. That's what's in the Bible. Those kind of old school like emoticons. They were never there. They have no literary purpose to be in there, right?
Where are you getting this from though? You're now. I mean, where, like, I guess I'd have to just see more of what you're referring to.
Let me send them to you. I have them. Like I could show you, and then you could go to the page and look it up yourself. And it's like it's not like grammatically correct to use that.
Well, I mean, for the folks that are into the Bible, have you told them about this, or what is
Only one friend.
Oh, dude, no, it's in there.
Like,
it's in there.
He wouldn't have any of it, dude. He wouldn't.
No,
he wouldn't accept it.
There's winky faces and like smiley faces in the Bible and shit. It's weird. It's wild.
But the language, there's like chickens. Okay, do you remember the story of Moses? Right? What did Moses have the 10 Commandments written on? Even Gio should know this. Like, even if you're not like a Moses came down.
The word that comes to my mind is tablets.
Stone tablets, right? They were on stone. He's carrying tables. Stone. Tables now? Yeah, they're tables, not stone tablets.
What?
But yeah.
Stop, dude. Are you serious?
Yeah. Yes.
The word tablets is not in the Bible anymore, because I literally remember being in Sunday school and writing about stone tablets. That's where I learned how to spell that word.
Right. Tables, stone, like I don't even know if it says stone, but it's tables now. Yeah. And he has horns. Moses has horns coming out of his head. Horns.
You can see his horns.
Horns, yeah.
Huh.
But everyone remembers the 10 Commandments,
now.
right?
Yeah, they're tabled. That's really weird.
And you read it as tablets, right? You know it. That's what I mean.
I literally just said you. The first word that comes to my mind is tablets.
Right.
Yeah, that's.
And he doesn't get it. My friend, who's very religious, he doesn't see it. He doesn't. I'm like,
yeah.
wow,
At the end of the day, it's literally just it's just like a textbook. It's a special. To me, it's a special textbook. But can you mess with a book? Absolutely. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna push back on the. I know the emoticons are shit blew my. Damn, they are Mandelaing the hell out of my life. This is crazy.
Dude, you want to know some crazy words that are in there? Let me. This will kind of aim you in the agenda. The word artillery, navy, artillery, really? Navy. There's like what is there? There's governors, dukes, like these royalties, like the duke, there's just a lot of random shit that doesn't belong there. I'm like, really? Let me go get my other tablet. I have all the screenshots in there, and then I could read you some of them. Just it doesn't make any sense. And like the words and songs and stuff, that's innocent enough. It's like, and I think like what you're saying, Geo, or I mean, Platypus, that's where their test bed. Hey, let's do the Forrest Gump. Let's change one little word just to test our equipment, right? And like if you thought they were testing the weapon in certain places in like maybe California before they already had that shit perfected, man. Like World War II, they had it perfected. It's gotten better. It's gotten even more accurate, but they've had this, in my opinion, for a long time. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go get my other tablet. I'll read some to you.
Well, how's your weekend going?
Yeah, it's good. All's good. Beautiful day today, so we still got some warm weather. We had a hit of rain the other day. But it has been chilly at night. But yeah, dude.
Nice.
See, now I could give you the specific verse and everything. Because now I'm looking at it. I can't recall all because there's too many. You know, we're gonna have an eclipse, dude. We're gonna have a nice eclipse in Michigan.
Oh,
Let's
nice.
see. Next year, yeah, I'm gonna be near the totality. I'm gonna film that bitch.
Nice.
Yeah, we're in full moon right now. It's a full moon in a conjunction with Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, and Uranus. All four.
Uranus. Okay, the word weather. The word weather.
Mercury.
Weather isn't.
Oh, sorry. Just real quick. The Sun, Mercury, and Mars are in a triple conjunction next to each other. And then 180 degrees, you've got the Moon, Jupiter, and Uranus. So all 6 of them. But yeah, go
It's
ahead.
a lot of crazy energy.
Okay, here's one. Acts, A-C-T-S. Acts 5:30, right? The God of our fathers raised Jesus, whom you killed by hanging him on a tree, right? Now it says Jesus was hanged on a tree. Instead of crucified, right? It's like it says right here, even King James, the God of our fathers raised up Jesus, whom ye slew and hanged on a tree. In the King James, New King James, American Standard, English Standard Version. It's in all these different translations. New International Version, New Living Translation. Okay, back to what I was saying earlier. You got a Bible by you, Platypus? If you go to 2 Kings, like 2 Kings 18:26, and then you go to Isaiah 36:11 through 39, they're all duplicated. And 2 different chapters have duplicate cut and paste, copy paste.
Yeah, I've seen most of these.
It was new to me, man. I'm like, what?
No, yeah. I'm not trying to downplay it at all. It's very. I remember the first time I saw it. It definitely shook my faith a little bit. I was like, whoa. But then I was like,
the word.
I was like, nah. I think I'm just gonna keep loving everybody. It's all good, you know. Like, it'll be all right.
I'm just saying, someone's fucking with paper, but they're not doing it to our benefit. In other words, my $1 bill isn't turning into $100 bill. Maybe my $100 bill would turn into a $1 bill. I'm like, wait, I had let's say I had $500 bills in my pocket. I go in there and they're $1 bills.
I mean, dude, I think that they could just change stuff without even using the Mandela effect. You know, like
Well, that's just
straight
a
up
name. That's just
just
a
straight up
name.
1984 stuff. No, I mean they could literally just tell a lie so many times that it becomes the truth. You know, like there was a massive, a worldwide disease that happened in 2019, and it was real. You do.
Well, yeah.
I'm just
9/11's
saying.
been rewritten.
Exactly. Not planes flown by hijackers that didn't even speak English. Like what? That doesn't even make sense. But it they write what happens.
Well, the thing is, if you got a paper record, let's say I had the book, Where Did the Towers Go? I have the physical book, and I open the page, and the pictures are changed. I'm like, wait, there was a cop car. It was half melted. What if I open it up and it's not there anymore? Like that's what these people are working with, shit like that. Like
Yeah,
when you
that's
got
like
them,
that's some crazy gaslighting that
you
goes beyond the natural, obviously into like the supernatural realm. And
yeah.
at that point, like you need to have some sort of spiritual weapons, like whatever spiritual flavor you subscribe to or religion or whatever, like you need to be doing spiritual work to fight against that. Because from my perspective, there's literally nothing you can do from a secular standpoint or like a scientific standpoint to combat something like the Mandela effect. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's just that's
that's
all
just
like
the title. That's just
yeah.
like a name of like we don't know what else to call it. That's just been what it's pigeonholed. But there's something, whatever equipment is doing this. I'm looking at that. Have you seen the quantum computer thing? I don't know if that's actually what it looks like, but they say, oh yeah, this is our quantum computer. That just like this is the lunar lander, right? This is it landed on the moon. I promise you. Like I don't know if that's actually the piece of equipment that is the quantum computer, right? It could look like a semiconductor chip for all I know, right? And they could just be showing me this piece of fucking whatever that's like the lunar lander. I really don't know. But I just do know that someone has the ability and they're doing it to their benefit, not ours.
Yeah, what's really going to blow your mind is I was asking some tough questions one day to somebody about advanced technologies, and they said something I'll never forget. I'm surprised I haven't. I know I haven't repeated it here on Discord, or to anybody for that matter. Because kind of like an offhanded comment that I've like thought about, but I don't think about it. Anyways, this person said that the most powerful technology in the world is powered by death. Like it requires life to operate, like life being extinguished. There's something that happens when a life leaves that generates a power source that only these types of weapons can like operate on.
So it's feeding. It needs to
Yeah,
feed off people's
it's
dead
not.
bodies.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
okay,
It's not just like fear to like harvest adrenochrome. Like there's actually like how there's like a spark of
I
life.
believe it. I
Yeah,
believe it. Yeah,
what do I know, dude?
I
I'm
know
just
for a
repeating
fact.
what I heard. I have no idea like what the deal is, but that's just what I heard. I've always, I don't
You know
know.
what's
It's
funny?
always stuck with me.
Platypus. I had like a random dream. This is some time ago, and I don't know what even made it pop into my head, but I looked it up. That when a sperm and an egg are fertilized, when they combine them, there's a flash of light, and they were using it in like a fertility clinic to determine which ones would be viable. So let's say they had 10 or 12 different eggs, and then they fertilized them, and whichever ones had the brightest glow are the ones they would inseminate the woman with, like implant the embryo. It's like, well, I don't know what they did with the rest. Did they just the rest of they only need one, but you're going to do 10 or 12. Oh, this one glowed the brightest, so we'll use this. But it's true. It does show a flashlight. I mean, It may be false. It may be false, but I mean, at least that's what they showed the video. Maybe they falsified it. I don't want to say for it's 100% because I really don't trust anything I can't see myself. But as far as I can see, it happens. And I don't know why I had it in a random dream and I looked it up. I'm like, this is bizarre. But like you said, life energy, maybe that's it. Like when it leaves you, I heard a similar story that people could see like your soul leaving your body, like coming out the top of your head or whatever, just almost like in a movie.
Yeah, man. I've heard all kinds of crazy stuff, and I entertain it, for sure. Not too much. I just know that whatever's doing all this nefarious shit, it is aligned with death and decay and like misery and stuff. And
Mostly death. Yeah, mostly around death.
Yeah.
The wars and such. These weapons, having other people fight their wars and kill other people. It's like it seems to be feasting on death.
Well, have you heard the idea that in death is when they essentially try to like capture human souls? Because like if someone dies in like a really traumatic way and they're like dislocated, they don't know where to go. That's pretty dark there. Like that idea.
They try to draw you. I've heard like they try to draw you to the light. Don't go to the light. You know how insects, if you have a light outside your house, the mosquitoes and other insects will attract to the light. They say that's like your soul. When your soul leaves and you're attracted to the white light, and that's actually where you don't want to go. But the light, and you're just naturally attracted to the light. But then it'll reincarnate you into this place. If you want to ascend, you have to not go toward that light. I mean, that's what I've heard. But maybe that's a deception, right? They want to.
Okay, so there's one perspective that there is a light when we die, and that's what we kind of get naturally attracted to go back to the spirit world, as it were. Let's just say the human spirit world. Because if you have like the spirit world, and I'm just using that in a very generalized term, just right now, just as kind of one thing, the spirit world. And then if you have like the astral plane, which is like the interface between the physical plane and the spirit world, then when you die, there's an idea that you actually have to like journey back to the spirit world of sorts. And a lot of people that have had like near-death experiences, or other people that have done like memory recall kind of things on themselves to try to access the memories, they do describe it that there's like this light that has like this natural pulling sensation to it, and you kind of just surrender and let go. And often they hear like music or like symphonies, or they have like a lot of like love, and there's beautiful feelings as you kind of merge. And then once you kind of merge through that light, then you're now in your spirit world form, as it were, like you're in your kind of soul form. At that point, you've transitioned from this whole plane. Now, from that perspective, though, if that is actually the case in terms of what does really exist, there could be there could be a perspective where, let's say, like a demonic entity could be in the astral plane, and then those demonic entities might be trying to kill people in traumatic ways, like in wars and God knows what else, torture, who knows, MK Ultra, these kinds of things. And then when that soul detaches, then there's an idea that those demonic entities could actually like set up like a false light, basically. So they could set up like a false light of some sort, and then they try to pretend like that's the real light, to get the soul to go that way, basically, and especially if they're like dislocated and they just had a painful death and they're like kind of out of it and a little bit like, disassociated, then perhaps, so there's that idea that they then set up like a false light and then try to attract souls there, which they then you get into like, what are ghosts, for example, like everything like within the astral plane that's like intersecting. So yeah, there's then an idea that human souls can get sort of, in a sense, kind of like captured or kind of like almost like imprisoned kind of in a sense. But then you get into like the ideas of hell, like, is that hell? But yeah, those are all perspectives in terms of that. And there are a lot of these books of the dead, and a lot of like ancient, there's like an Egyptian book of the dead, Tibetan book of the dead. And it's not really about death. It's not really about death or dying people. It's actually about like the journey when we die, like the posthumous journey. And like in the Tibetan Book of the Dead, for example, it's basically like almost like a manual for traversing what they refer to as the bardos. That's why it's called the Bardo Todo is the name of the book. But it's they call them bardos, which are these different like layers or membranes that the soul goes through after death, and then through kind of to the spirit world, as it were, and then kind of how to like navigate that and work with that, and just to be able to have more awareness, in that state, basically, of how to navigate, to the, successfully, as it were, as they call it, kind of through all of the bardos to that point. And then they also have like spiritual practices connected to like working on yourself in your lifetime, so that when you die, you're able to sort of transcend through those layers of, like ignorance and greed and, the kind of sins, as it were, the kind of lower level impulses and things. And then the idea too of like being able to practice that journey as well through like different practices like meditation or breath work, or perhaps some use plant medicines and different ways of, or like maybe even lucid dreaming. So different like ways to be able to kind of like do a test run, basically, and kind of get, be aware of how to navigate in that state.
That's funny you
Yep.
brought that up. I was reading the Egyptian Book of the Dead like 2 nights ago. So I was like, man, what is this about? I don't, just for literally no reason. I just Googled it, found a PDF. Yeah, actually, calling it the Book of the Dead is actually a misconception. They cover that in the preface. And it's actually, the title of the book is Ritual of the Dead. And it goes through, it's like full of these different like hymns that they sing to like see the spirit off, and like the idea that like the songs that they're singing are like transcending into the spirit world. It's pretty tight. So.
Nice. Yeah, there's a lot of reports of people hearing like incredibly beautiful tones and sounds when they're like ascending, and in that whole process, yeah, of or like angels' voices, or there's a lot of different descriptions of what people describe in terms of like the audio, as it were, even though you're not really in a human body, so you're not really a human, you're not like hearing it with an ear, but perhaps it is perceived in some similar way, or maybe like more like a kind of a direct vibrational resonance with the tones rather than like auditory.
Any like videos that I've seen of someone describing it is that it's almost like you're in a dream state. You don't have your physical body, but you have all your sense of sight, hearing. You have your senses, but you don't have a physical body, right? So you can still hear, you can still see, you still have all those senses, maybe of warmth or whatever. Like, oh, it was cold or hot or like neutral, or like you would have those senses, but not a physical body attached to it, if that makes sense. Like in a dream state.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had some dreams like that where it was like very vivid, and it's like it seemed like reality. It's like, wow, this seemed like very realistic. And for the most part, I don't have them, but occasionally I will, and I can sometimes recall stuff, and sometimes not. But like in detail, and it usually doesn't make much sense. It's like, well, that doesn't make much sense because it's a dream. It's not like a reality. It's just some random shit. And then sometimes it was like that sperm and the egg fertilized. I don't know why the hell that popped into a dream, like that thought even occurred to me, but I looked it up and it seems to have some validity. But like I said, I always keep a question mark by things because I don't really trust anything anymore, unless I can get like do my own experimentation. I have no reason to believe they would just randomly fake that, but I just don't know.
I just want to say my dreams have been super crazy lately. like very joyful and good. I don't know if anyone else has like experienced that, but I just thought I'd throw it out there.
Yeah, I haven't had any creepy ones like a Freddy Krueger being chased, nothing like that. But it's just like, yeah, I don't have like nightmares, but I have, they're just like random things. Like, oh, I'm at a picnic or something, just random, and just playing games or whatever. It's just randomness. Maybe it has something to do with what you did the day before or the night before or whatever, that you'll kind of dream about that. Like if you were fishing and you're like, oh, I'm going to catch a largemouth bass or a walleye or something. And then in your dream, oh man, the fish are biting. I just caught like 20 walleye in a row or whatever. It's like maybe something like that.
For me, it's I feel like my dreams kind of give me a what's the word I'm looking for? They give me the scent or like the climate, like a feel, like a feel for the room, sort of. And the room is like the world. Like when there's like weird stuff happening in the world, my dreams are very chaotic and like hectic, especially if I'm like focusing on it. But I don't know, my like all the settings have been like super chill, like nature settings, and like a lot of it is like I'm going somewhere. Like, dude, I remember a few years ago, for 6 months straight, I would have this same type of dream over and over again, where I'm on a ship, like a wooden ship, and it would be like a different ship almost every time. Sometimes, well, no, sometimes it was the same ship, but it was weird. I was going somewhere, and I think those dreams kind of led up to like the pandemic. Actually, I can't really
Was it
remember.
an old sailing ship with sails on it, like a sailboat kind?
Oh, dude, yeah, like the glass that they had, because some of the ships that I was on, like they were fancy. They were like wooden ships, but they had glass, like portholes. But the glass, I could just tell. I remember thinking in the dream, like, damn, this glass is old. Like it's old school. Like this is not like your double paned, clear, perfect glass. Like this is like some gritty shit. It was tight. There's some weird. I remember seeing
It's
a
funny.
device. What's that?
I was saying it's funny, like you remember specific details about like the glass. Maybe it had bubbles in it, and like, and then but the general concept of the whole dream seems kind of vague. But you remember specific details like that. That's like that with me too. Like I don't remember the whole. If I had to draw like a whole conclusion of what it was about, I kind of can't tie it all together. But then specifics, like you just mentioned, like noticing a specific detail about the glass, that's the way I recall some of mine. You know what I mean? Like attention to the small details, but I couldn't tell you what the whole theme was about because it's still kind of cloudy to me. Because the being asleep and all.
Dude, if I would recommend this to anybody that's into dreaming, find out what your dream checks are for lucid dreaming. For instance, mine are locks, lights, and mirrors. Oh, and my hands. So like locks don't work in my dreams, light switches don't work in my dreams. So if a light is on, it's on. I can go up to a light switch to turn it off, and flicking it does nothing, and then I know I'm in a dream. A lot of times when I look at my hands in my dreams, I have a sixth finger on each hand. And then in the mirror, my face is very hard to like recognize, or like my hair will be completely different than what it is. Like I'll have like no hair or like a buzz cut or something. And those are just things that you can do in real life. If you can get 12 down a day, where you like count your fingers 12 times, or you consciously ask yourself, am I dreaming, and do one of these checks in your waking life, you'll within a month, guaranteed within a month, if you're doing 12 a day, you will accidentally do one in your dream and realize you're dreaming, and welcome to lucid dreaming. And you just keep doing that until you get comfortable with knowing that you're dreaming, and let the fun fucking happen, dude. It's like I think it's something that humans are meant to do all the time. I think the fact that we don't lucid dream is a symptom of like fluoride in the water, like a lack of nutrient dense foods, not grounding, just like a freaking the perfect storm of modernity has stripped us of this ability to lucid dream. Because when I was a kid, dude, I would like practice my times tables and shit while I was asleep. Like I was a good boy, you know. I was using this to do good things, and then as I became a teenager, I lost it, and then I had to like try and develop it again. Uh, I will say it is a spiritual thing that you're doing. So be prepared to like battle spiritually. It's not always going to be chill. You know, sometimes you'll realize you're in a dream that's really fucked up. One of the ones that you probably like wouldn't have remembered had you like not lucid dreamt. You just wake up and be like, oh, I think I had a bad dream, and then forget about it, you know? So like you will kind of face your inner demons, so to speak, but highly recommend it.
I haven't had one since I was like a kid, any kind of bad dream. Since I was like young, maybe like 7 or 8.
Oh man, that's a huge blessing.
Yeah, thank
Peaceful
God.
sleep is yeah.
Most of
I
the
wish
time
I
it's
could
just
say the
peace.
same.
Yeah, I'm glad. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's something that's causing it, but like I never ever remember seeing myself in a mirror in a dream. Like ever even think like I don't even like I never remember looking at my hands or anything. I'm always looking at everyone else. Maybe
Yeah.
it's like it's a
Well, it's something you got to practice. It's like you got to like I would keep a note inside my wallet, so whenever I would go to get cash, I'd see the note and I could just really quickly like count my fingers or like see if I could see my reflection in a window or something somewhere. And that's yeah, I have many memories of being in a dream and then like counting my fingers, and it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, 6. Oh, I'm dreaming. You know what I mean? It's like
See, I don't even remember like a light switch or anything. I think most of mine are like outside in the environment, like not in a house type thing. And if they are, the lights are always on. It's like I never even like hit a light switch or even thought to. Like I can't recall a whole lot of detail, but like you said, certain small details I do remember, bits and pieces.
well,
That's why
dude,
it's
it's a
hard to
muscle.
string together. It's what?
It's a muscle, dreaming. It's like something that you have to work out. Like you'll be weak at first, but like writing your dreams down and doing dream, I mean, and this is just if you want a lucid dream. Like I get why some people don't. I let it fall off for a while because it's exhausting for me. It's like, oh gosh, like, you know. So cuz how do I put this? If you find yourself in a lucid dream, but you're like you don't really know what you want to do, it's a weird place to be. It's I started getting a lot of sleep paralysis too. There's like this in between state where you can like fall out of the dream, but you can't wake up and like you're sleep paralyzed. That's no fun. And I was having a little bit of trouble with that. And I don't know. I'm telling you,
You know
I'm
what? I've
giving you
had that
instructions,
too.
but I'm not a teacher. You know what I'm saying?
I've had that too, platypus. Like, say you're trying to move your hand, like, oh, there's something's gonna like something's falling on you or whatever, and you try to move, but you can't because you're asleep and you're trying so hard to move your arm, and then all of a sudden you break out of it, and then you like leap out of bed. It's like what just like because all of a sudden like you break out of the sleep paralysis, and boom, you actually flinch out of bed. And you wake up like whoa, like suddenly like that. I've had something like that happen.
Yep. I remember one of the first things I did when I lucid dreamt was like most of the times when I was dreaming, if I got into a fight, my punches were super weak. And like it just felt like I was punching through like, you know, butter or something. Like just
A ghost. You're punching a ghost. Yeah, you can't.
yeah. Or like if I would try to like pull a trigger on my gun, the bullet would just kind of like bloop, just like fall out the front, you know, like the physics were
You're
all
in a
wrong.
dream state. Yeah.
Well, dude, when you're lucid dreaming, you have 100% accuracy. All your bullets are like headshots, and like your punches just like destroy stuff. It's crazy. You have all your abilities when you're lucid, but I mean, it is a dream, you know.
Yeah.
I think the most fun thing I've ever done lucid dreaming was like go up to all the people that appear in your dream and look at them. Because they say you can't dream of a face you've never seen before, and I call bullshit on that. And somebody can try to be like, well, no, that's just a face that you saw and you like stored it in your memory. No. If the AI can fucking come up with faces in 10 seconds, my brain is definitely either creating people that I've never seen before, or these people actually do exist and I'm somehow seeing them like in the dream world.
You know, with that being said, I do see people that I know in my dreams, like, oh, there's my grandma and there's my nephew, and there's like people of different eras put together. Like before my nephew's even born, he's in a dream with people that I remember as a kid, right? That he never saw, but we're all in like the same environment together. Kind of weird.
Yeah, dude, I think those are glimpses of like, so you're receiving information and I think like your brain, I guess, whatever you want to call it, your mind's eye is trying to interpret the information for you in a way that you're going to understand it. So like you have this dream, the information that you're getting is that like you and certain people are in a place that it seems impossible to be there. So then like your brain kind of like fills in the details in the dream. But I don't know. I'm not saying like all dreams come true or all dreams are like signs of something to come. But I do think that it's like information that your brain is trying to interpret. And so that's why it comes out kind of funny to us. I don't know. And then
there's people that are gurus, you know, like the gurus, like the real people. They could vivid dream and get details and downloads of high technology and stuff, and then they could, when they were in a dream state, they could explain it all.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've also heard of people through either meditation or like lucid dreaming and meditation, they are able to like one day like they just like wake up and they speak a new language, and they can like download languages and stuff. Not like I kind of download languages is a weird way to put it, but like I don't know if they're doing it on purpose, but it happens. And this
That's
is like
almost like
well documented too.
That's almost like the Neuralink. Like they were trying to say that, oh yeah, if you get this implant in your brain, you could have all the data from all the libraries in the world, and we'll download it into your brain. You want to know all the you know, why spend all the time reading these books? We'll just download the data in your brain. Would you really trust these fuckers who are manipulating the internet to download my brain? No, thank you.
Dude, they can't even get the fucking self checkout at the grocery store to work, and somebody's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, Elon, put a chip in my head." Oh man,
Well, not
that's
just
hilarious.
him, dude. Like anybody for that matter, right? Like, look what they're downloading into our reality. They're downloading false data into our reality from the way we remember it. Do you trust your memory the way everybody remembers it, or do you trust the new version of it the way it is now? Like, oh yeah, we are the champions. Okay, it ends right there. Boom, end, done. Right? No, I don't trust that version. That version is fake to me.
Well, I'll tell you this
But
much: whatever's coming, there's a very very high chance that we are all going to survive it. It's like when I say all, I just mean like everybody here right now, and it's going to be the best time to succeed at whatever it is you're trying to accomplish in life. I don't know. That's how I see it. I just like I half got it during the pandemic. I was like, all right, well, everyone's freaking out. I'm going to go learn a bunch of new skills and like do this stuff. But I was still kind of operating out of fear. Dude, I feel it in my guts. There's a big thing coming, and it's going to try to distract everybody and freak everybody out and get everybody to pick sides and fight about it on the internet.
I got through that pretty unscathed, man. Like the whole pandemic thing, nothing. I really didn't have any issues. Like I just went about my life. Like I didn't wear a mask in the stores, and nobody really bothered me. Like I guess maybe the area I'm in, people really don't give a fuck. And I only got harassed one time, and it was at an auto parts store. So of all places, right? Like I went to the grocery store, no problem. Like, yeah, one little store is like, oh yeah, sir, you got to put on a mask. I'm like, no, I don't. Like I just kept walking, and the dude didn't say shit. I just went about my way.
Nice.
But they weren't as like some places are really fucking dicks about it, but not so much here. It didn't really bother me at all. It was just weird. I mean, it was weird. Like I'm the only person aside from 4 or 5 other people in the store. And then the other people that I saw that weren't wearing it, or like some of the employees were wearing their mask as a chin strap, like down on their chin. It's like because they're stocking shelves and they can't breathe, so they just wear it on their chin, and they know that it ain't doing anything. So they're like, it's like, look, man, I just want to breathe. I don't want this damn thing, the wet thing on my face. And I guess the managers, they don't care. They're just like, whatever. Like, they're not like harassing the employees. Some places they were. Some places they got fucking the Karen boss. And it was a woman at the auto parts store that was being a bitch about the mask thing. I'm like, okay. You go fuck yourself, and I'll take my money elsewhere, across the street, and I'll spend my $400 for my brake parts over there.
Yeah. Yep.
And the
What
other
a
store was
time.
cool. I'm like, yeah, it was Advanced Auto Parts. It was cool, and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Not that it matters which chain, but just the individual employee at the time.
Well, Ron, I've been up for 23 hours and 12 minutes. I got up at midnight this morning.
Crazy.
I know.
I know. I gotta get to.
I had so
Good
much to do
hearing from you,
today.
buddy. Good hearing from you, Platypus.
Oh, always. Yeah, I sent you a friend request because I know your accounts are always getting banned.
I know, but I can't even friend anybody, Platypus. I'll get banned right away as soon as I friend somebody. But yeah, we know we're friends, buddy.
For sure. Everybody else, Geo, Montreal.
Now, what happened, Platypus? The last thing I sent you was like that 9/11 where the toroidal field. I noticed something. Like when I got banned on here, all the pictures that I had that I saved were gone.
No way.
Yeah. I saved them, right? And they're gone from my memory card. But my screenshots, like if you had, like that picture I sent you, see if you still have it. Like the 9/11 one where I drew on the picture the dust cloud with the funnel and the two toroids. Do you still have it?
Hold on. What was your last name?
The last username was it was Wolfgang, I think.
Wolfgang. Gang. Oh, would it say deleted
It'll say
user?
deleted user. It'll say like deleted user account or something.
Mm-hmm.
Or just deleted account, whatever. It says something like that.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I don't know if this
check
is you
your
that
photos.
I'm talking to.
No, check your photos, not on there, but check your like when I would save it to my photo album on my tablet. I would save it to photos, downloads, and then the downloads, it wasn't in there. Downloads, photos, Discord, it was gone. It's almost like they got a kill switch on it. Like any data that you did download is gone when the account's gone.
Yeah, no, I don't. I just have a phone, so I'm not like constantly saving. Oh, I found it, Ron. Here we go. I got it. Yeah, I got the pictures. I got them.
Okay, good. For me, they're gone. Some, not that one particular, but other ones. I'm like, dude, I know I had these pictures, like the ones Riggs was sending me. Riggs was sending me some, and I'm like, I don't have those anymore. And I know I didn't delete them. I saved them. I'm like, where did they go? Like, I lost them when I lost the account. I'm like, what the? How? I was kind of pissed because I had like 5,000 pictures of cool shit. Like, I try and keep a bunch of data so I can go back to it and share it, but it wasn't on there anymore. I'm on a new device. I don't have all that at my fingertips.
Yeah, that's rough. Well, man.
Yeah, I don't like this one. Good night, buddy.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you next time I'm on.
I'm not falling asleep. Yeah, man. Take care.
I need some sleep myself, man. Have a good dream, man.
I will.
No bad vibes.
Yeah, and peace and love to everybody.
All right, buddy. You still awake, Gio?
occasion when you're not safe, you're really not safe. You know,
Yeah.
if that'll probably never happen. But cool. You ever thought about switching to aircraft, or you prefer the helicopter? I mean to say airplane. You ever prefer you ever think about switching to airplane?
I know. I did both.
Oh yeah, I like the airplane better. I don't know much about it. I've been on a lot of aircraft, but as a passenger, I trust the aircraft a lot more than a helicopter. I never feel that safe on a helicopter.
Like I kind of said before, like flying in airplanes, like driving a car.
Yeah, it sounds like fun.
If you let go of the controls, it'll keep going. But if you let go of the controls in a helicopter, it'll kill you before you know it.
Well, that's good to know. I may have to grab me one of these days in the zombie scenario. Oh, I bet you don't even worry about zombies because you got a helicopter. You don't even think about it. You just fly away.
I'll be way above them.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow, that's a good one. You could just go from rooftop to rooftop.
Yeah, they'll just be clamshelling on my skids, and I'll just kick them off, and I'll be sweet.
You got a kick-ass like hero name too, Jazzaconda coming at you. It's great.
Yeah, this is Jazz are coming in.
It reminds me of the well, actually it's weird because like one of the first people that I talked to from your region, the Oceania region, when I was online first, his name was Jazza, and he claimed that there was 2 sons, but I don't think it was you.
Definitely wasn't me.
But there was another Jazza, and then Jazzaconda, you know, so that's pretty awesome.
Well, I'll tell you an awesome story just very quickly that we'll say an A film star come on years ago and
cool.
Come on one of these channels on Poncho Pete's channel, and my profile picture was a rut in a from my dirt bike, like a curved rut in the ground, and she said that she loved my name, the Jazzaconda, and I said, why is that? And she said, because you've just left your mark in the ground. And I was like, holy testicle Tuesday.
You've never said that.
I've never said holy testicle Tuesday, no.
Like you just said that for the first time, man.
Apart from that time, she was like, that is a great Papa Oscar Romeo November name.
Okay.
Did you just get that, Stacey?
Yeah, I'm laughing at Snacks. He's like, okay. You guys are too much. It's a good morning. This is why I love it. Keep me in here for 4 minutes and I felt great. It might be because I took a big hit of the pen too before I came in. So, yeah, probably that.
We
Good
prescribe
morning,
that
everybody.
here. That's prescription. Yeah. That's
required.
doctor's orders.
If you say so.
Stacey, I just got to say, you brighten up my day every day because I'm here often, but you're the only one that tolerates me.
It's because I know better, Jazza. That a lot of times it's just you shooting the shit with the boys, but in reality, you're this like soft little gentle soul. But a lot of guys are that way, and they're only that way with their their soulmate or their girlfriend, whatever you want to call them. You know what I mean? And or another female. I think it seems like you've been either raised by women or someone in your life was a woman who was very loving to you, and you respect a lot. So when a woman is around, and you've always been this way since the beginning, even when you called me a cunt one day back and forth, right? Because that's what you do with the boys. You didn't mean to, and you were really apologetic that day. I remember it very clearly. It was a long time ago too. And you're like, honey,
I
I'm
can't
sorry, I was
believe I
drinking
did
too
that.
much, and you left. It was an accident. You didn't. I remember that day. And I think ever since then we've been pretty damn cool, because even in the moment when they were giving you shit, you gave yourself shit. You're like, no, you guys are right, and I didn't even, it was a slip. You know what I mean? Because everybody was going back and forth. It was one of those free for all kind of days. And
I
I had
feel
came in hot.
I literally feel bad as fuck. Did I actually say that word to you?
Yeah, but it was like very slightly, like it was like joking, messing around, you were drinking type of day. You know what I mean? It wasn't, and when you said it, I didn't even take it, I wasn't offended at all, because it
I
was
am
funny, actually. You know what I mean? You were never
Hey,
trying to be mean.
he
I
probably
am
just got his
so
wires crossed. He was on the cunt hair trigger.
I
Well,
am
yeah, when
so
you guys were
terribly
already
sorry.
doing that back and forth, the guys were already saying that. Like it was a big joke for a good like 20 minutes on the server. So when I came in, it was a continued that, and then I was at you hot about flat Earth, and then boom, it came out of your mouth. And as soon as it did, you stopped yourself. It was like, oh shit, I didn't mean to do it. And
I am
so
so
don't feel
terribly sorry.
offended. No, it's so you don't still owe me an apology now. It's kind of where our relationship had a bond, because if you weren't sorry, I would have been like, oh, he's a piece of shit. He's an asshole. He's one of those guys. But no, you were instantly like, I didn't mean to. And I think you tend to watch your words now since then. I don't know. But it's never happened since then, Jazz. I've known you for years. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
And that's why
even
I also know
now,
it was a slip of the tongue. Yeah.
even now, I still feel like shit from hearing that because I didn't
Oh,
realize
honey,
that.
no. Don't.
I
Don't. I
I
promise you.
totally feel like shit. I am so sorry.
You're
No,
an
honey. It
awful,
makes you
terrible
a
person.
human being. Makes you a good
You'll
human
never
being.
recover.
He's never recovering now.
Fuck. No, I am. But seriously, Snacks. All things
I,
aside, I am totally fucking sorry, Stacey.
you're all good. I promise you. Me and you have gotten way past that. I don't have any bad feelings. In fact, I'm glad it happened, because it has created a relationship between us that I know that you've had my back the whole time. You know what I mean? So you don't let other people talk to me disrespectfully either in that manner. It's one thing to joke around, but you're like, hey, watch your mouth. And that's just because
Yeah,
we have a friendship, Jazza. It's all good. Because of that, it created where people now have a relationship, you know?
yeah,
So same thing with Snacks. I wouldn't let Snacks, Snacks could joke around, and I might call him a little shithead or something, but somebody comes in here actually being mean to him, I'd be standing up for him like he's my brother. Same thing for you, whether you're a Glober or not. I'm like, okay, come on now. You're talking to like my boy. Don't do that. So I think that's what we build in here as friendships, and that's what happens on the other servers too. But it
yeah,
doesn't mean that a Glober and a flat earther can't be, or globe denier, as I like to call myself more, have that human build and a bond. I mean, that we all should have, and that's okay. And we built that not based on flat Earth. We built that based on morals. You
and
know.
that's massively true because at the end of the day, we're all humans.
Yep.
We're just a
And the day
couple
love
field
matters.
town girls on a Saturday night looking for the time of our life, you know? And I think that sums it up.
Sure does. It's good words. Word salad. The best one. I'm probably smoking too much this pen right now, but it's a nice morning. I get to go see my mom today. It's always a hard and long day, but it's also a very enjoyable one to know that, to see the smile on my mama's face is the best feeling ever. See, that kind of shit is what matters. This is what the whole glow flat for me goes out the window on days like this, when I have to go get my mom from a nursing facility and give her a day of happiness of some sort, of comfort that she only gets like twice a month, and it breaks my soul. But to see the happiness, because she don't remember me speaking about flat earth, she don't remember me doing my activist work back in 2005 that she used to hate me doing for, genetically modified food. I don't talk about this. It doesn't matter to her. She actually sometimes doesn't even remember me. But the fact that I could see my mom happy is the best feeling on earth, whether what shape it is. That shit we need to remember more than anything. That love, that care, that our family. And yeah, memories can go real quickly, so then it doesn't matter about everything we know.
And
It's about what
that's
you feel.
yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, Stacey. As long as you're with her and she's happy,
Yeah.
just that's all that matters.
It's the best
I
day,
think
but
there are ways
honestly,
to
and it's the worst.
like
Go ahead.
try and get the. I think you can wake people back up a little bit, or I don't know. Maybe they buried the memories for reasons. I don't know.
Right?
Like, why did you cure my Alzheimer's? I was totally having fun with this. I don't know. You know about that methylene blue? Have you heard about that?
The Chinese spy satellite balloon.
No, it's no. It's a it's a chemical compound. I don't know. I think it's Gary Knoll talks about it. Dr. Gary Knoll. Other people talk about it, but I think it's got some whatever memory preserving effects, or like it can sort of get the brain working. Because I worry about that too.
Oh, hey.
Basically, because like my mother worries about it, and I think that's like 9/10 of the law with it. Is like you can trick yourself into having some kind of Alzheimer's type stuff. But
Oh, honey,
also,
I worry about it all the time too. And I see myself having these little memory issues where I'm like, oh, what did I do? What did I don't remember that, but my man does. But I also have, and I get to take into account this is recent, right? But I think about these things because my mom's got dementia, but hers came from 11 mini strokes of her health, though, smoking, everything else that causes these things along the way. But still, I still think about that because my dad's side, my grandmother had it as well. I saw her literally just forget to even learn how to know how to pee. I mean, know how to eat, all those things. So when you see people go through that, I never want to be there. Like it breaks you. So you're constantly worried about that. Your mom's probably worried about that too because she's seen something like it, or went through something like it. And it's hard if anybody has had anyone close to them with dementia. It takes you almost a year to even wrap your mind around what it is because it's a back and forth. It's crazy. Because in the beginning, when it happens, it's not like a lot of for some people that they completely lose their memory. So in the beginning, my mom I thought was like, "Well, you're fine." Then you're not fine. You're fine. And then I was like, "Is it the medicine?" Then you're trying to figure out maybe they're overdosing her on the medicine, and you go into deep research, and then you realize at one point, no, it's not any of that. You actually don't. You don't have memories right now. You're not okay. I've even had my mom physically hit me. So like she's been physical because they don't understand what they're doing in the moment. It is one of the hardest things to wrap your mind around. And the memories that come out of their mouth that they remember, they're like, whoa, no, 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 it didn't happen. It's hard, how it's
Well, I often think about. I saw some slides of they had mercury and they took it away, and the brain thing the stem rejuvenated completely. I think about how the zeolite powder could possibly rejuvenate all the Alzheimer people. I don't know that,
yeah,
but I think so. I think it's possible because I went to Amazon, and the people wrote stuff like it reversed the autism in their children and stuff.
wow,
And I think what happens is they accumulate heavy metals and stuff in their brain, and
right,
it causes these neural pathway things that look like little geometries, and they shrink. But when they remove the mercury, like zeolite would remove the mercury, and then it completely returns back to its initial shape. I
yeah,
think you know, but these people, you don't listen to me. I would like my own father to try the zeal. I drink it, but you know, because I had a lot of in the army, they gave me a lot of who knows what the hell. But anyway,
Yeah.
so but I'm just somebody that say the moon landing's fake, you know, and they don't take me seriously. But I really think that there's they poisoning us, and we can eat things to get it out. And I think I think a lot about it because my father is really ancient. He's almost 80, but nobody listens in my circles. They don't listen to me. But
You know,
I
my
think these
mom is on
elderly
the same
people have
page
a
as
lot
me,
of
honey.
metal.
I
Yeah,
do
well, that's
too.
good.
My mom, I told her the same thing because she believed in chemtrails with me, and I got her on the same page as me with everything. I finally at the end was talking to her about the shape of the earth. She was like there, so she knew she was being lied to by the government. My mom had never voted in her entire life, so it was great.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is I'm right on the same page as you because the doctors are blaming right the cigarettes and all these different things, which right could cause her mini strokes. I agree, but here's the problem with this. Before the mini strokes, I was already telling my mom for about 3 years that she was having problems with her memory, and she's like, "Oh no, I'm not. You know, you can't remember everything too. You have your problems, Stacey. It's not the same, Mom." And I tried to explain this to her, try to get her to get tested. She fought me on it. When she went to get tested by the doctor tested her for 5 damn minutes and said she had no memory problems. She was fine, no dementia. Then later, literally less than 6 months later, my mom ends up having these mini strokes and falling ill, and now her brain's gone, right? She don't remember anything hardly. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. She already had these problems before these mini strokes. Something caused these mini strokes. Something caused her memory to do this, and they won't say that. No, they even put a pacemaker in her in the meantime too, and caused even more problems at the same time. It was nuts.
I don't really know this, but I think, okay, like a century ago, this was not normal, but nowadays it's become normal. I think they want everyone to expect to have these issues with their family. You know, I think
Oh no, they
they
do,
put
Smurf.
stuff
I
in the
looked this
food.
shit up, Smurf. I was like freaking out one day going, the numbers of dementia that I keep hearing are getting bad. And then when you go to these
Yeah.
places, the memory care units are full. They have to build like the one that I go to has 2 memory care units, right? The other one I had 3. So they're even the rooms you have to share. So they're small little rooms that 2 people have to be in, and it's insane. They're having so many issues with work and all that too, but they're keeping them full because they don't have enough workers. So the care there is ridiculous. So I looked up the numbers online one day, and they actually have a number for in the future that we're going to even get worse. The numbers are already there. They already have this accounted for.
Oh yeah, that's diabolical. I believe you.
Look it up.
Yes,
It's
the
insane.
trajectory is
Yes. And they already know about it. Now, how do you know about that in the numbers? They expect it to get even worse. Like,
modern day slavery. It's a
that's
form of
insane.
slavery. It's
Yeah.
a form of slavery to poison a population and then profit from treating them. It's modern day Western. We've developed an advanced, sophisticated way to turn somebody into a profit. Something like you know, they turn people into profit. Okay, so they managed to do this by lying to everybody. Everything they do is evil.
So sick. It
I
is.
mean, the Western for-profit medical. When I was a child and didn't know anything, I had faith that, oh wow, we have these scientists that are has almost said exploring, developing. And I realized later it's all for-profit, and they're getting better at it, which is weird. Like they should, you know. When I was a child, I thought, wow, we have all these fancy gizmo technologies. Someday we'll be like the Jetsons, you know? But it's just getting worse. You know, you know what I mean? I don't know how to say that, you know, I think people used to live longer. I really, you know, like my grandmother was over 100. I think people used to live longer and they've lied to us. I think they've poisoned us, the general population. And well, yeah, me too. But you know what I mean? They're poisoning all of us, and then okay, everyone depends on the scientific healthcare. Is the only option. They've made everything else like illegal. There's one was it one
But
licensing? Is that it? To be a doctor, and they made everything illegal.
50 years ago, actually less than that, really, we didn't do this. In my time, even growing up in my grandma's house, when I hurt myself, we didn't go to the hospital. Grandma
Oh,
had
that's
aloe
what
vera
everybody.
plants. She had other stuff. They had their
Uh,
own stitching, butterfly stitches and stuff. He was like, "Oh, honey, get over that shit." Even the stuff that needed more than butterfly stitches, they still put butterfly stitches, 3 or 4 of those bitches on. And they had their iodine and shit. They said throw on your wounds. You're like, "Oh, damn, no what?" So we didn't rely on it, and that was not that
oh,
long ago, even our time, honey.
you know what? You just reminded me of when I was in school in the '90s. The children would all have to go to the doctor if they wanted to be in the sports, but I didn't care to be. I did some recreational soccer, but I didn't
Yeah.
care about sports. So they developed a relationship with an evil doctor who then, well, I'm just saying, but they probably, well, anyway, maybe they are, or never. That's another subject. But anyway,
I
they
know you
developed
mean.
a relationship with the Western doctor, and
Yeah.
so they, yeah, so they're probably jabbing him right there. And
Oh
anyway,
yeah.
so they developed this yeah, so they go on in their life, they've normalized, oh, I got to go to get what I mean is they all got to get a physical to participate. They probably, it's like a ritual. Like all the young men that want to be brave and simulate battle, they have to go to the shaman. And the shaman, he said, oh, well, the majority of my patients have to take this cootie shot. You know, everybody's doing it.
Yeah.
You want to be on the team, don't you? With all your friends. So here, let me just stick this in. Yeah, just jab this right in your bloodstream, and another one for you. You want to be ready. You want to be fully
It
ready for the
definitely
season.
started with
With all this
school. A lot
patience,
of a lot of
shots
people
for
smart don't
you.
even realize that
Yeah,
the educational
yeah,
system wasn't even that long ago. This is why our grandparents used to say to us, "You're lucky."
yeah.
In my generation, like, we didn't get school like this and stuff like that because it wasn't hardly there.
Oh, little did they know it would turn into what it is today.
Yeah,
And I'm envious of that.
exactly.
I'm envious of that time period. Oh, that's what you brought up is funny because my father is like almost 80. So in the 50s, around that time, he got a degree, or 60s, whatever. He said when he got a degree, 4% of the population had a degree.
Yeah.
Now it's like 90 something. I don't know the
Exactly.
number right now.
School systems were non-existent to I was
Yeah.
looking up stuff. It was like 1930s
God.
people were starting to go to school and stuff. I'm like, wait a minute. Like I know the 1900s early they did too, but majority of people did not start going to school till like the early 1900s. Honey, we are not that far ago. So the education system was not what it was now. The everything started then. The brainwashing to the degree that they have
Yeah.
now happened then.
Oh,
And that's in
before.
literally our close vicinity of lifetime, people.
Hey,
That's what
I
it's so
think.
touchable. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, before this government education, everyone could read better. They were more elegant in their everything. Communication was beautiful. It was
Supposedly we're
art.
illiterate. Supposedly we couldn't read, we couldn't write, we couldn't do shit. And you know what? We may not have to this educational system like we have now, but we look at the buildings and the structures that we had before, right? Before we had
Yeah.
the school system to teach people to build and to do these things. You need a team, right?
Oh,
I'm telling you, to do the
I am
blueprints on these
skeptical.
buildings. Like,
I
come on.
I don't believe the average person was illiterate. I
No,
think
exactly.
what most people did was read, and everywhere you go is signs. And I think everyone was better educated by their own relatives and friends, neighbors, community. I
Had to
think
be.
yeah, and everyone would read books. That was the recreation. So everyone was well read and like knew a bunch of philosophy and stuff. And nowadays, they invented this thing in Prussia to train the factory workers to support the war, the public education, to support the war effort.
What did you just
Yeah,
say?
so
Prussia? Prussia,
Prussia, yeah,
PR? Yeah, that's who started the
they
whole
invented our
educational
system.
system.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, it's
love.
evil.
Yes.
Yeah, because they specifically designed it for the war to support the war effort. They wanted
Uh-huh.
most people to be a factory worker. The
It's
majority is
so
factory.
insane. You know
You know,
that. Smurf,
Well,
I don't hardly run
it's
into any people that know that. They
war.
always mention the same
Oh,
name that they give you
it's
in
all about
school,
war.
who started school. And I'm like, no, no, no. It was about the Prussia guy who was like said, I want to
Yeah,
take this military shit, and I now want to militarize
yeah.
school. And that's what he
They
did.
have, and they did. Yeah, they did. And now, when you look at a school,
Yeah.
it's the most depressing architecture always in a town.
Crazy.
It's always the saddest looking place to go, like a
They
gulag.
look like jails. My old school
Yeah.
looked actually like
Oh,
a jail.
in a big metal bus carry you away. It's so evil. Could you imagine? Okay, we have this God's gift is these little made in his image. Pack them in a bus. They want to run around and be free. Let's pack them in
Yeah.
a bus like sardines and ship them off in this
Get 'em in
big
line.
noisy,
Yep.
thing to this big depressing place where the bell rings at them all the time. They just got there 30 minutes ago. And the bell ring
Yep.
again. It's like, dude, it's just like they're herding cattle around. Go to the next pen.
Exactly what they're
Okay, go to
doing.
the next pen. Yeah. And then, looking back on it, I was one of them students that would ace everything. I also aced the IQ test for the military. But and I always ace the occasional trick question. So for me, it was easy. But other people, it was challenging. Okay, I don't know why it was easy for me, but I was just saying that looking at it, I didn't learn anything useful. And I was
Yeah.
good at I was really good at it, and I didn't learn anything useful in school. I learned how to write in cursive. Well, I mean, learn how to read. If you learn how to read, you basically know how to write. Your handwriting. I learned how to write in cursive. That's about it. Not really. I didn't really learn anything in school of value. Okay, numbers, yeah, everyone can count, dude. Like, is that the best they've got? They taught us how to do basic math and reading and writing. We already knew how to do that since the printing press. This is crazy. The art, like you were saying, the architecture way more advanced than today. People today have been dumbed down. Uh, you know, they just get rewarded for. I'm just venting right now. I feel like we've all been subject to abuse. This is heavy in the modern contemporary age. I think we all have varying degrees of PTSD from being trapped in a room and being power tripped on by bureaucrats who just see us as a path to their pension,
Yeah.
basically, and their benefits. And that's it. It's like a glorified daycare, and people are like, "Oh wow, I'm so educated." Now, I was just hanging out with a friend of mine. He's humiliated to reveal that he spent 9 years going to medical school. And I was like, "Why are you so?" You said it's all bullshit. And I'm like, "What do you mean? It's all propaganda." And all 9 years of it? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what he was saying. I have not yet gone. My whole family did, but I didn't go to college. But I was just hanging out with somebody who went to medical school for 9 years. He's like, no, I didn't
So
learn.
long.
He said you
Yeah.
learn more from experience. He went to for 9 years. He said that his grandmother taught him so much more about reality. He's joking around, but
Yeah, you
basically,
don't learn much. When you just hearing something from a book, it's not like being a doctor hands-on or anything. Surgeons do have their certain things that they
oh
do to experiment and before they become a full doctor and degree, but it's not the same as actual hands-on. I'm sorry, but a lot of things can be taught in this world hands-on. It used to be taught that
yeah.
way. You didn't have to go to school for how long? Come on, you didn't. You learned it.
I trailed way off. That was my point earlier. That everyone is a chief now, and there's no more Indians. It happened. There was a time when we would go work, and a few people went to college, and now everybody's gone to college. So you have to get a PhD now to
Yeah, but think about this. All
stand
those
out.
people that are going to college, everything, a lot of these guys, and I know I just saw the other day, don't even know how to change a tire because they just say,
Yeah.
oh, you know what? I'll just call someone, right? Their insurance shit that'll come and fix the tire for them or whatnot because they've never had to. But in my reality, you grew up, my uncle, everybody was in there with the backyard mechanics and everybody knew how to put a
Yeah.
tire on, change their own vehicle, do everything, their
Oh.
own oil, everything, fix their
Oh,
alternators. You didn't go to this
there's
shit.
some hope. There's some hope in the world. Everything you said's true, except I moved 6 hours west from where I was in Virginia. I moved to West Virginia. The culture here, everybody's a MacGyver. So,
That's
but you're
great.
right. I mean,
Exactly. It depends
where I
where you're
came
at.
from is like you
Exactly.
said. I went to a
Yep.
different area that gave me renewed hope in the future. It's called West Virginia. It's totally
Yeah.
different world than Virginia. Like you said, you just described the modern East Coast. But I went to these
Yeah.
Appalachians, and people still know how to fix a tire.
Amen.
They still know how to
Right?
do that. Yeah. Oh, I
If
this
you were to
place is
go to
hot.
Maine too, or somewhere like
Uh,
they have to depend on the world
oh
around them,
yeah,
nature to survive.
the
Different
Amish.
states are different, right? They don't deal with this bullshit of life right now with
Oh,
Wi-Fi. Some places in Maine there is no Wi-Fi at all. Like there is no connection with cell
the
phone or
Amish.
nothing.
I think the Amish have really got it down.
I love
I
it
don't
there.
think
Yeah.
they were bothered by the last few years. I don't know if anyone told the Amish about the pandemic.
I listen.
I
I
don't think
actually
anyone let them
went.
know.
First, this is interesting. I came back from Texas. It was still 2020. Yep, it was during that time, and I went. I was traveling around. I went to was a place called Whitestown in Indiana, and it's a very like Amish town. So I went into a
Cool.
Hardee's real quick because I need to go to the bathroom and get something to drink, and there was everybody but Amish in line. They were the only ones that had no masks on. Nothing was going on.
Ah,
Nothing.
cool. Oh,
And,
that's so cool to hear.
Yep.
and Stacy and Smurf, it's funny you're saying about MacGyver
Yeah.
because there's a saying
I'll
in
be
New
back, guys.
Zealand. There's a saying in New Zealand that you can fix anything with number 8 wire, like a fence.
Chicken wire. That's funny.
No, not chicken wire, but like number 8 wire, like it's
Yeah.
chunky wire. But any Kiwi can fix any problem with number 8 wire.
Cool.
In
That
And
America,
reminds
it's
me
duct
of.
tape or
and
I was
gorilla
about to
tape
say
or any
that.
kind of.
and you don't need
I
a
was
Swiss
just.
Army knife or some duct tape.
Wait,
You
even NASA, that's their number one go-to is duct tape too.
Ah.
I could have fixed that hole in that space station with some fucking number 8 duct
Hey,
wire.
the Kiwis is a British colony, right? The whole area, New Zealand, the whole
Yeah, New
area.
Zealand, Australia. Yeah.
That's like some kind of secret vacation resort. New Zealand.
The whole of New Zealand is a fucking resort.
That's what I was gonna say. I never been there, but I look at a map and it looks like some secret hideaway. Like the billionaires know about it.
Yeah. There's
Oh, they definitely know about
business
it.
jets
Yeah.
here all the time.
Yeah,
It's
it's just
beautiful.
far away from all the world's problems.
Yeah, so feel free to stop in.
I know. I
Oh, I
can't wait
was
till I
just
actually
daydreaming.
can. I know. Oh, it's gonna be
I
awesome.
was
I
just,
can travel
well,
there.
I have decided
Yes,
to
Stacy.
never travel again due to the last few. I mean, I heard that it's safe to travel again.
I did. I
Yeah.
did during it. I traveled in 2020 when they finally
Yeah.
released me to be able to. Actually, you
Oh,
had to have certain specific reasons why and claim it and get paperwork back and then agree to it. You can go. I went through hell. Yeah, when I went, I had to do testing before I went, testing when I got there,
Oh,
testing before I left.
oh
Like, and then I
no.
had to quarantine, all that. It was ridiculous. But now, right this
Oh,
second, you don't have to do that. I don't think.
have
no,
you ever had
not anywhere.
the thing in your nose?
Yeah.
Oh, you did. No,
Yeah.
you never let them put it all the way up there, did you?
No, that's why on my way back, we
Ah.
had a videotaped it, Spended. We were so pissed. He put it on his channel. I was trying to get back home, so he's trying to record me the whole time, the whole place, the shop and shit. I'm banging on the fucking doors and stuff. And they finally go to do it, and they had this long ass thing to go find. I straight to her, I said, "Oh, you were not sticking that all at my nose. I know what this does." I went through the whole spiel with her. She's like shaking. Ma'am, no. We can. I don't have to put it far up at all. And she just sticks it
Ah.
to the tip end of my nose,
Ah.
honey. And it was like,
Oh,
that's all
good.
I need. And I was like, so then why are you doing that to everybody if that's all you need?
Ah.
She's like, ma'am, it's okay. I'm
Oh.
so sorry. I'm serious. And the next lady who's older, who's behind me, says, I don't want that thing all at my nose. I said, ma'am, you don't have to, as you just heard. She goes,
Wait,
thank
Ah.
you.
wait,
Mm-hmm.
He
Stacy,
started a wave.
hang on, wait, Stacy, did you say that you come to New Zealand in the words of the French?
No,
Or have
I
you
haven't been. Listen, I've been to Bournemouth in the UK, and then I went to Kent, But I didn't get to travel really much outside of those two areas because a lot of shit went down. But I was there for 6 months.
Oh yeah, well, we're the same, with the exact same degrees latitude as those two places, pretty much where I am in the
You know,
South Island.
I think you
Yeah.
got away with it. I don't think you got the chip because, they try to, what it is they're trying to shove something really far up there. So I think you're all right.
Oh, that shit was never going up my
I think you're
nose
all right.
ever
No,
like that.
I
In
think
fact,
you
the
lucked
other
out.
ones, in
Yeah.
fact, when you go to did the boost to do them yourself, they just hand you a Q-tip, right? And they don't care. They're not even paying attention, not even looking at me. I'm like, okay, I'm barely putting it in my nose. Here you go, I'm done. But I would tell you this, so smart. This is reality. Every single time I had one of those, whether I got it up my nose, which I never did, right, just into the tip of my nose, gave me a headache for a day and a half to 2 days. And if it wasn't a headache, on top of that, it was also my entire nose was burnt, like it was on fire, and I would get sores in them every single time. And I had a lot of them done. I had like 6 or 7 total. I said I'll never do one again. No.
Wow. Oh, okay. My friend of mine went to the VA, and he was afraid that it's the apocalypse. He's a retired SEAL, so he
Yeah.
he had a really minor surgery done, thinking, well, it's been bothering me. Put it off for like a decade or longer. Hernia, put it off forever, and so he let them test him, and he was against it, like other truthers, but they shoved it all the way at the VA.
Yeah, I did my mom too.
They shoved it all the way up there, and he said it hurt inside the middle of his
Mhm.
head for over 2 weeks. So
Yeah.
that's how they're treating people, veterans. Now,
Oh,
I told
they've
him, I
hurt
said,
people too. Actually, damaged people during
yeah.
this too. Yeah.
Oh, he felt that it hurt him for over 2 weeks.
It's so sad. It's not
Yeah.
right.